In the next instant, the black spirit beast bracelet was struck by countless bolts of lightning at once and instantly exploded into a cloud of black chi. The black chi then absorbed all of the lightning it was being struck by and remained completely unscathed. A hint of surprise flashed through the two-headed beast's eyes, but it then harumphed coldly before reaching out and making a grabbing motion toward the black chi with one of its silver hands. Countless bolts of lightning immediately intertwined to form a massive five-colored hand above the cloud of black chi, and the enormous hand then grabbed onto the black chi at an astonishing speed with countless arcs of lightning crackling over its surface. The fingers of the giant hand tightened, and a scintillating flash of lightning erupted as it attempted to crush the cloud of black chi into oblivion. However, another enraged ape cry rang out from within the black chi, following which a streak of crimson light erupted forth and pierced through the massive five-colored hand in a flash. A peculiar scene then ensued. As soon as the crimson light flashed through the five-colored hand, the latter immediately crumbled away as if it had encountered the bane of its existence. Thus, the black chi regained its freedom, then immediately transformed into a small black monkey. It was none other than the Weeping Soul Beast. However, the current Weeping Soul Beast was clearly far different from how it normally was. It was staring up at the giant two-headed beast with excitement and elation on its face, and without even requiring any instructions from Hanli, it let loose a thunderous roar before expanding to over 300 feet tall amid a flash of black light. Crimson light then flashed within its eyes, and it thumped its mountainous chest with its massive fists. All of its fur immediately stood up on end, and strange horns appeared on its head. It then revealed its fangs in a menacing manner, and it had transformed into a giant three-eyed monster. The monster also had 3 inky black bone spikes on its back, and it was extremely terrifying to behold. Xing Beast. Shopkeeper Yu's head immediately let loose a shrill cry of horror at the sight of the giant monster, and all of the countless bolts of lightning in the surrounding area converged toward the two-headed beast to form a massive shield of lightning. The shield had an area of over 1,000 feet and was over 100 feet thick. The giant two-headed beast then flapped its 8 wings in unison, and 5-colored lightning surged forth from its enormous body in a frenzy, following which it abruptly vanished amid a loud thunderclap. In the next instant, the giant two-headed beast reappeared close to 10 kilometers away amid a flash of 5-colored lightning. It immediately flapped its wings again, and more arcs of lightning emerged from its body as it attempted to flee the scene. Right at this moment, the Weeping Soul Beast let loose a thunderous roar, seemingly enraged by the two-headed beast's escape. As it roared, its body expanded drastically, and golden and silver runes appeared all around it. A pillar of crimson light then shot forth out of its third demonic eye, then vanished into thin air in a flash. Right as the giant two-headed bird had also disappeared amid a flash of lightning, the crimson pillar of light emerged nearby, then transformed into a crimson chain as it hurtled through the air. The chain shot forth through the air before forming a massive noose, and the loop of the noose vanished into thin air again. A loud buzzing sound rang out from the entire chain, and arcs of crimson lightning appeared over its surface. The chain then suddenly stretched taut, and an anguished cry immediately rang out, seemingly from nowhere. The arcs of crimson lightning around the chain intensified in brightness, and the giant two-headed beast was forcibly dragged out of thin air. Its 2 heads both wore expressions of shock and horror, and it was desperately flapping all 8 of its wings as it cried out in alarm, but the crimson chain refused to budge. The two-headed beast seemed to have somehow been rendered completely unable to use its lightning abilities, and the power of laws that it was releasing earlier had also ceased to exist. The Weeping Soul Beast cackled upon seeing this, and crimson light flashed from its glabella as it unleashed several more crimson chains that completely bound the two-headed beast. After that, the chains abruptly vanished along with the giant beast, immediately following which spatial fluctuations erupted several hundred feet in front of the Weeping Soul Beast, and the bound two-headed beast reappeared. Crimson light flashed from the Weeping Soul Beast's eyes, and it abruptly reached out with one of its huge furry hands before making a grabbing motion. One of the 3 black bone spikes protruding from its back then disappeared without any warning, only to reappear in its hand in the next instant amid a flash of black light. The Weeping Soul Beast began to chant an ancient unintelligible incantation, and rows of bright golden runes suddenly began to appear along the bone spear, creating quite a mystifying sight to behold. The bone spear then began to vibrate without any warning, and it also released a buzzing sound that was only growing louder and louder. Golden shock waves erupted from the tip of the spear, and dazzling golden light immediately erupted forth. Some runes that were similar to the ones on the bone spear also began to appear in the surrounding air before dancing around the spear. As soon as these runes emerged, a devastating baleful aura erupted from the bone spear. The horror in the eyes of the two-headed beast was further exacerbated by the sight, and its cries immediately became louder and more desperate as it thrashed like a deranged mad ant within the crimson chains. However, no matter how much it struggled and thrashed, the chains remained completely firm and resolute. In the next instant, an explosive boom rang out and the golden spear shot forth through the air as a streak of translucent light. The streak of light was extraordinarily fast, and it pierced through the bird head of the giant two-headed beast in a flash. A fist-sized hole was punched into the giant beast's glabella, and piercing golden light instantly poured out of the hole in a frenzy. The lightning beast's head instantly stiffened and countless tiny golden cracks spread over its surface before it exploded with a dull thump. Strangely enough, as opposed to scraps of flesh, blood, and bones flying in all directions, instead, the head exploded into balls of dazzling five-colored light. At the same time, the same golden cracks also appeared along the giant beast's severed neck, and they were quickly spreading to the rest of its body. The weeping soul beast harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and a burst of yellow light erupted out of its huge nostrils. Shopkeeper Yu's head remained completely unscathed, but it was completely petrified by this sudden turn of events, and in his desperation he opened his mouth to expel a short silver sword. The sword then unleashed a streak of sword chi that was over 100 feet in length that viciously slashed his own neck, and Shopkeeper Yu was decapitated amid a howl of agony. His severed head then toppled down from the body of the giant beast before vanishing as a streak of crimson light. Immediately thereafter, the giant beast's entire body exploded into more specks of five-colored light, which immediately attempted to escape the crimson chains, but to no avail. The yellow light swept forth, and the five-colored specks of light were easily gathered before surging into the weeping soul beast waiting gaping mouth. After devouring these specks of five-colored light, the weeping soul beast thumped its own chest again in a joyful manner with an extremely excited look on its face. Having lost their purpose, the crimson chains disintegrated into specks of spiritual light immediately thereafter. The bone spear also returned to the weeping soul beast's back amid a flash of golden light, and it turned completely black and lusterless again, as if that last attack had completely exhausted its power. Han Li was looking on in a completely flabbergasted manner, but he immediately returned to his senses when Shopkeeper Yu's head attempted to escape as a streak of crimson light. He immediately let loose a long cry and adopted his giant mountain ape form again, while the profound heavenly blade segment and gold-devouring beetles were instantly stowed away. Golden light flashed from the giant ape's body, and it took a step forward before abruptly vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, the giant ape's enormous body re-emerged several thousand feet away, right in front of the fleeing streak of crimson light, and it immediately launched its massive furry fist toward the streak of light. Before the fist had even struck the streak of crimson light, the latter was enveloped by a burst of tremendous power. A normal cultivator would have most likely been completely immobilized by that burst of enormous power, but the streak of crimson light managed to break free in an instant and before appearing 300 feet away. A cry of shock and fury then rang out from within the crimson light, and the light receded to reveal a humanoid figure. It was none other than Shopkeeper Yu. However, at this point, his face was completely pale, and his aura had become significantly more feeble, to the point where he could barely even maintain an early body integration stage cultivation base. "If you're intent on killing me, then I'm going to make you pay for my life." Shopkeeper Yu roared with an expression of twisted fury and desperation. As soon as his voice trailed off, crimson light flashed from his body, and he transformed into a giant crimson peacock that was over 100 feet in size. The peacock flapped its wings, and a gust of fierce winds immediately swept forth along with the pungent odor of blood and gore. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he couldn't help but cast his gaze toward the weeping soul beast, only to find that it was joyfully playing with a head-sized crystalline core and had no intention of helping him at all. He tried to urge the weeping soul beast to come to his aid using his spiritual sense, but that proved to be completely ineffective. It seemed that the weeping soul beast had completely lost interest in Shopkeeper Yu after devouring the five-colored lightning. A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face, but as he turned his gaze back to Shopkeeper Yu, the wry smile had been replaced by a cold expression. The giant ape suddenly threw back its head and let loose a thunderous roar, then flipped both of its huge hands over to reveal a pair of small mountains. One of the mountains was black, while the other was azure, and they were each over 100 feet tall. Golden light abruptly flashed from the giant ape's arms, and they swelled even further in size before hurling the two extreme mountains through the air as projectile weapons. As soon as the small mountains left the giant ape's hands, they swelled to several times their original size, expanding to 400 to 500 feet tall. The mountains then emerged above the Crimson Peacock in a flash before crashing down with devastating force. Even before they had reached the peacock, a sharp ringing sound had already begun to ring out in the nearby space, and invisible shockwaves also proliferated in all directions. The Crimson Peacock was immediately struck by a terrifying sense of asphyxiation, which was slightly alarming, but it didn't pay the sensation much heed as it flapped its wings violently upward. A burst of crimson light immediately swept forth before transforming into a gust of fierce winds, riding up into the air to oppose the two oncoming extreme mountains. The crimson light wasn't as versatile and profound as five-colored divine light, but it was extremely toxic and was especially potent when it came to eroding the spiritual nature of treasures. No matter how powerful a treasure was, it would be reduced to a dead object by the crimson light. However, there was naturally no way for Shopkeeper Yu to know that these two mountains were refined using methods from the true immortal realm, and that even in that higher realm, they were two of the vastly renowned five extreme mountains. Furthermore, the power of this attack stemmed primarily from the extraordinary weight of the two extreme mountains coupled with the tremendous strength of the giant ape rather than any special powers that the two mountains possessed. Thus, the pair of mountains tore through the crimson light with ease and continued onward without any impediment. Arg! Shopkeeper Yu was extremely alarmed to see this, and he immediately tried to get out of the scope of the attack. However, the two giant mountains encompassed an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet, so there was no way for him to evade them in such a short time. An astonished look appeared in the Crimson Peacock's eyes, and in its desperation it opened its beak to expel a scroll which immediately unfurled as soon as it emerged. Bright light radiated in all directions as five-colored projections of buildings and pavilions instantly appeared from the scroll. The projections were all extremely vivid and vibrant, and struck the onlooker with a sense of intrigue and mystique. Judging from the violent spatial fluctuations triggered by the emergence of these projections, it was quite apparent that this was an extremely rare spatial treasure. In the eyes of Shopkeeper Yu, this spatial treasure, which was his best life-saving treasure, would definitely be able to keep the two mountains at bay. After all, no matter how much force and momentum the two mountains possessed, all of that would be rendered completely null by the scroll's spatial powers. Of course, as a safety precaution, Shopkeeper Yu continued to fly away from the scene, as opposed to lingering on the scene to appreciate his own handiwork. However, right at this moment, piercing light suddenly erupted from both mountains at once. One of them released gray light that cascaded downward like a waterfall, while the other released countless transparent streaks of sword chi that rained down in a torrential downpour. The two combined as one to strike the five-colored projections amid an earth-shattering boom, and all of the projections were torn apart before they could pose any obstacle to the pair of giant mountains. The Crimson Peacock didn't even get a chance to utter a single sound before it was struck by the Black Mountain, and its body was instantly pulverized into mincemeat. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, but his expression then immediately darkened again. The scraps of the Crimson Peacock's flesh and blood suddenly tremored beneath the mountain, following which all of it converged toward a single spot to form an extremely grotesque ball of blood and flesh. The ball then began to writhe rapidly, as it quickly attempted to revert back to its original form. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he immediately pointed a finger at the extreme essence-fused mountain from afar. The gray light emanating from the mountain immediately condensed before transforming into countless gray light threads that surged downward at once, instantly puncturing the ball of flesh and blood before instantly shredding into countless pieces again. The gray threads showed no signs of stopping there, and in the blink of an eye those countless pieces of flesh and blood were reduced to a cloud of blood mist, so there was no chance for it to condense back together again. All of a sudden, a five-colored projection shot forth from within the blood mist. It was a miniature fist-sized peacock, and it was none other than Shopkeeper Yu's nascent soul, which he had preserved through the use of a secret technique. However, Han Li naturally wasn't going to allow it to escape. He took a deep breath before opening his mouth to release a bolt of golden lightning that was as thick as a large bowl. The bolt of lightning covered a distance of several hundred feet in a flash, then struck the five-colored projection amid a resounding thunderclap. The miniature peacock let loose a howl of anguish and was erased off the face of this realm. The giant golden ape threw its head back and let loose an elated cry while thumping its own chest in an ecstatic manner, then quickly shrank down and reverted back to its human form amid a flash of golden light. After returning to his human form, Han Li heaved a sigh of relief before looking into the blood mist down below. After that, he waved a hand through the air, and two bracelets, one golden and one silver, landed in his hand. Han Li briefly inspected the two storage bracelets before stowing them away amid a flash of spiritual light, then turned his attention back to the lingering blood mist down below. All of a sudden, he swept a sleeve downward, and a ball of silver flames shot forth before striking the blood mist in a flash. The mist was instantly ignited as a result, and a faint pungent odor began to emanate from within it. Soon, it had transformed into a sea of silver flames, and Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he reached out and made a downward grabbing motion. The silver flames instantly surged upward as a fiery dragon, and the flames were stowed back up Han Li's sleeve, while an egg-sized ball of liquid that was emanating faint five-colored light had appeared in his hand. Han Li looked down at the ball of liquid, and a hint of astonishment flashed through his eyes. I was able to secure such pure true spirit blood after nothing more than such a simple extraction process. As expected, that Shopkeeper Yu really is no ordinary five-light being. If this blood were a little purer, it could easily have come from a direct lineal descendant of the five-colored peacock. Could it be that he really is somehow connected to the five-colored peacock? So be it, none of that really matters at this point. Han Li shook his head to rid himself of that train of thought. He then flipped a hand over to produce a bright red vial, then began to chant something as he pointed at the ball of liquid hovering over his palm. The small vial shuddered before expelling a burst of white light that swept up the ball of liquid, then drew it into the vial in an instant. Spiritual light flashed as Han Li stowed the vial away, then made a hand seal to withdraw the two extreme mountains as well. The combination of the fearsome might of his extreme mountains and the incredible abilities of his giant mountain ape form had already become one of his trump cards in battle. If he could refine one or two more extreme mountains, he was confident that this trump card would become even more formidable. Azure light flashed from Han Li's body, and he immediately vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in front of the Weeping Soul Beast, and Han Li reappeared before carefully inspecting the Weeping Soul Beast with a complex look in his eyes. He knew that the Weeping Soul Beast would become unimaginably powerful after undergoing its transformation, but he was still extremely stunned that it had been able to slay a Grand Ascension stage beast so easily. Wasn't it only supposed to be effective against ghostly beings? Furthermore, he had checked on the Weeping Soul Beast a few days ago, and it had displayed no signs of awakening at all. As such, when it had jumped out on its own to battle the two-headed beast, he was ecstatic, but had also been given a massive fright. On top of that, his current spiritual connection with the Weeping Soul Beast was extremely feeble, and he seemed to have lost control over it. This made him rather concerned, and he was at a loss for what to do as he appraised the beast with furrowed brows. After all, with the powers that the Weeping Soul Beast had just displayed, if it were to turn on him, he would be in even more trouble than when he was facing the two-headed beast on his own. Right at this moment, the Weeping Soul Beast tossed the crystalline core in its hand up into the air, then opened its mouth and chewed on the core a few times before swallowing it. Only then did he turn to face Han Li, and there was also a peculiar look in its bright red eyes. "Are you worried, Master?" the weeping soul beast suddenly asked. Han Li's heart stirred slightly, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Worried? Why would I be worried? Have you attained a higher level of intelligence?" Hehe, there are indeed many new things that have appeared in my mind. There's no need to lie to me, Master. Our spiritual connection has become weaker, but I can still sense your emotions, the weeping soul beast said with a smile. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before a wry smile appeared on his face. Many new things have appeared in your mind? What do you mean by that? And what are you? Are you actually a Xing beast? I'm not particularly sure of that myself. After awakening from my hibernation, I attained a lot of new knowledge. I seem to be similar to the Xing beast that they speak of, but also slightly different in some areas. However, you don't have to be concerned as I'll most likely be leaving this realm soon. The weeping soul beast sighed, and Han Li was quite taken aback to hear this. A bewildered look appeared on Han Li's face. You're leaving this realm? What do you mean by that? Could it be? Indeed, Master. After I devoured the spiritual sense of that heavenly devilish sovereign in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, massive changes have occurred within my body and I can sense the call from the other realm. Hence, I had to hibernate in the spirit beast bracelet to protect myself. Just now, I was roused by that creature, and I was unable to control myself as I instinctively acted to absorb the heavenly lightning power within its body. Now, my body is being completely rejected by the power of heaven and earth of this realm, and I'll most likely be teleported to the legendary true immortal realm soon. The weeping soul beast replied in a slightly forlorn manner. Han Li was rooted to the spot for a long while before a wry smile appeared on his face. Are you sure the forces summoning you are from the true immortal realm? He had embarked on this tumultuous cultivation journey all for the chance to ascend to that legendary realm someday, yet he was still far, far away from achieving that goal. But the weeping soul beast had already reached that objective seemingly with ease. This naturally struck him with a sense of indignation, as well as some suspicion. I don't know why, but I can sense that it is indeed the power of the true immortal realm that's calling out to me. Among the many things that have appeared in my mind, many of them are related to the true immortal realm, the weeping soul beast replied. Han Li's heart immediately jolted upon hearing this. You have knowledge of the true immortal realm? Would you be able to tell me about it? Of course, I would be more than happy to. It's coming now. I don't have any time left. The weeping soul beast initially nodded in agreement, but its expression suddenly changed drastically, and an alarmed look appeared in its eyes. As soon as its voice trailed off, a dull rumbling sound suddenly rang out in the air above. The white mist overhead parted to reveal a vast expanse of five-colored light, which then transformed into a massive eyeball of light the size of a house. The pupil of the eyeball was of a translucent crimson color, and its gaze immediately settled on the weeping soul beast in an intent manner. A devastatingly terrifying aura then descended from the heavens, and a chill ran down Han Li's spine, following which he was completely immobilized. This wasn't due to a simple disparity in magic power. He had been rendered completely powerless as the eyeball was simply on a far higher plane of existence. He could sense that the eyeball could destroy his body and soul in an instant if it pleased, and his expression became extremely strained. It had been countless years since he had last been this powerless. He felt as if he had returned to his childhood and was facing Dr. Mo, who had been an insurmountable almighty figure in his eyes at the time. Under the scrutiny of this eyeball, sweat began to pour down the weeping soul beast's face, and its arm shuddered as it attempted to raise a hand, only for it to be forced to drop back down limply to its side. A hint of mockery appeared in the giant eyeball, and a burst of Buddhist chants rang out from within it. The eyeball then seemed to blink, following which an extraordinarily thick pillar of crimson light came crashing downward. The weeping soul beast was struck by the pillar of crimson light, and its body was instantly transported over 10,000 feet up into the air. Han Li was completely unable to move, but he could still see that the weeping soul beast had turned around with difficulty to take one final look at him from within the pillar of light. There was a very complex look on its face, and in the next instant, it disappeared into the giant eyeball. The Buddhist chants ceased and the eye fell shut before vanishing into nothingness. The white mist converged overhead once again, and following the disappearance of the giant eyeball, that devastating aura also vanished. Everything returned to normal, Yet even though Han Li had regained his freedom, he still remained rooted to the spot, staring up into the heavens with a blank expression. After a long while, he finally heaved a faint sigh and lowered his head in a slightly dejected manner. The weeping soul beast had been with him ever since his days in the scattered star seas, and it had saved his life on countless occasions. Now that it had essentially been abducted, Han Li was naturally rather concerned for its future. However, that giant eyeball was clearly something from the true immortal realm, and he was completely powerless in its presence. So he couldn't do anything except look on helplessly as the weeping soul beast was taken away. However, it seemed to have been quite calm when it was taken, so it most likely wasn't in any danger. If he could ascend to the true immortal realm someday, perhaps they could be reunited. The only thing that he was rather disappointed about was that the weeping soul beast had ascended before it could disclose to him any information about the true immortal realm. Otherwise, that information may have benefited him in his future cultivation. All of a sudden, Han Li's expression changed slightly as he abruptly turned toward a certain direction. Faint golden light flashed from the distance in that direction, and a streak of golden light flew toward him before reaching him in just a few flashes. Han Li focused his gaze on the person within the streak of light, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The light faded to reveal an exquisite beauty with a lithe and graceful figure and skin that was as fair as the finest jade. "Long time no see, Fairy Yuan. How have you been?" Han Li greeted as he cupped his fist in a salute. Yuan Yao was wearing a green palatial dress, and she was looking back at Han Li with an elated expression. "It really is you, brother Han." Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward her to ascertain her cultivation base, upon which a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. "I see you've reached the late spatial tempering stage, Fairy Yuan. Looks like Senior Qing Yuanzi had expended much effort to nurture you in your cultivation." Yaoer is not just my disciple now, but also my foster daughter. So of course I do everything in my power to assist her in her cultivation." A cold harumph suddenly rang out. Immediately thereafter, 6 streaks of azure light flew out of one of Yuan Yao's sleeves, then converged to form a miniature azure humanoid figure. The humanoid figure wore a set of gray robes and had a small green sword on its back. It was only around a foot tall, but aside from the size disparity, it was completely identical to Qing Yuanzi. Nascent soul substantiation. Han Li couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of this miniature figure. "Are you that surprised to see my nascent soul out of my body? Come to think of it, your surprise is justified. For those who've yet to reach the Grand Ascension stage, it would indeed be very dangerous for them to release their nascent soul out of their body for an extended period of time. However, I've been at the Grand Ascension stage for countless years, and my nascent soul has been cultivated to a completely substantial form, so a physical body is no longer indispensable to me. You'll understand when you get to the Grand Ascension stage as well. Besides, this is only one of my 3 nascent souls." Qing Yuanzi chuckled. "Your powers are truly unfathomable, Senior," Han Li said in a heartfelt manner as he extended a slight bow. "This is nothing remarkable for Grand Ascension stage beings like us. In comparison, your progress is far more incredible. It's only been a few centuries since we last met, yet you're already at the body integration stage. Even I was progressing nowhere near as quickly at the same stage in my own cultivation journey. Looks like you've truly encountered some miraculous opportunities during these years," the miniature figure said with a hint of a smile on its face. "You're far too kind, Senior. I was merely lucky and certainly can't be compared with someone of your prestige," Han Li said in a modest manner. "I know full well whether my praise is warranted or not. By the way, were you involved in a battle before I came here? The residual aura here is very strange," Qing Yuanzi said with furrowed brows as he inspected his surroundings. Han Li was rather surprised to hear this. The devastating aura of the 5-colored giant I should have been detectable to someone of Qing Yuanzi's powers, even if he were situated quite far away. However, it was quite clear that Qing Yuanzi had failed to sense anything. Could it be that the giant I had unleashed some kind of ability that had masked its own aura? In that case, then the 5-colored giant I would be even more fearsome than he had initially imagined. Even with these thoughts racing through his mind, Han Li maintained a calm expression and replied, "I was indeed involved in a battle earlier, When I was teleporting to this place, one of my enemies hitched a ride, but I've taken care of him now. He stemmed from some rather special origins, so it's no surprise that his residual aura is also rather peculiar. I see, looks like I was just overthinking things then. Alright, let's not linger here any longer. Come with me and we'll talk further when we get back to my cave abode. It'll take around half a day to get back to my abode, and if it weren't for the fact that I just so happened to be testing a type of secret technique with Yaoer, I wouldn't have been able to get here so quickly, Qing Yuanzi said as he aimed a meaningful glance at Han Li. Before Han Li had a chance to respond, Qing Yuanzi flew away as a streak of azure light, and Han Li could only follow along behind him. As for Yuan Yao, she flew beside him within a streak of golden light with a smile on her face. I thought it would take a few more years before your return. After all, the items that Father asked you to search for are all extremely rare in the spirit realm. Yuan Yao transmitted her voice to Han Li as she flew alongside him. How are you so sure that I managed to gather the items Senior Jiang requested? Perhaps I returned for some other purpose. Han Li also transmitted his voice in response with a faint smile. I'm familiar with your personality, Brother Han. Without a sufficient incentive, there's no way you would go through the effort of returning to this place, and the only thing here that could currently be of interest to you would naturally be the divine infernal river elixir, Yuan Yao said with a gorgeous smile. You really do know me well, Fairy Yuan. I did indeed come here for the divine infernal river elixir, Han Li conceded with a wry smile. In that case, it's going to be slightly difficult for you to achieve your objective, Yuan Yao sighed in a forlorn manner. What do you mean by that, Fairy Yuan? Could it be that Senior Jiang changed his mind about the divine infernal river elixir? Han Li asked in a surprised manner. Of course not. Someone of Father's status wouldn't go back on their word so easily. However, something outside of his control recently happened. I'm sure he'll explain everything to you once we get back, so I won't say too much about it. Having said that, things aren't entirely non-negotiable, so you needn't worry too much, Yuan Yao said in a meaningful voice. Yuan Yao's words presented more questions than answers, but Han Li merely nodded and fell silent. Yuan Yao knew that he was contemplating what she had just said, so she remained silent in a thoughtful gesture to avoid disrupting Han Li and merely flew by his side with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, Qing Yuanzi was flying on ahead of them and didn't even turn his head to check on them once. Thus, the three streaks of light quickly vanished into the distance, leaving the battlefield between Han Li and Shopkeeper Yu completely empty. Around half a day later, the trio finally returned to Qing Yuanzi's cave abode, and Han Li arrived in the hall that was still slightly familiar to him. The miniature azure figure stretched lazily, then suddenly expanded to the size of a normal human being. He sat down on the main seat in a casual manner, then said to Han Li, "You're already a body integration cultivator now, so there's no need for you to be too reserved and rigid in my presence. You can take a seat as well." "Thank you, Senior." Han Li immediately extended a respectful salute before taking a seat as he was told. Yuan Yao strode over to Qing Yuanzi's side before standing behind him in an obedient manner, and right at this moment, a white-robed young woman with a round face emerged into the hall, carrying a platter with several cups of spirit tea. She placed one of the cups onto the table in front of Han Li, then said with a smile, "Welcome, Brother Han. I didn't think that you would return to this place so soon." This woman was naturally none other than Yen Li. Han Li turned to her with a smile and said, "Long time no see, Fairy Yen. You look just as youthful and beautiful as ever. I possess a half-ghost body, so my appearance naturally won't change." I can't seem to ascertain your exact cultivation base now. Could it be that you've already reached the body integration stage, Brother Han?" Yen Li initially had a smile on her face, but that smile quickly gave way to a stunned expression as she swept her spiritual sense toward Han Li. Yen Li was currently at the early spatial tempering stage, so it was naturally impossible for her to glean Han Li's current cultivation base. "Indeed, I was very fortunate and managed to progress to the mid-body integration stage," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "The mid-body integration stage?" Yen Li was completely rooted to the spot. A hint of impatience appeared on Qing Yuanzi's face, and he said, "If you want to catch up with fellow Taoist Han, you can talk to him all you want after we're done with our discussion here." "Ah, my apologies for my rudeness." Yen Li finally returned to her senses before offering the other cup of spirit tea on her platter to Qing Yuanzi, then situated herself beside Yuan Yao. I also didn't think that you would come here so soon, and my main nascent soul is currently in seclusion cultivating a powerful ability, so I won't be able to greet you with my true body. Qing Yuanzi suddenly said to Han Li. It's already a great honor for me to be graced by the presence of one of your nascent souls even though you're at a critical juncture in your cultivation, Senior, Han Li replied in a sincere manner. Qing Yuanzi nodded at the sight of Han Li's respectful display, then cut straight to the chase. You returned to the Infernal River using the treasure I gave you, so you must have gathered a lot of the materials I asked for, right? Roughly how many of the materials have you gathered? As we agreed, you only have to gather 2/3 of all the materials on the list to complete your mission. All of the materials I've gathered are in the storage bracelet. Please inspect them for yourself, Senior. Instead of giving a direct reply, Han Li flipped a hand over to produce a green storage bracelet, then stood up and offered the bracelet to Qing Yuanzi with both hands. As opposed to being irked by Han Li's refusal to directly answer his question, a hint of elation flashed through his eyes, and he said, "Hee, you seem very confident, fellow Taoist Han. Looks like you must have completed your mission with flying colors. Now then, let me inspect the fruits of your efforts." Thus, he reached out to accept the storage bracelet, then closed his eyes and injected his spiritual sense into it. Yuan Yao and Yen Li both turned to appraise Qing Yuanzi in unison. They naturally couldn't inject their spiritual sense into the storage bracelet as well, but they could gauge Han Li's degree of success by inspecting Qing Yuanzi's reaction. In contrast with the slightly anxious looks on their faces, Han Li was very calm and collected. With Qing Yuanzi's immensely powerful spiritual sense, as well as his vast wealth of knowledge and experience, it naturally wouldn't take him long to inspect all of the materials in the storage bracelet. Initially, he remained completely expressionless, but not long after that, a hint of astonishment had appeared on his face, and as more time passed, the astonishment gave way to shock and elation. Yuan Yao was quite relieved to see this, and at the same time, she turned to Han Li with a curious look in her eyes. As Qing Yuanzi's foster daughter, she was naturally aware of what materials were on the list that had been given to Han Li. The quantity and rarity of the materials on that list had been truly astonishing to her, and she had always been concerned that Han Li wouldn't be able to complete this mission. However, judging from Qing Yuanzi's reaction, Han Li had to have gathered a very significant proportion of the materials on the list. Initially, Qing Yuanzi hadn't actually harbored very high hopes for Han Li. He had merely given Han Li a list of materials as it couldn't hurt to do so it was a low-risk endeavor for a potentially high reward, albeit only with very slim chances. These materials were very important to Qing Yuanzi to begin with, and the fact that he was unable to leave the Infernal River made the materials even more precious to him. Yen Li was also staring at Han Li with an astonished look in her eyes, but that was also tinged with some other complex emotions. Very good. Aside from a few materials that even I wouldn't be confident in finding, you found all of the materials on my list. You have truly surprised me, fellow Taoist Han. With these materials, I'll have a 20% better chance of transcending my next lightning tribulation, Qing Yuanzi said in an excited voice as he opened his eyes. These materials can only result in a 20% increase? Han Li was stunned to hear this. All of the materials that he had gathered were extremely difficult to find in the spirit realm, and he had only found some of them in the medicine garden within the vast glacial realm. In Han Li's opinion, many of those materials most likely couldn't even be found in the spirit realm anymore. Once someone reaches my cultivation base, normal methods are completely ineffective when it comes to increasing the chances of transcending a tribulation, and there are extremely limited external forces that can be drawn upon. So 20% is already an optimistic estimate. Alright, setting that aside for now, you delivered the materials I asked for, so I'll naturally give you some divine Infernal River elixir in return. But before that, are you still planning to exchange these materials for the elixir? If you're open to alternatives, I can offer you items that are no less valuable than the elixir, Qing Yuanzi said with a smile as he carefully stowed the storage bracelet away. I'm sure you're aware of how important the elixir is to me now that I'm at the body integration stage, so I'll have to turn down any alternatives. Han Li replied without any hesitation. Yuan Yao had already hinted that there would be an issue with this exchange, so he was ready for such an offer. In that case, things could be a little troublesome. Qing Yuanzi's brows furrowed slightly as a contemplative look appeared on his face. You seem troubled, Senior. Would you be able to tell me what the issue is? If I recall correctly, didn't you already have some divine infernal river elixir? Han Li asked. Truth be told, if you had come 100 years earlier, or 200 to 300 years later, there would be no issues at all, but I recently lent my elixir to someone else who had an urgent need for it. If you wait another few centuries, perhaps I can source some more, Qing Yuanzi said in a resigned manner. You lent out the elixir? Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, the one who borrowed the elixir is one of the grand elders of the Mayfly race, and we're close acquaintances. He's one of the reasons I've been able to reside in the Infernal River, so I couldn't turn him down, Qing Yuanzi revealed. Han Li's expression naturally became rather strained upon hearing this. However, Qing Yuanzi then suddenly smiled and said, but rest assured, fellow Taoist Han, if you really want the elixir, it's not impossible to obtain it. What do you mean by that, senior? Are there other avenues through which the elixir can be secured? Han Li immediately asked as an elated look appeared on his face. Of course. Divine Infernal River elixir is very rare, and every time it's produced, I always make sure to get my hands on some. However, there are also several other tremendously powerful beings who inhabit this realm, and they'll also take a share each as well. Generally, half of the elixir produced is taken by the Mayfly race, while the rest is split among us. However, these people all have rather peculiar personalities and are no less powerful than I am. I have no ties or relations with them, and I'll have to pay them a visit in person to see if I can borrow some elixir from them. Rest assured, even if I'm unable to do so, I'll make sure to issue you satisfactory reparations for your efforts, Qing Yuanzi said in a confident manner. Han Li was feeling slightly more reassured by Qing Yuanzi's promise, and he asked, in that case, I guess I'll just have to wait. Pardon me for asking, but roughly when would I be able to expect a response? I naturally can't send this second nascent soul of mine to visit those old geezers, so I'll have to visit them in person. My true body will be coming out of seclusion in around a month at the very least and around half a year at the most. You should be able to wait for that much time, right, fellow Taoist Han? Qing Yuanzi replied in a calm manner. Of course, Han Li replied with a rather sheepish smile. All of a sudden, Qing Yuanzi smiled and asked, by the way, how are your Azure Bamboo Clouds worm swords coming along? I'm sure you've already refined them again, right? Han Li was rather taken aback by the sudden change in topic, but he still replied, I did indeed refine all of the flying swords again following your instructions. I've cultivated the final Azure Coil sword formation as well. It's just that the sword art you passed down to me is truly profound, and I was only able to glean a small portion of it. In that case, would you like me to instruct you in the sword art? I developed some new insights regarding this sword art during the past years, and I'm sure those insights would be beneficial to you. On top of that, now that you're at the mid-body integration stage, I'm sure it'll only be a matter of time before you encounter your late-body integration stage bottleneck. I also have some insights on this area if you'd like to hear them as well. Han Li was naturally both surprised and ecstatic to hear this, and he hurriedly rose to his feet before extending a deep bow. Thank you, Senior. It would be a vast honor for me to receive instructions from you. He was naturally aware that Qing Yuanzi was only willing to do this as he had gathered far more materials on the list than Qing Yuanzi had expected. All right, then you can stay here for now. I'll go organize these materials first. You can come directly to my secret chamber to find me tomorrow. In the meantime, Yaoer, Yan Li, please keep fellow Taoist Han company, Qing Yuanzi instructed as he turned to Yuan Yao with a smile. Yuan Yao and Yan Li naturally hurriedly extended curtsies, and the former replied, Yes, father, we'll be sure to look after fellow Taoist Han. Qing Yuanzi nodded in response before giving Han Li a nod, then departed from the hall, leaving only Han Li, Yuan Yao, and Yan Li in the room. A faint blush appeared on Yuan Yao's face, and just as she is contemplating what she should say to Han Li, Yan Li suddenly said in an intrigued manner, I can't believe you've managed to progress to the mid-body integration stage in just a few centuries. Brother Han, your rate of progression truly puts us to shame. The two women shared quite a close bond with Han Li, so even though Han Li had far outstripped them in power, Yan Li was still regarding him as an equal, much like good friends did. You've done quite well for yourself, Fairy Yan. You've managed to remain by Senior Zhang's side and reached the spatial tempering stage after just a few centuries. I'm sure countless fellow Taoists would be envious of your situation. On top of that, I can see that a lot of the yin qi within your bodies has faded, so I presume you found a way to revert back to human bodies. I must congratulate you on that as well, Han Li said with a smile. Your powers are truly unfathomable, Brother Han. I didn't think that you would be able to spot the changes we'd undergone right away. Indeed, Senior Jiang did find a way for us to return to our human forms. It's just that this method is extremely slow, and even after all this time, we've only displayed slight changes. At this rate, it'll probably take 2,000 to 3,000 more years until we complete our transformations, Yanli replied with a smile, and it was quite clear that she was also very pleased with this development. Not only did the two of you come from the same human world as I did, you're also two of the very few good friends I have in the spirit realm, so I'm very glad to see that you're doing well, Han Li said with a smile. Brother Han, if it's not too much trouble, would you be able to tell us about what you've been through these past years? Of course, you can omit the more sensitive details. The two of us have been trapped in this place ever since we ascended to the spirit realm, and we're very curious about your experiences, Yuan Yao finally said. Indeed, I'm also quite interested to hear what you've been up to all these years, Brother Han, Yanli chimed in an excited manner. Han Li chuckled in response and obliged with the request. I've been to many places since we last met, including even another continent. If you'd like to hear about my experiences, then I'd be more than happy to give you a recount. Back when I left this place several hundred years ago, I first returned to the island I resided on prior to coming here and then went into seclusion for a while, progressing to the spatial tempering stage in the process. Thus, Han Li gave an account of his experiences to the two women, and even though he had omitted a lot of important details, it was still a spectacular story for the sheltered pair of sisters. Yuan Yao's eyes were sparkling as she listened to Han Li's tale, and Yan Li also occasionally gave cries of surprise. After a long while, Han Li finally concluded his story, and he naturally inquired about how the women's cultivation had progressed during these past years. Thus, Yuan Yao and Yan Li told him their stories as well, but compared to the spectacular tale Han Li had just told, their experiences were admittedly extremely drab and boring. Aside from cultivating and occasionally going out into the infernal river to gather items for Qing Yuanzi, there wasn't really anything else to speak of. Thus, Han Li continued to chat with the two women, and after they had had their fill of conversation, the two women organized a silent cultivation chamber within the cave abode for Han Li to stay in. He was left to rest on his own there, and after meditating for a night, he was led to Qing Yuanzi's secret chamber by the two women the next morning. Time flew by and 3 months passed in a flash. On this day, a streak of golden light and a streak of azure light suddenly rose up into the air above Qing Yuanzi's cave abode before flying toward a certain direction. Within the streaks of light were a gray-robed elderly man and an azure-robed young man who appeared to be in his 20s. They were naturally none other than Qing Yuanzi and Han Li. However, as opposed to Qing Yuanzi's nascent soul, this was Qing Yuanzi's true body that was flying alongside Han Li. He had finally emerged from seclusion the day before, and Han Li had benefited immensely in his cultivation from being instructed by the nascent soul for the past 3 months. At present, they were heading toward an obscure place in the infernal river to visit a certain mysterious individual. What Han Li found to be rather strange and perplexing was that Qing Yuanzi had asked Han Li to join him on this trip. After traveling for half a day, Han Li finally couldn't help but ask, "Would you be able to tell me who we're going to be visiting, Senior? I'm taking you to one of the old geezers in here who is relatively easier to talk to, so there should be a greater chance that we'll be able to get some elixir from him. As for exactly who he is or what his origins are, I'm not particularly sure. However, what I can be sure of is that he definitely isn't a flying spirit being or mayfly being. Instead, it seems that his true form is some kind of powerful beast. In terms of experience and age, even I can't hold a candle to him. He'll be slightly easier to talk to than the others, but he has a rather peculiar personality as well, so make sure to be on your guard when we meet him," Qing Yuanzi said in a serious manner. "Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I'll be sure to exercise caution," Han Li hurriedly answered. "Haha, there's no need for you to be too concerned. He owes me a favor from many years ago, so barring any mishaps, we should be able to achieve our objective for this trip," Qing Yuanzi chuckled in reassurance. "That would naturally be best," Han Li replied with a smile. "Haha, alright, let's focus on traveling now. That person resides in a very secluded corner of the infernal river, so even at our speed, it will take over 10 days to reach his abode," Qing Yuanzi said as golden light revolved around his body, and his speed abruptly doubled as he shot forth through the air as a golden thread. Han Li naturally also sped up upon seeing this, transforming into a rapid azure thread that followed closely behind Qing Yuanzi. 10 days later, Han Li and Qing Yuanzi arrived above a strange azure lake that was enshrouded under a vast expanse of faint gray mist. Not only was the entire lake enshrouded under mist, it was extremely massive and the water within it was of a vibrant green color. Han Li released his spiritual sense toward the water down below and was shocked to discover the vast abundance of spiritual qi within the lake. Countless giant fish were swimming through the lake, and all of them were demonic fish that possessed magic power and were giving off astonishing auras. However, these fish seemed to have been somehow restricted. Not only did not a single one of them float to the surface, even as Han Li and Qing Yuanzi flew over the lake, the fish displayed no interest toward them whatsoever. Han Li was slightly surprised to see this, and after flying for several tens of thousands of kilometers further, an island appeared on the surface of the lake. The island was very eye-catching as it was entirely of a shimmering golden color. On top of that, there was a giant radiant golden palace that took up roughly 2/3 of the area of the island, while the rest of the area had been reserved for all types of exotic flowers and plants. The island was as beautiful as an immortal paradise, but it was entirely enshrouded within a white light barrier, from which Han Li could sense powerful restriction fluctuations. This is where that man lives. Come with me, fellow Taoist Han, Qing Yuanzi said with a smile as he stopped in front of the island. This senior sure lives in a rather unique place. Han Li looked down at the dazzling golden island in a stunned manner. Hee, this is just one of his strange indulgences. You'll know what he's like when you meet him, Qing Yuanzi replied as a slightly peculiar look appeared in his eyes. I'm quite curious about this senior now, Han Li mused with a contemplative look on his face. Meanwhile, Qing Yuanzi swept a sleeve toward the white light barrier up ahead and a burst of golden light immediately shot forth before transforming into a giant golden sword that was over 100 feet in length. The sword swept toward the light barrier without any hesitation and a resounding boom rang out as ripples ran over the entire surface of the light barrier. Almost at the exact same moment, several roars of fury immediately rang out from the island. Who dares to attack our Golden Flame Island? Are you unaware that this is Master Golden Flame's abode? Several figures instantly appeared within the light barrier before revealing themselves to be 4 golden armored guards, all of whom immediately turned toward Qing Yuanzi and Han Li with furious expressions. However, upon catching sight of Qing Yuanzi, the 4 guards hurriedly extended respectful bows. Ah, it's Master Qing. It was quite clear that all of the guards recognized Qing Yuanzi, and their enraged expressions immediately faded. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward these 4 guards and discovered that they were all at the spatial tempering stage. However, there were violent auras within all of their bodies, so they clearly weren't ordinary people. Golden Flame Baron, why don't you come out to meet your old friend? Qing Yuanzi called out toward the Golden Palace, paying no heed to the 4 golden armored guards even though his voice wasn't very loud. He had clearly used some kind of secret technique that made his voice audible over the entire island. Come in on your own, Qing Yuanzi. Are you asking me to come out to greet you? An indifferent male voice rang out from within the Golden Palace in response. It was coming from somewhere quite far away, but it was also very clearly audible to Han Li and Qing Yuanzi. Pardon my intrusion, then. You can lead the way for me, Qing Yuanzi said to the 4 guards with a smile. The 4 golden armored guards hurriedly replied in a respectful manner. Yes, please come with us, senior. Thus, Han Li and Qing Yuanzi were led through the light barrier by the guards before descending toward the palace on the island. Not long after that, Qing Yuanzi was seated in a spacious hall in a casual manner while Han Li was seated beside him in a more rigid and respectful posture. On the main seat in the hall sat a golden-robed middle-aged man with a golden dragon crown on his head and a calm look on his face. I can see that this fellow Taoist is a mid-body integration cultivator. Could it be that you accepted him as your disciple, knowing that your life is about to come to an end soon? Someone of his powers at his age is indeed worthy of being your heir. However, last time I visited Old Man Yen, I recall he told me that you have a female disciple, the golden-crowned man said. This man had skin that was as fair as jade, and a very graceful and refined appearance. He was the owner of this place, a grand ascension stage being by the name of Golden Flame Baron. Almost every single inch of his body was adorned by shimmering golden accessories, and Han Li was left feeling rather speechless at the sight of him. At the same time, he finally understood what Qing Yuanzi had told him earlier. I'm afraid you're mistaken, fellow Taoist Jin. Fellow Taoist Han is just one of my acquaintances. I'm sure you recall an incident that took place several hundred years ago, where members of the Mayfly race hunted down a few people who tried to steal some divine infernal river elixir. It was during that time that I first met fellow Taoist Han. As for the female disciple you're referring to, she's already become my foster daughter, and even though she also possesses outstanding aptitude, she's still only at the spatial tempering stage at the moment, Qing Yuanzi explained with a smile. Oh, you must be the one who diverted the infernal lightning beast away for those who were attempting to steal the elixir. If I recall correctly, didn't everyone in that group get captured by the Mayfly race in the end? How did this fellow Taoist Han manage to escape? Could it be that you were the one who saved him? The golden-crowned man asked with a hint of befuddlement in his eyes. That's not exactly what happened, but it's close enough. I was indeed the one who sent fellow Taoist Han away from the infernal river, but please don't misunderstand. I only did this as fellow Taoist Han is from the same race as I am, and I also required his services to do something in my stead in the outside world, Qing Yuanzi said in a calm manner. I see. Come to think of it, it's been over 1,000 years since you last came to visit me. Now that you're here with fellow Taoist Han, I'm sure you haven't just come to me for a chat, right? Golden Flame Baron asked in a serious voice. I do indeed have something I need to discuss with you, fellow Taoist Jin, Qing Yuanzi admitted with a smile. I knew it. We're slightly closer with one another than all of the other old geezers in the infernal river, but we're certainly not close enough for you to pay me a visit right after you come out of seclusion. What do you want to see me for? Golden Flame Baron asked in an expressionless manner. Qing Yuanzi was rather displeased by Golden Flame Baron's cold and forbidding demeanor, and his expression fell slightly as he said, I'm not here to force you into anything, fellow Taoist. I only want to propose a mutually beneficial exchange. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, I definitely won't force the issue. Golden Flame Baron took a meaningful glance at Qing Yuanzi before a smile appeared on his face. Haha. Forgive me, fellow Taoist. I haven't had company for a long time, and it seems that I've forgotten my manners. Now then, what would you like to propose? As long as it's not an exchange that's too lopsided, I would be happy to consider it. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. I recall during my last visit that you expressed an interest in my 9-eye bead and that you were willing to exchange some treasures for it. However, at the time, I required it for something else, so I turned down your offer. On this occasion, I've brought this bead along with me and would like to exchange it for something I need. What do you say, Brother Jin? Qing Yuanzi swept a sleeve over the table beside him as he spoke, and a vibrant green jade box appeared amid a flash of golden light. Golden Flame Baron's composed facade immediately cracked slightly upon hearing this, and he focused his gaze intently onto the box on the table. Only after seemingly expending a lot of effort did he finally manage to forcibly wrench his gaze away from the box. It was quite clear that he held this 9-eye bead in extremely high regard, and he said, Seeing as you're being so straightforward, I won't waste any time either. What would you like for this treasure? As long as it's not one of my indispensable treasures, I can consider anything else. Han Li was quite elated to see this. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that there was a very good chance that he would be able to secure some divine infernal river elixir. Qing Yuanzi smiled and replied, I want 3 vials of divine infernal river elixir and a chunk of self-creating soil. Absolutely not. This 9-eye bead does indeed have extraordinary abilities when it comes to tool refinement, but it's nowhere near valuable enough to exchange for those items. Setting aside the divine infernal river elixir for now, self-creating soil is one of the best earth attribute materials in existence, and there are almost no other earth attribute materials that can compare with it. I'm only in possession of a very small amount of this soil, and I'm planning to use it to refine a treasure for my next tribulation transcendence. I certainly can't give it away like this, Golden Flame Baron said as he shook his head vehemently. I'm naturally aware of this, but what if I throw in these 3 things as well? Qing Yuanzi wasn't surprised in the slightest by Golden Flame Baron's rejection, and a confident smile appeared on his face as he swept a sleeve over the table again. summoning 3 strange rhomboid items. These 3 items resembled fist-sized spearheads that were of a shimmering golden color. These items were covered in strange red runes and were quite mystifying to behold. Golden Flame Baron faltered slightly at the sight of these items, then carefully inspected them, but didn't seem to discover anything. Thus, he made a grabbing motion to draw one of the items into his grasp for closer inspection. Could this be? At the same time, Han Li was staring intently at the other 2 golden items on the table, as he could sense an extremely familiar aura emanating from them. After inspecting the golden item in his hand for a while longer, Golden Flame Baron's expression began to change slightly. I can't be certain, but this seems to be the legendary Vajra Devil vanquishing divine lightning, Golden Flame Baron said, in a rather hesitant manner as he turned to Qing Yuanzi. You have an exceptional eye, fellow Taoist. I obtained some golden lightning bamboo leaves some years ago, and it took me several centuries to refine only 6 pieces of this lightning. I'm bringing out half of them at once, so I'm sure that's a sufficient show of my sincerity. Your next major heavenly tribulation won't be too far away, and Vajra Devil vanquishing divine lightning is an exceptional weapon against extra-realm heavenly devils. Those devils can be extremely troublesome during tribulations, and normal treasures have very minimal effects on them. With this lightning, you'll be able to protect yourself against them far better than any treasure could protect you. If it weren't for the fact that I had managed to refine more than enough for myself, I definitely wouldn't be offering them to you, Qing Yuanzi said with a hint of a smile on his face. Golden Flame Baron seemed to have been quite tempted by this, and he fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, a peculiar look flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing the name Vajra Devil vanquishing divine lightning. It was no wonder that these 3 items had struck him with a sense of familiarity. They had been refined from the golden lightning bamboo leaves he had given to Qing Yuanzi as the main material. These leaves stemmed from the same source as the golden lightning bamboo cane, so their auras were naturally quite similar. Even though this lightning was supposed to be an effective weapon against extra-realm heavenly devils, those were heavenly devils that would only appear when one made a breakthrough attempt to the Grand Ascension stage or endured heavenly tribulations when at the Grand Ascension stage. So it wasn't something that he had to worry about for now. As for the refinement method for this lightning, Han Li had unintentionally stumbled upon that in the market of a certain foreign race, but he had been stunned by the vast amount of lightning attribute materials required to refine it. At the time, he knew that he wouldn't be able to gather all of the required materials and that he wouldn't be able to refine it anyway, so he reluctantly cast the matter aside. The fact that even Qing Yuanzi could only refine 6 pieces of this lightning in several centuries further confirmed to him that this was beyond his reach, and it seemed that there was no chance he would be able to refine this lightning before he reached the late body integration stage. 3 pieces of Vajra Devil vanquishing divine lightning is indeed enough to exchange for self-creating soil, but there's one thing I don't understand. Don't you have divine infernal river elixir yourself? Why did you come all the way here to exchange for some with me? Golden Flame Baron asked in a skeptical manner. All of my elixir was borrowed to someone else over 100 years ago, and fellow Taoist Han requires this item to break through his next body integration stage bottleneck. I owe him a favor due to an agreement we had made, so I could only come to you to try and secure some elixir, Qing Yuanzi explained. You promised him some divine infernal river elixir? Looks like you owe him quite a big favor indeed. Golden Flame Baron mused as he turned to Han Li with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Han Li extended a slight bow in a display of respect, and he refrained from saying something. I do indeed owe him a very big favor. All right, I've told you everything I have to say. If you still can't make up your mind, then I'll have to go to someone else. Old Man Yen is about to face a lightning tribulation soon as well, and I'm sure he'd be more than happy to exchange with me, Qing Yuanzi said in a meaningful manner. Haha, I never said I was going to refuse, Brother Qing. Seeing as you're being sincere and I owe you a favor as well, I'll agree to this exchange, Golden Flame Baron chuckled after a brief moment of contemplation. You've made a wise decision, Brother Qing. This is definitely a mutually beneficial exchange for both of us. Qing Yuanzi replied in an elated voice. Golden Flame Baron smiled before suddenly opening his mouth to expel 4 balls of spiritual light, 3 of which were white while the other was yellow. They consisted of 3 small white jade vials and a yellow jade box. He swept a sleeve through the air, and the 4 items immediately flew toward Qing Yuanzi in unison. At the same time, he waved his other hand toward the green jade box on the table as well as the other 2 pieces of Vajra Devil Vanquishing Divine Lightning, and those items were all drawn into his grasp. Meanwhile, Qing Yuanzi had also drawn the small vials and yellow jade box into his own hand, and he immediately began to carefully inspect the items with his spiritual sense. After a while, a pleased look appeared on his face. "I really must thank you, Brother Jean. Fellow Taoist Han. Here's your divine infernal river elixir." Qing Yuanzi tossed the 3 small vials toward Han Li with a flick of his wrist as he spoke, and Han Li hurriedly accepted them in an elated and grateful manner. Qing Yuanzi had initially only agreed to give him 2 vials of this elixir, yet he was now giving him all 3 vials, clearly as an extra reward for all of the materials he had gathered. It seemed that he had made a wise decision in offering all of the materials he had collected rather than withholding some of them. This divine infernal river elixir was extremely precious, but it wasn't very useful to Qing Yuanzi, so he naturally wasn't going to be stingy with it. Golden Flame Baron was clearly also very pleased with this exchange, and he began to make some small talk with Qing Yuanzi. They exchanged some obscure news about the spirit realm, as well as some information regarding cultivation, and Han Li also benefited from listening to their conversation. Close to 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye, and Qing Yuanzi finally stood up to take his leave. Golden Flame Baron didn't try to keep him, but he also rose to his feet to accompany Qing Yuanzi to the gate of his palace. Right at this moment, a resounding boom rang out in the air above the island, causing the entire palace to tremor. It seemed that something had struck the restriction over the island. The trio in the hall were all quite alarmed by this, and they exchanged slightly bewildered glances. This was blatant provocation. Qing Yuanzi had struck the restriction over the island with a seemingly powerful streak of sword qi, but it actually hadn't packed much power, whereas the massive commotion that had just rung out clearly stemmed from the restriction being completely broken. Golden Flame Baron quickly returned to his senses, and an enraged look appeared on his face as he made a hand seal to activate some kind of ability. However, in the next instant, a male voice suddenly rang out in the air above the hall. "Golden Flame, Qing Yuanzi, are you in there? Hurry up and come out to greet me, you little brats." The voice was very rough and uncouth, and both Golden Flame Baron and Qing Yuanzi's expressions changed slightly as they exchanged a wry smile. "Why has no one come out to greet me yet? Do you want me to raze this place to the ground?" The man outside seemed to have become rather impatient, and as soon as his voice trailed off, a string of resounding booms rang out in rapid succession outside the palace. Immediately thereafter, bursts of spatial fluctuations surged over the entire island, and golden light flashed from outside the hall as a panicked golden armored guard rushed into the hall. "Master, the man outside is... I know who he is, you can go now. Brother Jiang, it looks like you won't be able to leave anytime soon. Let's go and greet this old monster together. Otherwise, he really could destroy my entire island," Golden Flame Baron said with a wry smile. "It seems I have no choice but to meet him. Judging from past experience, this is not going to be pleasant." Qing Yuanzi sighed in a resigned manner. Golden Flame Baron also heaved a resigned sigh before making a hand seal, and golden light flashed from his body as a layer of golden flames appeared to completely envelop him. A dull thump rang out, and the flames suddenly dispersed, while Golden Flame Baron also abruptly disappeared. This was an extremely rare fire movement technique. Meanwhile, Qing Yuanzi merely flew toward the entrance of the hall as a streak of golden light, but vanished into thin air along the way. Thus, Han Li was the only one left in the hall. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of being could evoke such a wary response from a pair of Grand Ascension stage beings. He didn't want to meet this mighty figure, but a meeting seemed to be unavoidable. With that in mind, Han Li heaved a faint sigh, and a thunderclap rang out from behind him, following which a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back. He flapped those wings, and vanished as an arc of azure and white lightning. In the air over 10,000 feet above the island, Qing Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron were facing a gargantuan creature that was over 1,000 feet in length, and both of them had respectful looks on their faces. The giant creature was a glossy, inky black beetle, and standing atop the head of the beetle was a thin, elderly man. The man appeared to be around 60 years of age, with a pair of deep-set eyes and large nostrils. He wore a set of colorful robes and a necklace of shimmering silver beads around his neck. Each bead was around the size of an egg, and the necklace was extremely eye-catching. What was quite alarming was that not only was the white light barrier above the island nowhere to be seen, the other 3 golden armored guards had all been bound tightly by a white thread that had been expelled from the beetle's mouth. These guards were spinning uncontrollably in midair, being made to look like complete fools. When Hanli arrived behind Xianxia as an azure and white arc of lightning, Golden Flame Baron was appraising the elderly man standing atop the beetle with a forced smile on his face, paying no heed to his 3 bound subordinates. "Brother Void Spirit, it's very rare that you have time to visit me. Please come down to my palace for a seat." "Hee hee, you say that, but you're actually hoping that I never come to visit you, right?" The elderly man chuckled in a forthright manner. "I wouldn't dare to think that. By the way, how did you know that Brother Jiang had also come to visit me?" Golden Flame Baron's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly changed the topic of conversation, directing it toward Xianxia. Xianxia was naturally cursing Golden Flame Baron internally for throwing him to the wolves, but he could only force a smile onto his face as he said, "I was also wondering how you knew that I was with Brother Jean. Could it be that you've already visited my cave abode?" "Ha! I didn't just visit your cave abode. I visited everyone in this infernal river. 2 of them were in seclusion and didn't want to see me, but they came out to meet me after I wrecked their abodes. They should have just complied from the very beginning," the elderly man guffawed in a smug manner. Not only did Golden Flame Baron and Xianxia exchange a wry smile upon hearing this, Hanli was also quite stunned by what he had just heard. "I have something that I need to speak to the 2 of you about, so I'll come take a seat in your palace." "Golden Flame, your green spirit wine is pretty good. Get me 8 flagons, the elderly man said in a nonchalant manner. 8 flagons? Surely you jest, Brother Void Spirit. Each flagon of green spirit wine takes several centuries to brew, and I only have 4 flagons in total, Golden Flame Baron said with a wry smile. "Haha, 4 flagons will suffice, then that'll be enough for 1 sitting," the elderly man chortled. After that, he made a hand seal, and the giant beetle beneath his feet abruptly vanished as a plume of black smoke. The black smoke then swept upward and disappeared up his sleeve like a spirit snake. The elderly man flew down toward the palace as a streak of black light, and Golden Flame Baron could only heave a resigned sigh as he made a grabbing motion toward the distance. The 3 golden armored guards being suspended in midair immediately stopped spinning, and the white thread around them crumbled away. They were still feeling very dizzy, but as soon as they stabilized themselves, they immediately extended deep bows toward Golden Flame Baron with shameful looks on their faces. "Thank you for saving us, Master. Our incompetence has brought shame upon you. It's not your fault. That man's powers are far beyond even my own. Just make sure to repair the restriction," Golden Flame Baron said with a shake of his head, then descended toward the palace as a streak of golden light. "Come with me, fellow Taoist Han. Make sure to be on your guard as that old monster is very difficult to please." Xianxia sighed before he vanished into thin air as a streak of golden light. Han Li paused momentarily on the spot with a contemplative look on his face before also flying down toward the palace. Moments later, everyone arrived in the same hall and took their seats. However, the main seat was now being occupied by Void Spirit rather than Golden Flame Baron. As soon as everyone had taken a seat, Golden Flame Baron clapped his hands together, and 4 beautiful servants clothed in golden veil dresses immediately strode into the hall before placing some precious spirit fruits down onto the tables beside everyone. "Where's the green spirit wine? You're not trying to swindle me with this stuff, are you, Golden Flame?" Void Spirit scoffed as he rolled his eyes at the spirit fruits. Golden Flame Baron forcibly repressed his rage and explained, "Rest assured, Brother Void Spirit. Green spirit wine can only be brewed in myriad year profound ice, and I've already sent someone to retrieve it." "All right, but you better not keep me waiting for too long." Void Spirit nodded before picking up a red peach-like spirit fruit, then gobbled it down with just a few bites, not even bothering to spit out the core of the fruit. Hanli was struck by a sense of speechlessness upon seeing this. Right at this moment, the elderly man took a glance at him before a hint of intrigue appeared in his eyes. "Oh, I can see that your bone age is only just over 2,000 years. Yet you've already reached the mid-body integration stage. That's quite impressive. Are you a junior from the same race as Qing Yuanzi? Not only was Han Li not flattered by the elderly man's words of praise, a chill immediately ran down his spine, and he hurriedly rose to his feet before extending a respectful bow. Junior Han pays his respects to Senior Void Spirit. Indeed, I'm from the same race as Senior Jiang. Even a grand ascension stage being like Qing Yuanzi was extremely wary of this man, so he naturally had to give this man the utmost respect. It was quite incredible that he was able to determine Han Li's age with just a single glance, and Han Li could only hope that the elderly man would only take a fleeting interest in him before moving on. However, things didn't progress as he hoped they would. The elderly man's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he clicked his tongue with wonder before continuing, "Your level of aptitude is extremely good, even in the context of the entire spirit realm. Qing Yuanzi, I recall that your human race seems to be nothing more than an insignificant minor race, right? Why is it that not only does the human race have a grand ascension stage being like yourself, there's also someone of this Han brat's aptitude among their ranks? Could it be that you intentionally lied to me about the power of the human race?" Qing Yuanzi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he hurriedly explained, "I wouldn't dare to do that, Brother Void Spirit. Our human race really is just a minor race. I did indeed come from the human race, but without the opportunities one encountered thereafter, there's no way I would have been able to reach my current cultivation base. However, as a result, I'm no longer purely a human. As for fellow Taoist Han's astonishing aptitude, that's not all that strange, as every race has a supremely talented prodigy or two. It's just that you happen to encounter him, Brother Void Spirit. Of course, there's no way our human race could compare with your race. Is that so? Our Mayfly race is indeed quite powerful, but I've never seen anyone from our race reach such a cultivation base at such a young age. So how about it, fellow Taoist Han? Are you interested in joining our Mayfly race? As long as you're willing to become a guest elder of our race, we'll supply you with everything you need in your future cultivation," the elderly man said as he turned to Han Li with a hint of a smile on his face. Qing Yuanzi's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he opened his mouth to say something but refrained from doing so in the end. Han Li was also very surprised by this offer, but he immediately gave a euphemistic rejection. "I'm extremely flattered by your kind offer, Senior, but our human race is about to face a major tribulation. My powers aren't all that significant, but I'm bound by duty to help our human race transcend this tribulation." The elderly man's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this, and he accused, "Tribulation? Humph. Are you using an excuse to placate me?" At the same time, a burst of invisible pressure erupted from his body before hurtling directly toward Han Li. "I definitely have no such intentions, Senior." Han Li was aware that this man had a very eccentric personality, but never did he think that Void Spirit would attack him without any inhibitions. In response to the pressure weighing down upon him, he hurriedly conjured up a protective layer of golden light around his own body. A resounding boom rang out, and a burst of enormous force crashed down onto his shoulders, forcing him to stoop down slightly, and the protective golden light around him flashed violently as if it were about to shatter. At the same time, a string of cracks and pops rang out from all of the joints within his body in rapid succession. If a normal body integration cultivator were standing in Han Li's place, they would at least sustain severe injuries from this and could easily be killed on the spot. Interesting. The elderly man mused as the dark expression on his face was replaced by one of intrigue again. Immediately thereafter, he abruptly rose to his feet, and the pressure weighing down upon Han Li became even more intense. Han Li's shoulders swayed, and his face paled slightly, but he remained firmly seated. However, the wooden chair beneath him had already been reduced to dust amid a dull thump. "Please spare him, Brother Void Spirit." Qing Yuanzi finally stepped in as he swept a sleeve through the air with furrowed brows, sending a burst of golden light surging forth from within his sleeve. A dull thump rang out, and two bursts of enormous force clashed in front of Han Li, canceling each other out in the end. The pressure on Han Li's shoulders was immediately alleviated, leaving him feeling as light as air. He heaved an internal sigh of relief, but at the same time, He was extremely stunned by this void spirit's powers. It was no wonder that even Qing Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron were so wary of him. His powers were indeed far superior in comparison. As opposed to being enraged by Qing Yuanzi's intervention, Void Spirit's eyes immediately lit up, and he said, "Oh? Do you want to spar with me, Qing Yuanzi? I would certainly welcome a sparring match. It's been several thousand years since we last fought, and I heard you recently cultivated a new ability. I would love to see it." Thus, he paid no further heed to Han Li, who was at a slight loss for what to do. He didn't know if this man really did have such a strong yearning for battle or was simply putting on an act. Some kind of recollection seemed to have surfaced in Qing Yuanzi's mind, and his expression changed slightly as he forced a smile onto his face. "Of course not, Brother Void Spirit. I wouldn't dare to challenge you. I was only hoping that you would spare fellow Taoist Han, as he's a junior from my human race, after all." A hint of disappointment flashed through the elderly man's eyes, and he seemed to have become significantly deflated. "So you don't want to? That's rather disappointing. So be it, I'll let him off the hook seeing as you've stepped in to intervene. All right, let's cut straight to the chase, then. Brother Void Spirit, I heard that you had been in cultivation for over 1,000 years in preparation to ascend to the true immortal realm. What brings you here today? You mentioned that you'd visited everyone else in the Infernal River as well. Is there something important you have to discuss with us?" Golden Flame Baron asked in a curious manner. "Of course I do. Do you think I would make the effort to break into this realm because I'm bored and have nothing to do? I'll cut the chit-chat. Give me all of your divine Infernal River elixir. I brought 5 origin pills and eggs of myriad universe insects in exchange," the elderly man said in a straightforward manner. "What? You want divine Infernal River elixir? What use do you have for divine Infernal River elixir, Brother Void Spirit?" Qing Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron were both quite surprised to hear this, as was Han Li. "What's with this reaction?" "I'm only asking for your divine Infernal River elixir. Do you think my 5 origin pills and myriad universe insect eggs aren't worth your elixir?" The elderly man's expression darkened slightly once again. "Of course not. It's just that I traded all of my elixir to fellow Taoist Jiang just now," Golden Flame Baron hurriedly explained. "Is that true, Qing Yuanzi?" The elderly man turned to Qing Yuanzi with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I did indeed just exchange for fellow Taoist Golden Flame's divine Infernal River elixir for some other items. Isn't this elixir completely ineffective for you at your cultivation base, Brother Void Spirit? On top of that, doesn't your Mayfly race have a huge reserve of this elixir? Other people in your Mayfly race may not have access to it, but wouldn't it be a simple matter for you to access those reserves?" Qing Yuanzi was also quite surprised. "Firstly, I'm sourcing this elixir for a purpose other than my own consumption. Secondly, there's a lot of routine expenditure of divine Infernal River elixir in our Mayfly race, so our reserves are nowhere near as abundant as you think. I've already used up all of the remaining elixir in our Mayfly race. Otherwise, I wouldn't be turning to you and Golden Flame. I managed to secure some elixir from the others, but it's still not enough. Hence, I don't care what you need the elixir for. I'm willing to exchange for it using something worth twice its value," the elderly man said in a serious manner. Qing Yuanzi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was thumping in his chest. In contrast, Golden Flame Baron crossed his arms and appraised the unfolding situation with a smile, assured in the knowledge that this matter no longer concerned him. "It wouldn't be right of me to turn down an offer like this, but unfortunately, I've already given the elixir to fellow Taoist Han, so I can't offer it to you even if I wanted to." Qing Yuanzi finally sighed with a shake of his head. "You gave it to him?" The elderly man furrowed his brows slightly in a display of displeasure. "Indeed. I owe fellow Taoist Han a big favor, and I promised him divine Infernal River elixir as compensation. If you want to forcibly take the elixir from fellow Taoist Han, I'm afraid I'll have to step in," Qing Yuanzi said in a solemn manner. "Oh? Looks like you really do owe this brat quite a big favor. It's very uncharacteristic of you to say something like this to me. I may have a short temper, but I wouldn't stoop to robbing juniors. However, if he's willing to hand over the elixir to me, you wouldn't intervene, would you?" the elderly man asked. "Of course. As long as fellow Taoist Han is willing to hand over the elixir, I naturally won't stick my nose into this matter. Xianxia replied in an affirmative manner. Good. Thus, the elderly man nodded with a pleased expression before turning to Han Li with a smile. Han Li's heart jolted at the sight of the smiling void spirit, and he hurriedly cupped his fist in a salute as he tried to offer an explanation. Senior, the elixir. There's no need to say anything. I do indeed have a domineering personality, but I won't bully juniors for my own gain. If I want your elixir, then I'll make it so that you'll willingly hand it over to me. The elderly man cut him off in a confident manner. Immediately thereafter, he swept a sleeve over the table beside him, and a dozen or so jade vials of different sizes appeared amid a flash of black light. These are some pills that I've collected over the years that can enhance the cultivation of a body integration cultivator, and this quantity of pills exceeds the value of 1 vial of divine infernal river elixir. How many vials of elixir do you have? I'll give you a corresponding amount of pills in return. The elderly man chuckled. Even though Xianxia and Golden Flame Baron no longer had any use for these pills, they were still quite stunned by the sight of them. Any single vial of these pills would be enough to start a war between body integration stage beings in the outside world, and such a large quantity of these pills was definitely higher in value than a single vial of divine infernal river elixir. The elderly man had nonchalantly brought out several tens of vials of these pills at once, and both Xianxia and Golden Flame Baron couldn't help but turn toward Han Li to gauge his reaction. Han Li also faltered momentarily at the sight of these pills, but instead of being elated by the sight of them, a rather peculiar look appeared on his face. After a brief hesitation, he raised an arm before making a grabbing motion, and one of the small vials was drawn into his grasp. He removed the lid, then tipped out an azure pill and began to inspect it in a careful manner. This azure shadow pill is considered to be the sacred pill of the azure sea race. Just a single pill will produce an effect equivalent to around a month of arduous cultivation for you, and this pill is only slightly above average among all of the pills that I've brought out here, Voice Spirit declared in a proud manner. It was quite clear that he was very confident in the pills he had to offer. These pills are indeed all extremely precious, but I'm afraid I can't offer my elixir in exchange for them, Han Li said with a wry smile. The elderly man faltered slightly before immediately flying into a thunderous rage. Why is that? Do you think I'm providing you with fake pills? Xianxia and Golden Flame Baron also exchanged a slightly bewildered glance. Of course not, Senior. It's just that I already have many pills that can enhance my cultivation base, so these pills aren't very useful to me, Han Li hurriedly explained. You already have some pills? What kind of pills are you using? Are you saying they're better than mine? The elderly man asked in a skeptical manner. Han Li could only heave a resigned internal sigh before continuing. If you don't believe me, then I can only show you my pills, Senior. He flipped a hand over as he spoke, and a small white jade vial appeared in his hand amid a flash of spiritual light. He tossed the vial toward the elderly man, who was still quite skeptical but was beginning to believe Han Li, judging from the calmness he was displaying. He caught the vial before removing the lid, and a pleasant fragrance immediately wafted toward him. His expression changed slightly, and instead of immediately tipping a pill out of the vial, he brought the opening of the vial to his nose and inhaled deeply, following which a slightly bewildered look appeared on his face. Brother Void Spirit, you're an accomplished pill refinement master. What do you think of fellow Taoist Han's pills? Golden Flame Baron asked. He had no inhibitions, as this had nothing to do with him anyway. There are no issues with the pills, but they have a rather peculiar fragrance. The elderly man tipped a thumb-sized pill out of the vial as he spoke. The pill was of a fiery red color with golden patterns all over its surface, as well as spiritual light swirling all around it, making it resemble a living creature. This is a corrosive immortal pill. There's no mistaking it. You managed to find corrosive poisonweed? That's an immortal plant that's long extinct in the spirit realm. As expected of an old monster-like voice spirit, he was able to identify this pill after just a rough glance. What? This pill was refined using corrosive poisonweed. Golden Flame Baron immediately rose to his feet with a stunned expression upon hearing this, and a hint of astonishment also flashed through Xianxia's eyes. The elderly man didn't say anything further. After carefully inspecting the pill in his hand, he carefully placed it back into the vial, then tossed the vial back to Han Li. Corrosive immortal pills are indeed far more potent than the pills I have here, so you weren't lying. However, the fact that you were able to find corrosive poison weed and refine these pills shows me that you're a man of great fortune. After all, corrosive poison weed can be very useful even to Grand Ascension stage beings. The elderly man said in a meaningful voice. Han Li's heart stirred slightly, and he extended a respectful salute as he said, I only knew that this plant could be used to refine body integration stage pills. I didn't know that they could be useful to Grand Ascension stage beings as well. Would you be able to enlighten me further on this subject, Senior? Void Spirit replied with a smile. Sure. This isn't really a secret. If a Grand Ascension stage being can extract the poison out of corrosive poison weed, then directly consume this poison, they could use the stimulus to create a chance for themselves to break through a bottleneck. However, this is naturally extremely dangerous, and someone who pursues this method could easily be killed by the poison. On top of that, regardless of whether they succeed or not, their body would be severely ravaged, so it's a desperate self-mutilating bid at further advancement. Despite how perilous the method is, the chances of success are extremely slim, so there's a massive imbalance between risk and reward. As such, only someone who has no hope of breaking through a bottleneck through conventional means and won't be able to transcend their next major heavenly tribulation would attempt something like this. Furthermore, extracting the poison out of corrosive poison weed is an extremely difficult process as well. And even back when the plant wasn't extinct in the spirit realm, very few people have managed to accomplish this. Qing Yuanzi displayed no reaction to this, but there was an indecisive look of contemplation in Golden Flame Baron's eyes. All right, seeing as you're not in need of pills, I'll offer you some treasures. You can pick any 3 treasures you like from this selection. Void Spirit swept a sleeve through the air as he spoke, and spiritual light flashed erratically, following which his sleeve abruptly expanded to several times its original size. A faint buzzing sound then rang out, and hundreds of treasures surged out of his sleeve in a frenzy. Some of them were releasing dazzling light, some of them were emitting sharp ringing sounds, and some were flickering in and out of existence as if they had been constructed from illusionary smoke. The one common trait among this diverse smorgasbord of treasures was that all of them were giving off extremely powerful auras. All of them seemed to be top-grade spirit treasures, and there were even a few that were giving off spiritual pressure no less powerful than that of Han Li's silver ruler. Han Li was naturally greatly astonished to see this, and he was at a loss for words. Golden Flame Baron and Qing Yuanzi exchanged a smile upon seeing this, and the former suddenly chuckled. Brother Void Spirit, fellow Taoist Han is clearly a very wealthy individual, so perhaps he may even have a few treasures on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. If you want his elixir, then these treasures most likely won't be enough to tempt him. How about you bring out some good stuff so Brother Qing and I can broaden our horizons as well? You want to see some good stuff? You sure dare to talk, Golden Flame. I do indeed have a few treasures that are on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, and they're even more valuable than divine spirit treasures, but do you think I'll be willing to exchange those for divine infernal river elixir? The elderly man chuckled coldly, turning down Golden Flame Baron's request without any hesitation. Hee, I see. I had heard that you had obtained quite a powerful treasure that seems to be related to profound heavenly treasures prior to your seclusion, and I really wanted to see it, Golden Flame Baron said in a slightly disappointed manner. A profound heavenly treasure? Qing Yuanzi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Void Spirit inspected Golden Flame Baron and Qing Yuanzi through narrowed eyes for a moment before suddenly smiling as he agreed. Humph. You sure seem to know a lot about what I've been up to recently. The treasure that I obtained was only a fragment of a profound heavenly treasure, not a true profound heavenly treasure. Seeing as you've already mentioned it, it would be stingy of me not to show you. In that case, Brother Qing and I are truly in for a treat. This is the first time I've ever seen a profound heavenly treasure, Golden Flame Baron said in an ecstatic manner. I managed to witness the power of a profound heavenly treasure many years ago, but my cultivation base was far lower at the time, and I was situated quite far away, so I never saw what the profound heavenly treasure truly looked like. Speaking of which, as one of the major races of the Tian Yuan continent, the Mayfly race should be in possession of a profound heavenly treasure, right? A hint of excitement also flashed through Qing Yuanzi's eyes as he spoke. As for Han Li, his heart stirred slightly upon hearing the mention of profound heavenly treasure. and he withdrew his gaze from the multitude of treasures in the air before turning his attention to the elderly man as well. Our race does indeed have a profound heavenly treasure, but it was given to Master Insect of our mayfly race countless years ago, and even I've only ever seen illustrations of the treasure before. There are only a dozen or so true profound heavenly treasures in the spirit realm, and they are the most powerful treasures this realm is capable of producing. The elderly man said as he rubbed his hands together, and a dull thump rang out as a ball of red light appeared between his hands. Within the red light was an object that resembled an incense burner. Its surface was riddled with pits and bumps, and there were a few golden runes inscribed upon it. At the same time, there were diagrams of unknown beasts on top of the burner. Some of these beasts had falcon heads and horse bodies. Some had pig heads and dragon bodies, but all of them were damaged and missing limbs. Han Li's trio naturally focused their eyes on the item with different expressions on their faces. This is a profound heavenly treasure fragment? Golden Flame Baron asked with a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Qing Yuanzi's brows also furrowed slightly, but as opposed to being enraged by their suspicion, Void Spirit chuckled, "Hee, I had thought that beings of your powers would have learned not to judge a book by its cover." He gently flicked a finger toward the incense burner as he spoke, and a crisp clang rang out, following which the burner tremored slightly and the golden runes on its surface immediately lit up. The beastly diagrams on the top of the burner also began to glow with red light, and this red light manifested into the missing sections of the diagrams. He then flicked his finger toward the incense burner a second time, and the golden runes on its surface disintegrated into countless specks of golden light that enveloped the entire burner. Under the illumination of the red light, the beastly diagrams also sprang to life, and it looked as if they were going to spring out of the burner at any moment. At the same time, an enormous burst of the world's origin chi proliferated forth from the burner, transforming into an enormous invisible force that enveloped the entire hall. Han Li had risen to his feet earlier, and the terrifying pressure made his body sway as his expression changed ever so slightly. Qing Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron were still seated firmly in their chairs, but they also couldn't help but be amazed by the phenomena stemming from the incense burner. This profound heavenly treasure fragment was something I unintentionally stumbled upon in an ancient battlefield deep within the primordial world. What I just displayed was only around 10% of the full power of this treasure. If I were to unleash the entirety of its power, it would definitely be no less powerful than the top 10 treasures on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. The elderly man said in a smug manner as he withdrew his hand seal before drawing the incense burner back into his grasp. Even just a fragment is capable of unleashing such power. I wonder just how fearsome a true, profound, heavenly treasure would be. I really do envy your fortune, brother Void Spirit. With this treasure, you should have a greater chance of transcending your future tribulation, Qing Yuanzi praised. I certainly hope so. However, the Ascension tribulation is certainly not that easy to transcend. All beings from our spirit realm that have attempted to transcend this tribulation were extremely cautious and only dared to take on this monumental task after taking every single precaution they could. Yet there are still only very few who make it in the end. If it weren't for the fact that I'm not confident in my ability to transcend my next major heavenly tribulation, I wouldn't be taking a risk to attempt Ascension either. If I had a true profound heavenly treasure in my possession, perhaps I would have a decent chance, but unfortunately Master Holy Insect has already refined our race's profound heavenly treasure to become a part of his body. So there's no way for me to borrow it. Void Spirit sighed in a wistful manner. All of a sudden, Qing Yuanzi said something that made Han Li's heart skip a beat. I've heard that a new profound heavenly treasure seems to have appeared in our spirit realm several hundred years ago. Is that true? Why have I never heard of this? Golden Flame Baron exclaimed in an incredulous manner. I received this news too from Elder Hua of my race. He told me that a profound heavenly treasure had appeared on the chaotic myriad spirit roll over 100 years ago, and it created a massive stir. Even the Jiao Qi race had traveled all the way to our continent in search of the treasure, and I had heard that they even performed a blood sacrifice to find the treasure, but to no avail. After that, no further news emerged of this treasure. No one knows if it developed intelligence of its own and hid itself, or was obtained by a mighty figure who used some kind of concealment technique to hide it. In any case, no one has any leads of where it may be. The elders in our race who were adept in divination expended an astonishing price to try and find the treasure, but they ultimately failed as well, so they could only give up, Void Spirit said in a solemn voice. I see. But how could a profound heavenly treasure be concealed even from divination? Could it be that it's fallen into the hands of a true spirit being? Golden Flame Baron said as he shook his head in shock and disbelief. It's rather unlikely that the treasure fell into the hands of a true spirit being. Most true spirit beings are born in realms lower than the true immortal realm, but once they come of age, the majority of them would ascend to higher realms or create their own abode by opening up an alternate space. Hence, there's virtually no chance that they'd come into contact with a profound heavenly treasure. If you ask me, I think this profound heavenly treasure has something to do with a profound spirit artifact that was born in an alternate realm. If that really were the case, then divination may work on it once or twice, but once this profound heavenly treasure develops intelligence and awareness, it won't be strange for it to develop the ability to conceal itself from divination. Void Spirit mused in a solemn manner, and his hypothesis wasn't far from the truth. That does make more sense. Perhaps that really is what happened. Otherwise, all of the major races would still be searching for it. After all, no one is going to search aimlessly for something throughout the entirety of the vast spirit realm. I really am in awe of your vast base of knowledge and experience, Brother Void Spirit, Golden Flame Baron said in an admiring voice. Qing Yuanzi also nodded with an expression of approval. Haha, I didn't think of all this myself. The elders of our race arrived at this verdict. All right, you've had some time to think now. Have you picked the treasures you want, fellow Taoist Han? Void Spirit chuckled before suddenly turning toward Han Li, almost as if he had forgotten about him. Han Li's heart immediately jolted upon hearing this, and a peculiar look appeared on his face as he mustered up his courage, and said, These treasures are indeed quite extraordinary, Senior, but I would still rather keep my divine infernal river elixir. Much to Han Li's surprise, the elderly man didn't immediately become enraged upon hearing this. Instead, his expression darkened slightly and he said in a rather menacing voice, None of them caught your eye? Could it be that you have a divine spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll? In that case, I won't force the issue, but if you don't, I'll take this as a sign of disrespect and I may have to punish you for it. Han Li knew that there wasn't any point in saying anything further. Thus, he merely flipped his hand over, and silver light flashed as a shimmering silver ruler appeared in his grasp. He gently waved the ruler through the air, and an astonishing aura erupted forth. At the same, spiritual light flashed as countless silver ruler projections appeared, creating quite a mystifying sight to behold. That really is a divine spirit treasures on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. It looks to be one of the lowest ranked treasures, but it fits the criterion nonetheless. A hint of surprise initially appeared on Golden Flame Baron's face, followed by a gloating smile. He was clearly taking pleasure in Void Spirit's misfortune. In contrast, Qing Yuanzi could only offer a wry smile. Now that he had failed on 2 separate occasions to work out a deal, Void Spirit was growing rather impatient and frustrated. He glowered at Han Li for a while before a cold smile appeared on his face. It seems that your wealth belies your cultivation base. Seeing as you're not in need of any pills or treasures, I'll show you something that you definitely won't be able to refuse. Something I definitely won't refuse? Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this. Qing Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron exchanged a glance, and both of them seemed to have guessed something. Instead of directly telling Han Li what he was going to offer next, Void Spirit said something that was rather cryptic and ambiguous. At this point, you should already know that I'm a Grand Elder of the Mayfly race. Our Mayfly race may not be able to match up against the super races like the Jiao Qi race and Sea Monarch race, but in some areas, we are peerless even in the context of the entire spirit realm. He then reached out and made a grabbing motion, upon which all of the treasures suspended in the air flew back into his sleeve as specks of spiritual light. Han Li's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he exclaimed, Are you referring to insect control techniques, Senior? Haha, that's right. Our race's insect control techniques are definitely unmatched in the spirit realm. Even if some of the other super races can compare with us in this field, they're definitely still somewhat lacking. What I'm offering you now are 2 of the 81 types of spirit insects that I've painstakingly nurtured. With these spirit insects up your sleeve, you'll be able to stand at the very pinnacle of the body integration stage. Void Spirit said in a proud manner, then pointed 2 of his fingers forward, and 2 thumb-sized spirit insects, one purple and one green, emerged onto the table. One of these spirit insects had arcs of lightning flashing around its body, while the other had a miniature WRM head. That's a purple lightning insect and earth WRYM insect. How could you be willing to offer these 2 spirit insects for exchange? Golden Flame Baron immediately exclaimed upon catching sight of the 2 spirit insects. A bewildered look also appeared on Qing Yuanzi's face. Humph, you don't know anything. In the past, Divine Infernal River Elixir naturally wouldn't be worth this much in my eyes, but now it's indispensable to me. Fellow Taoist Han, both of these spirit insects have been carefully nurtured by me for tens of thousands of years, and they can each take on an early body integration cultivator. As long as you're willing to give me your elixir, I'll destroy the master recognition marks in their bodies right away and help you tame them. Even in the Mayfly race, I'm most likely the only one capable of this. Void Spirit harumphed coldly, and it was quite clear that he was very reluctant to part with these 2 spirit insects. Han Li drew a sharp breath upon hearing this, and for a moment, he was tempted by this offer. However, he then recalled that he still had tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles that he was still yet to be able to fully control, and he immediately made his decision. Even though a single gold-devouring beetle wasn't as powerful as either of these spirit insects, if he were to release hundreds or even thousands of them at once, these 2 spirit insects would stand no chance. In the face of Void Spirit's stern gaze, Han Li could only muster up his courage and said, "Your spirit insects are indeed quite exceptional, Senior, but I already have spirit insects of my own." "What did you say? Are you saying you have spirit insects that can compare with mine? My patience is nearing its limit. Don't try to placate me with nonsense, or you're going to regret it." A furious look appeared on Void Spirit's face. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this. Yet before he had a chance to explain anything, Qing Yuanzi suddenly said, "Brother Void Spirit, I can personally vouch for fellow Taoist Han's claims. He really does possess a type of extremely powerful spirit insects, even more so than the spirit insects you possess. I know you're trying to protect him, but do you really think you can convince me with such a horrible alibi? He's just a mid-body integration cultivator. What kind of spirit insects could he possess that are superior to mine? On top of that, the only people to have seen the most powerful spirit insects I possess are already dead. So how would you know about them?" Void Spirit said in a cold voice. Perhaps you really do possess more powerful spirit insects than these 2. But I'm sure you wouldn't be willing to offer them up for exchange. In that case, what you're offering really can't compare with fellow Taoist Han's spirit insects. Qing Yuanzi said with a smile. Is that so? As I said earlier, I've nurtured 81 types of spirit insects. Aside from the few bonded spirit insects I've completely refined, I'm willing to offer any of them for the Divine Infernal River Elixir. Take a good look. As soon as his voice trailed off, a layer of black chi appeared around him, inundating most of his body. He then made a hand seal and began to chant something, and all types of buzzing and screeching sounds rang out as hundreds of spirit insects appeared around him. The largest of these spirit insects were comparable to the size of human heads, while the smallest were as diminutive as peas. They were all of different colors and appearances, but the common trait between all of them was their terrifying and ferocious auras. Void Spirit pointed at the spirit insects before him and introduced them one by one. This golden-spotted insect is the Vajra insect. Its body is extraordinarily hard, and even spirit treasures won't be able to harm it in the slightest. The one enshrouded within the 5-colored light is a baleful silkworm. Its forte lies in its ability to devour baleful chi, and it possesses such a powerful life force that it's virtually unkillable. Even if you tear into pieces, it can regenerate in an instant. This crimson praying mantis is the vastly renowned ghost mantis. Its aura isn't all that powerful, but it hunts in swarms and is one of the most vicious and violent types of spirit insects. They can devour an entire WRM in a day, and at the height of their bloodlust, even I would have trouble containing them. These spirit insects were indeed all extremely rare in the spirit realm, and some of them were ones that Han Li had only ever heard for the first time. What made them even more alluring was that they had all been nurtured to the point of maturity, so they would immediately be powerful allies in battle. How about it? How many types of these spirit insects have you seen in the past? I'll make an exception for you, fellow Taoist Han. I'll allow you to exchange each vial of elixir you have for one type of spirit insect. That should be enough, right? If you turn me down again and don't provide me with a satisfactory reason, then don't blame me for turning on you, Void Spirit said in a slow voice, just as Han Li was inspecting the spirit insects before him with awe and wonder in his eyes. Han Li's eyelids twitched upon hearing this, and he turned to Qing Yuanzi for help. After a brief hesitation, Qing Yuanzi said in a serious manner, "Show Brother Void Spirit your spirit insects, fellow Taoist Han. I'm sure he'll understand once he sees them." "Yes, Senior." Han Li was quite reluctant to comply with this instruction, but there was no way he could refuse. Thus, he rustled a sleeve, tipping out a dozen or so thumb-sized golden flowers amid a faint buzzing sound. As soon as these golden flowers emerged, they immediately expanded to become fist-sized golden beetles amid a flash of spiritual light, and they looked as if they had been constructed from pure gold. "Mature gold devouring beetles," Golden Flame Baron exclaimed as he stared intently at the golden beetles with a stunned look in his eyes. Void Spirit shuddered at the sight of these gold-devouring beetles, and an extremely peculiar look appeared on his face. Qing Yuanzi's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing Void Spirit's reaction. This was not the reaction he had expected. Even though he felt this to be rather strange, he still said, "I'm sure you recognize gold-devouring beetles, Brother Void Spirit. You have to admit that these spirit insects are more powerful than the ones you offered. So fellow Taoist Han isn't trying to irk you. He simply has no reason to accept the exchange. Of course, if you can bring out better spirit insects than gold-devouring beetles, then I won't say anything further about this matter." Much to everyone's surprise, Void Spirit suddenly threw his head back and chortled, "Ha! This is fantastic." His voice was filled with elation, and Han Li was left feeling rather perplexed. Meanwhile, Golden Flame Baron was appraising Han Li with a complex look in his eyes. "Brother Void Spirit, you? Say no more, Brother Qing. Let me show you another spirit insect of mine that I have never shown to anyone else." As soon as his voice trailed off, he swept both sleeves through the air, and all of the spirit insects around him immediately flew back up his sleeves. He then opened his mouth to expel a shimmering silver gourd, which then abruptly tipped itself over while its lid was removed on its own. A burst of buzzing rang out, and specks of golden light emerged from within the gourd before hovering in the air. "Impossible!" Golden Flame Baron and Qing Yuanzi exclaimed almost in complete unison upon identifying exactly what these specks of golden light were, and Han Li was also completely flabbergasted. These specks of golden light also contained golden beetles that were identical to Han Li's gold-devouring beetles, and they were also buzzing in a menacing manner. Only after a long while did Han Li manage to repress his own astonishment, and he exhaled as he said, "So you possess mature gold-devouring beetles as well, Senior?" "Indeed. Even I've forgotten how many years it's been since I first began to nurture them, and they only reached full maturity several hundred years ago, so you can imagine how much time and effort I spent on them. They're also the reason why I'm searching for so much divine infernal river elixir," Void Spirit said. "Divine infernal river elixir works on gold-devouring beetles as well?" Han Li asked in a surprised manner. "You can say it's useful, but you can also say it's useless. It depends on the intentions of the owner of the spirit insects," Void Spirit said with a smile. A hint of puzzlement flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this. If you only want to nurture mature gold-devouring beetles, then divine infernal river elixir naturally won't have much effect. But if you want them to advance a step further, then divine infernal river elixir becomes indispensable, Void Spirit explained in a meaningful voice. Advance a step further? A thought immediately occurred to Han Li upon hearing this, and a stunned look appeared on his face. "That's right. I'll tell you about the specific details later. I didn't think that you would possess mature gold-devouring beetles as well. In that case, this divine infernal river elixir isn't all that important to me. I would like to negotiate a deal with you, but this is a rather secretive matter, so we have to discuss things in private." Golden Flame, Qing Yuanzi, you don't mind, do you? Void Spirit asked in an indifferent manner. His expression seemed to be quite calm, but the tone in his voice suggested that he wasn't going to take no for an answer. Qing Yuanzi's heart stirred at the sight of the cold look in Void Spirit's eyes, and he said, I naturally won't mind as long as you're not going to hard sell fellow Taoist Han. I certainly don't mind. Go ahead, Brother Void Spirit, Golden Flame Baron also said with a smile. Good. In that case, please excuse me. Void Spirit nodded in a pleased manner before opening his mouth to expel a miniature pavilion that was around half a foot tall and shimmering with black light. The pavilion was entirely black in color, and its surface was riddled with runes of different colors. On top of that, the entirety of the structure was enshrouded within a layer of faint black qi, giving it quite a mysterious appearance. Void Spirit made a hand seal, and the pavilion immediately expanded to around 10 feet tall as he said, Fellow Taoist Han, bring along your gold-devouring beetles and come for a chat here in my Black Wind Pavilion. He then didn't even bother to wait for Han Li's response as he stowed away his own gold-devouring beetles, then quickly shrank down to only around an inch in height before vanishing into the pavilion in a flash. I'll also have to excuse myself then. Han Li was feeling very uneasy, but he knew he had no choice in the matter, so he could only bid farewell to Qing Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron with a wry smile. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Han, Brother Void Spirit has a rather eccentric personality, but he wouldn't stoop to doing something unbefitting of his status. Having said that, I suggest you agree to the exchange he offers as long as the conditions aren't too heavily weighed against your favor, Qing Yuanzi said with slightly furrowed brows. Thank you, Senior Qing. I know what I have to do, Han Li replied with a solemn voice, then stowed away his gold-devouring beetles and vanished into the pavilion as an azure thread. In the instant that he entered the pavilion, all ties to the outside world were immediately cut off. All of a sudden, Golden Flame Baron transmitted his voice to Qing Yuanzi. Are you really not concerned, Brother Qing? Not only is that old geezer extremely erratic, his powers are well beyond ours. If he tries something against fellow Taoist Han in there, neither of us will be able to stop him in time. I think you're overthinking things, fellow Taoist. That old monster is indeed quite domineering, but he's never done anything unbefitting of his status before, so we need not worry. Besides, I owe fellow Taoist Han quite a big favor, and I want to protect him as best as I can, but if possible, I really don't want to offend that old monster. Otherwise, there won't be any place for me here in the Infernal River, Qing Yuanzi replied. That's true. With his powers, he'd most likely be able to defend himself even against a true spirit, so it's not like our concerns will amount to anything anyway. However, why did he display such a strong reaction to those gold-devouring beetles? I understand that they're exceedingly rare, but doesn't he possess the same type of spirit insect as well? Can you deduce anything from that, Brother Qing? Golden Flame Baron asked. You think far too highly of me, fellow Taoist. I can only assume that fellow Taoist Han's gold-devouring beetles are going to be useful to him somehow. Qing Yuanzi replied in an intentionally ambiguous manner. Is that so? Golden Flame Baron clearly wasn't convinced, but Qing Yuanzi merely smiled and refused to comment further on this matter. Meanwhile, Han Li and Void Spirit were conversing in their miniature forms within the hall of the Black Pavilion. Take a seat, fellow Taoist Han. This Black Wind Pavilion of mine counts as half a spatial treasure. Not only can I adjust its size at will, it can keep out all spiritual sense, so there's no danger of our conversation being overheard by anyone else, Void Spirit said with a smile as he sat casually down onto the main seat. Thank you, Senior. Han Li extended a respectful salute before also taking a seat. Prior to discussing our deal, I have to verify one thing first. Fellow Taoist Han, roughly how many mature gold-devouring beetles do you have? Would you be able to tell me an exact number? Void Spirit asked with irrepressible excitement in his voice. An exact number? A hesitant look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. Void Spirit immediately realized his mistake and said, Ah, forgive me. I was too direct there. The main thing that makes gold-devouring beetles fearsome is their numbers, so it would be taboo of me to inquire about how many you have. How about this? All you have to tell me is whether you have over 5,000 such spirit insects. A slightly nervous look appeared in Void Spirit's eyes as he spoke. Many thoughts raced through Han Li's mind at once, but in the end, he still gave a truthful response, even though he would have much rather lied through his teeth. Who knew if this void spirit would turn on him if an unsatisfactory response were given? After all, lies were extremely brittle in the face of powerful cultivators, and perhaps void spirit would forcibly examine the number of gold-devouring beetles Han Li possessed for himself. So you do have over 5,000. That's fantastic. In that case, we can make a deal with one another, void spirit said in an elated manner. Could it be that this deal you propose has something to do with the number of gold-devouring beetles I have, Senior? Void Spirit rubbed his hands together with a pair of glowing eyes and said, of course. I only want 5,000 mature gold-devouring beetles from you. As for what I'm willing to offer in exchange, you can ask for anything you want. As long as I have it, it's yours. 5,000 gold-devouring beetles? Even though Han Li had already guessed that this would be the case, he was still rather surprised to hear this. You've put me in a really rough spot, Senior. I naturally have more than 5,000 mature gold-devouring beetles, but that number definitely accounts for the majority of all my beetles. I was hoping to use them as a trump card if I could reach the Grand Ascension stage someday. Void Spirit's smile faded and a cold look appeared on his face as he said, indeed, 5,000 mature gold-devouring beetles are extremely valuable, but as long as value can be assigned to something, can be exchanged. Setting aside everything else, there are a few types of spirit insects in my possession that I haven't yet shown you, and they're all at least as powerful as your gold-devouring beetles. On top of that, the damaged profound heavenly treasure I have is surely worth more than 5,000 gold-devouring beetles. That may be the case, but those spirit insects must be your bonded spirit insects. And as for that damaged profound heavenly treasure, I definitely wouldn't dare to ask for it. I'm sure that it'll only bring me misfortune. How about this? Would you be able to disclose to me why you'd like so many gold-devouring beetles, Senior? I'm rather perplexed as these gold-devouring beetles have recognized me as their master for many years. So even if you do take them, you won't be able to use them in battle. On top of that, 5,000 is a very specific number, which makes things even more perplexing to me, Han Li said after a brief moment of contemplation. Humph. You dare to pry into my matters? The cold expression on Void Spirit's face grew even more pronounced. Please forgive me, Senior. I invested countless time and effort into nurturing these gold-devouring beetles to maturity, and they're almost as important as my own life. If I don't know what they're going to be used for, I'll be very reluctant to hand them over, Han Li said in a resolute, unyielding manner. Hee, that's reasonable. All right, I can tell you what I intend to with these gold-devouring beetles, but after you hear my plans, you can't refuse this exchange. Otherwise, a menacing smile appeared on Void Spirit's face as he spoke. Han Li contemplated this for a short while before finally heaving a resigned sigh. All right, I'll agree to the exchange. Haha, you've made a wise decision, fellow Taoist Han. Now then, I want your gold-devouring beetles as I plan to nurture a legendary gold-devouring beetle monarch. In order to nurture this beetle monarch, a large number of mature gold-devouring beetles is required. As for why I specifically requested 5,000, that's because I already have another 5,000 mature gold-devouring beetles, and 10,000 should be more than enough for me to nurture a beetle monarch. Hence, any more than that would simply be superfluous, Void Spirit explained, and Han Li's heart immediately jolted upon hearing this. Then why were you collecting divine infernal river elixir, Senior? Han Li asked. A large amount of divine infernal river elixir is one of the other methods to nurture a beetle monarch. However, if I come into possession of a sufficient number of mature gold-devouring beetles, then the elixir doesn't really matter, Void Spirit replied. I see. Does that mean nurturing a beetle monarch requires a large number of gold-devouring beetles to devour one another? Han Li asked with a contemplative look in his eyes. You sure are a smart man, fellow Taoist. That's not the entire process, but it's not far from it. However, aside from the grand elders of our mayfly race, very few people in the outside world are aware of the existence of gold-devouring beetle monarchs. Judging from your reaction just now, it seems that you've already heard of gold-devouring beetle monarchs. Qing Yuanzi was the one who told you, right? He's quite friendly with one of the other grand elders of our race, so I'm sure he knows about this as well, Voice Spirit chuckled coldly. After a brief silence, Han Li replied, I did indeed hear about this from Senior Qing. He told me that once a gold-devouring beetle monarch is born, even a true immortal would be fearful of it. Is that true? That's a slight exaggeration, but gold-devouring beetle monarchs are indeed extremely powerful. At the very least, I certainly wouldn't want to face one in battle. Void Spirit chuckled. Hanli nodded before asking, I see. May I ask how much of a chance you think you'd have at nurturing a gold-devouring beetle monarchs after obtaining my gold-devouring beetles, Senior? Void Spirit narrowed his eyes and thought about this for a moment before holding up 2 fingers. 20%? That's not very high. Hanli mused as his expression changed slightly. Humph, what do you take gold-devouring beetle monarchs for? I can only claim a 20% chance of success as I've been studying insect nurturing techniques for many years and have many tricks up my sleeve. If someone else without my knowledge were to attempt this, they wouldn't even have a 10% chance. All right, I've already answered all of your questions. It's time for you to fulfill your end of our agreement. You can state what you want for your gold-devouring beetles now, Voice Spirit said as a cold expression reappeared on his face. Hanli seemed to have already made his decision, and upon being prompted by Void Spirit, he immediately replied, I'll naturally fulfill my end of the agreement, and as for what I want for my gold-devouring beetles, there are 2 things. Go on. Then, Void Spirit said as his expression eased slightly. Firstly, I don't require any treasures. Instead, I would like some more divine infernal river elixir. As you just said, with sufficient gold-devouring beetles, the elixir won't matter to you, so I'm sure I'm not asking for too much here. Secondly, I also have some knowledge in insect nurturing techniques, and I have some gold-devouring beetles left over as well. Hence, I would also like to try my hand at nurturing a gold-devouring beetle monarch. I don't know how many years it'll take before I can gather enough mature gold-devouring beetles again, but I still want to give it a try. As such, I would like a copy of the gold-devouring beetle monarch nurturing secret technique, Hanli said in a serious manner. Void Spirit's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this, and he fell into deep thought. After a while, Void Spirit finally said with furrowed brows, The first condition is easy to fulfill. I can't give you all of my elixir, but I can spare you 4 or 5 vials. However, the second condition is going to be a little troublesome. The secret technique you're asking for is an extremely closely guarded one in our mayfly race, and not even all of the elders of our race have seen it. Hence, it would not be right of me to disclose this information to an outsider. If it's only a little troublesome, then I'm sure you'll still be able to do it, right, Senior? Compared to one of your bonded spirit insects or that damaged profound heavenly treasure, the conditions I've proposed are far more lenient, Hanli countered with a smile. Hee, that's true. All right, I can agree to these conditions, but you have to swear a vow on your inner demons to not disclose the secret technique to anyone else. At your cultivation base, inner demons become extremely fearsome, and if you go back on your word, there's a very good chance that you'll perish during your future tribulation. If you're willing to swear this vow, then I can give you the secret technique, Void Spirit said with a smile. Of course, that's a very reasonable request. Hanli was elated to hear this, and he adopted a serious expression before swearing a vow that was satisfactory to Void Spirit. All right, let's begin our exchange, then. Here are a few vials of divine infernal river elixir. Void Spirit nodded in a pleased manner before sweeping a sleeve through the air, sending 5 small green vials flying directly toward Hanli. Hanli raised a hand to draw the 5 small vials into his grasp, then removed their lids one by one, using his spiritual sense to examine their contents. An elated look quickly appeared in his eyes, and produced a spirit beast bracelet before also tossing it toward Void Spirit with a flick of his wrist. Here are 5,000 mature gold-devouring beetles, Senior. Void Spirit drew the bracelet into his grasp, yet instead of releasing the spirit insects within it, he closed his eyes and directed his spiritual sense into the bracelet. Moments later, an excited look appeared on his face. These are all indeed completely mature gold-devouring beetles, and they've developed even better than I had anticipated. Take this jade slip, and don't show it to anyone else, Void Spirit warned. As soon as his voice trailed off, a jade slip that he had already prepared flew out of his sleeve, then reached Hanli after just a few flashes. I won't, Senior, Hanli replied in a respectful manner as he gleefully caught the jade slip, then pressed it against his own forehead, In an instant, the ancient text within the jade slip appeared in his mind like a series of vivid images. Void Spirit stowed away the spirit beast bracelet containing the gold-devouring beetles, then turned to appraise Han Li with a hint of a smile on his face, seemingly very interested in Han Li. After a while, Han Li removed the jade slip from his forehead and withdrew his spiritual sense. So, there are no issues with the secret technique I gave you, right? Void Spirit asked with a smile. Not at all, Senior. The secret technique you gave me is extremely profound, and it's answered many of the questions I had when it came to insect nurturing. Han Li replied in a respectful manner as he stowed the jade slip up his sleeve. Oh? You must be adept in insect nurturing if you got that much from inspecting the secret technique for a short time. However, I should caution you that even though gold-devouring beetle monarchs are extremely powerful, both luck and effort are indispensable if you want to successfully nurture one, so I'd advise you to exercise caution in this endeavor, Void Spirit said with a meaningful look in his eyes. Thank you, Senior. I'll be sure to do so, Han Li replied. All right, seeing as our exchange has concluded, you can leave the Black Wind Pavilion now, and I'll come out after you. Don't keep Golden Flame and Qing Yuanzi waiting out there for too long, Void Spirit said. Yes, Senior. I'll be going on ahead then. Han Li naturally offered no objections, and after extending a parting salute, he flew out of the hall as a streak of azure light, quickly vanishing into the black chi outside. Hee, a mere body integration cultivator dares to think about nurturing a gold-devouring beetle monarch? How laughable. If it really was that easy to nurture beings that are comparable to true spirits, then our mayfly race would be ruling over the entire spirit realm already. Even in the entire history of our mayfly race, no one has actually succeeded in nurturing a gold-devouring beetle monarch. It's a pity I had to hand over those vials of divine infernal elixir, though. However, with these 5,000 gold-devouring insects, there should be a very good chance that I'll be able to refine a myriad spirit umbrella that'll assist me in my tribulation transcendence. Mature gold-devouring beetles are virtually indestructible to begin with, so a myriad spirit umbrella refined using them should also have the same quality. Looks like I'll have a greater chance of transcending that Ascension tribulation. Void Spirit chuckled coldly as soon as Han Li departed. After that, he flipped a hand over to produce the spirit beast bracelet containing the gold-devouring beetles, then made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the bracelet. Spiritual light flashed, and a burst of black light surged out of his fingertip, swirling around the bracelet and freezing it into a chunk of black profound ice. He then instantly plastered several shimmering blue talismans onto the chunk of ice before stowing it away. Around an hour later, 2 streaks of light, one golden and one azure, flew out of the white light barrier over the island, then traveled toward a certain direction. The 2 streaks of light naturally contained none other than Qing Yuanzi and Han Li. Golden Flame Baron and Qing Yuanzi seemed to have a tacit understanding with one another, and neither of them asked Han Li or Void Spirit about the details surrounding their deal. After chatting about some other things and sampling some of the exceptional spirit wine brewed by Golden Flame Baron, everyone departed from his island. Along the way, neither of them said much, and the two headed directly toward Qing Yuanzi's cave abode. Around half a month later, the familiar tall mountain finally appeared in the distance. All of a sudden, Qing Yuanzi abruptly stopped, and Han Li was slightly taken aback by this, but he naturally also stopped. Fellow Taoist Han, you've gotten what you want, so I've repaid the favor I owe you. As such, this is where we'll part ways. After I get back, I'm going to seal the mountain right away so I can focus on transcending my next major heavenly tribulation. Yaoer will only be able to assist me in the process once she reaches the body integration stage, so she'll be going into seclusion together with me. I've prepared all of the pills she needs to successfully break through her bottleneck, and I won't be letting her go anywhere until she reaches the body integration stage. Do you understand what I'm saying, fellow Taoist Han? Qing Yuanzi asked in a meaningful voice. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he heaved a faint sigh before extending a salute toward Qing Yuanzi. Of course. Please bid farewell to Fairy Yuan and Fairy Yen in my stead, Senior. I'll be taking my leave now. Seeing as Han Li was so willing to comply, Qing Yuanzi's expression eased slightly, and he explained, please don't blame for being inhospitable. Fellow Taoist Han, it's just that it would be very detrimental for Yaoer to interact with you excessively during this critical juncture. If you stay with her for too long, it'll most likely be very difficult for her to overcome her inner demons when she attempts to make a breakthrough, so I must take the necessary precautions. You misunderstand. Senior, I see Fairy Yuan only as a close friend of mine, Hanli said with a wry smile, unsure of exactly how to explain the situation. You may only see her as a close friend, but that may not necessarily be what she thinks, Qing Yuanzi said with a hint of a smile on his face. I don't know how to explain myself, Senior, and I'm sure you don't want to hear my explanation anyway. In any case, it was all thanks to your support that I was able to obtain the divine infernal river elixir, and I'll definitely remember your kindness. Hopefully, the next time we meet, you'll have already successfully transcended your tribulation, Senior, Hanli said as he extended a parting salute. I also wish you luck in progressing to the Grand Ascension stage, fellow Taoist Han. Qing Yuanzi returned Han Li's salute. Han Li nodded upon seeing this, and he flew away as a streak of azure light, heading directly toward the spatial rift through which he had departed last time. His cultivation base had been lacking in the past, so he could only depart through the spatial rift with Qing Yuanzi's assistance. However, now that he was at the mid-body integration stage, he no longer required such assistance. Qing Yuanzi hovered in midair, and only after the streak of azure light had completely vanished into the distance did he heave a faint sigh. That Han brat has certainly made some rapid progress. Now that he's obtained so much divine infernal river elixir, it shouldn't be an issue at all for him to reach the late body integration stage in the future. However, it'll be quite unlikely for him to progress to the Grand Ascension stage unless he encounters some opportunities. Then again, he possesses quite a vast array of powerful treasures and secrets, so it may not be impossible for him. I've assisted him to the best of my abilities here. If he does happen to become a Grand Ascension cultivator someday, perhaps he'll return the favor. After that, Qing Yuanzi withdrew his gaze and flew back toward his cave abode. Over half a day later, violent spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted in the air above a certain nameless mountain in the infernal river, following which a giant black rift appeared out of thin air. An earth-shattering boom rang out as a five-colored pillar of light erupted from the summit of the mountain, then vanished into the rift in a flash. The spatial fluctuations then began to subside, and the giant rift also slowly sealed over. Soon, it was as if nothing had ever happened. Time flew by, and over 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. To normal mortals, several generations had passed during this time, yet in the context of the entire spirit realm, this was only a tiny fleeting passage. To the almighty beings standing at the pinnacle of the entire spirit realm, 300 years was not a negligible period of time. Some powerful sects and major families could use this time to nurture several generations of brethren and disciples, and during these 300 years, massive changes had taken place in the entire human race. At present, groups of armored guards were a common sight in the 3 human regions, and all of the major cities had been transformed into fortresses. At the centers of these cities were a series of formations and restrictions that sprawled over the ground like cobwebs, stacking on top of one another and striking despair into the hearts of all potential enemies who were plotting against the human cities. Several hundred years ago, core formation and nascent soul cultivators were very rare in normal cities, yet they were now frequently appearing before mortals. Some of the luckier mortals could even occasionally catch sight of a deity transformation cultivator. On top of that, during the past few centuries, the number of mortal body refinement warriors had spiked dramatically to over 10 times the original population. Furthermore, they had all been equipped with far more powerful weapons and spirit tools than in the past. As for the mortals who weren't even able to cultivate body refinement techniques, they would also train in martial arts to strengthen their bodies and learn some self-preservation skills. Almost all of these tasks were being willingly undertaken by the mortals, as everyone had now been made aware of the news that the next devilish tribulation was imminent. Over 100 years ago, envoys from the Holy Island had appeared at all of the major cities and announced that the devilish tribulation would commence within 200 years. On top of that, they stated that this devilish tribulation was going to be far more perilous than previous ones, and that the human race was truly at risk of being wiped out should it fail to address the situation seriously. Thus, the entire human race was thrown into a state of urgency, and all of the preparations were being made at several times the original speed. All of the materials and ingredients in the major markets were quickly sold out, and only some private medicine gardens belonging to powerful sects and major families still had some spirit medicines planted. Even so, these spirit medicines were different from the precious spirit medicines planted in these gardens in the past. Most of the current ones were spirit medicines with short maturation periods, and were also very commonly used. On top of that, all of the things that the major powers had been doing their best to hide in the past were now quickly being revealed. Some of the major powers had even begun frequently exchanging some secret techniques and cultivation arts that they required, hoping to take themselves up another level using these new assets. Of course, the most prominent powers within the human race were still Deep Heaven City and the three sovereign cities. There were countless elite human and demon cultivators, as well as 10 body integration cultivators situated in Deep Heaven City, so it was virtually an impregnable fortress. As for the three sovereign cities, they were guarded by the 3 human sovereigns and all of the high-grade cultivators from the 3 regions, so they also seemed to be very secure. The powers who ranked directly below these were naturally the likes of the top 10 human sects, and the true spirit families. They also attracted many mortals and vagrant cultivators who flocked to them for protection, and in just the past few centuries, their numbers had multiplied by more than tenfold, almost reaching their maximal capacity in the process. Not only were the humans doing everything they could to prepare for the upcoming devilish tribulation, the demon race and the nearby foreign races had also mobilized in huge numbers. During the past 300 years, all of the races had frequently sent out envoys to exchange important information surrounding the imminent tribulation. Under this tense atmosphere, there were a few hundred cultivators gathered on a mountain within a mountain range not far away from Deep Heaven City. There was a white-robed woman sitting on a giant rock at the very center of the group, and everyone was listening to her explain a certain complex cultivation art. The woman appeared to be only 17 to 18 years of age, and her body was enveloped within layers of white lotus flower projections. There was also a deep blue lotus flower insignia on her glabella, which gave her a pure and ethereal appearance, almost as if she were a celestial maiden who had descended from the heavens. There were cultivators of both genders and all ages listening to her pass on her knowledge, but most of them wore Taoist robe, while the rest wore blue robes with swords on their backs. They seemed to be from the same sect. However, none of them possessed exceptional cultivation bases. There were only a few core formation cultivators among them, while the majority consisted of foundation establishment cultivators. 2 hours later, the woman finally concluded her lecture, then said in a calm voice, "All right, that'll be all for today. The next lecture will be held 3 months from now, and the Tao of the 5 elements will be discussed. You can all leave now." "Yes, senior." All of the cultivators extended respectful bows toward the woman upon hearing this before departing from the mountain on their treasures and spirit tools. The white-robed woman looked on as these people departed, and all of a sudden her brows furrowed slightly as she turned toward a certain large tree. "Senior Marshal Brother Hai, these disciples belong to you and Senior Marshal Brother Xianxia, yet you're forcing me to teach them. Don't you think that's unfair?" White light flashed at the foot of the tree, and a handsome man in a set of blue robes appeared with a smile on his face. "I never wanted to take any disciples. I was swindled by our Senior Marshal Brother, and ended up with this troublesome task before I even knew what was going on. Besides, your lectures are 100 times better than what the 2 of us can deliver. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have been able to make such astonishing progress in just a few centuries. There are even a few core formation cultivators among their ranks now. I can't be credited for the progress that these disciples have made. Most of this is due to the leftover pills that Master gave to us. We no longer have any need for these pills, so your disciples are benefiting from them now. Speaking of which, why did you get involved in this?" Senior Marshal Brother Xianxia took these disciples so he could take the Miss Taoist temple to greater heights. "What role do you play in this?" the white-robed woman complained. "Hey, you can't blame me here. Xianxia goaded me into doing this," the blue-robed man said in an indignant manner. Spiritual light flashed as a yellow-robed Taoist priest abruptly appeared beside another tree, and he chuckled, "Hee, you're not telling the truth there, Junior Marshal Brother. You were smiling from ear to ear when all of those disciples referred to you as Master." This trio was none other than Han Li's 3 in-name disciples, Bai Guo, Xianxia, and Hai Yuetian. Their physical appearances hadn't changed at all during the past 3 centuries, but their auras and dispositions had undergone drastic transformations. Bai Guer and Hai Yuetian were both at the early nascent soul stage, while Qi Lingzi was already a mid-nascent soul cultivator. By the way, Junior Marshall's sister, speaking of Master, he immediately went into seclusion again after returning from the primordial world 200 years ago. Is he really planning to stay in seclusion until he makes a breakthrough to the late body integration stage? I'm not particularly sure about that either. Currently, the place where Master is in seclusion is surrounded by layers of restrictions, and even Senior Ice Phoenix isn't able to approach the secret chamber. It seems that Master is either preparing to make a breakthrough to the late body integration stage or cultivating some kind of powerful ability, and he doesn't want us to disrupt him, Bai Guer replied. Master took only about 300 years to progress from the early body integration stage to the mid-body integration stage. If he can successfully progress to the late body integration stage in such a short time, that would simply be unheard of. Hai Yuetian exclaimed. If Master really can make a breakthrough, then that would be vastly fortunate both for the 3 of us and for the entire human race, but it's probably very unlikely. After all, under normal circumstances, it would take 1,000 to 2,000 years of arduous cultivation just to accumulate the enormous magic power required to progress from the mid-body integration stage to the late body integration stage. It's simply unrealistic to attain that much magic power in just a few centuries, Qi Lingzi mused as he stroked his chin in deep thought. Why are you talking about normal circumstances, Senior Marshal brother? When has our Master ever been bound by normal circumstances? If you ask me, Master must have been quite confident in his ability to make a breakthrough prior to the commencement of the devilish tribulation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone into seclusion in the first place. During these past few centuries, Deep Heaven City and the 3 sovereigns have regularly sent people to visit Master, and we passed on all of this information, but haven't received any response from Master. This shows us that Master is focusing wholeheartedly in his cultivation and doesn't want to be distracted by anything else, Bai Guer countered. Looks like Junior Marshal's sister Bai is the one who has the most confidence in Master among the 3 of us. However, all of our analysis is futile. The truth will be revealed once Master emerges from seclusion. The devilish tribulation is about to commence in a few more decades, so Master will have to come out of seclusion before that no matter what, Qi Lingzi said. That's true. It's quite a pity. If the tribulation could be delayed a little, Master would at least be able to make some significant improvements, if not achieve that breakthrough, Hai Yuetian said in a slightly forlorn manner. All right, Master's cultivation is not something for us disciples to discuss as we please. All we can do now is ensure that we survive this devilish tribulation. By the way, Junior Marshal's sister, why don't you join Deep Heaven City as well? After all, Deep Heaven City will be one of the only places in the entire human race that'll be relatively safe once the tribulation commences. With your status as Master's disciple, I'm sure the elders of the city will look after you, Qi Lingzi suggested in a serious manner. Senior Marshal brother Qi Lingzi is right. We've already decided to move all of our disciples to Deep Heaven City once the devilish tribulation commences. Even though they'll only be guards of the lowest level, with us there to look after them, they won't be used as cannon fodder at the very least. If you can come with us, then that would naturally be even better, Hai Yuetian said with a smile. Deep Heaven City? Bai Guer's brows furrowed slightly as a contemplative look appeared on her face. Do you have some other plans, Junior Marshal sister? It would be best to make your decision as soon as possible. After all, Master already told us prior to going into seclusion that he'll be leaving the human race to do something once the devilish tribulation begins, so there's no way he'll be able to keep all 3 of us around, Qi Lingzi said in a concerned manner. After some consideration, Bai Guer finally made her decision. Truth be told, I received a letter from my father not long ago, telling me that my entire family has moved to Xianwu City. My father wants me to go there as well, and I only have a few loved ones left in this world, so I want to be with them in such a tumultuous time. I see. It would indeed be rather worrisome to be separated from family at a time like this. Thankfully, Xianwu City is quite safe as well, so I'm sure you'll be fine there, Hai Yuetian said. If you're going to Xianwu City, I suggest you take Lu Feng and Fu Yun with you. Those 2 are core formation cultivators, so I'm sure they'll be useful to you, Qi Lingzi suddenly said. I can't take them, those two are your most prized disciples, senior marshal brother. Rest assured, I have a few personal maids and they've been with me for some time. They still haven't reached the core formation stage yet, but they're all foundation establishment cultivators, so they'll suffice. Bai Guer said with a smile. Haha, in that case. Xianxia smiled and was just about to say something when a resounding boom suddenly rang out in the air nearby. Immediately thereafter, heaven and earth tremored, and the mountain beneath their feet began to quake. The three of them were all nascent soul cultivators, so these tremors naturally weren't enough to harm them. But their expressions all changed drastically as they looked up in unison. A massive gray mark had appeared in the air overhead, and it was quickly spreading. At the same time, powerful spatial fluctuations were emanating from within it and proliferating in all directions. Within moments, the mark had swelled to several times its original size, and the entire sky dimmed as if it were being rapidly devoured by the vast expanse of murky grayness. That's a devilish mark, the phenomenon that heralds the arrival of the devilish tribulation. Haiyuetian exclaimed as his face paled considerably. Bai Guer and Xianxia were also staring intently up into the murky gray heavens with strained looks on their faces. This is indeed a devilish mark. The devilish tribulation is arriving earlier than anticipated. Bai Guer murmured. It may not be a true devilish mark. Perhaps it's just a similar phenomenon. We'll have to get people from Deep Heaven City to officially verify it, Xianxia said in a hopeful manner. Humph, what's there to verify? If this really is a devilish mark, then this won't be the only one that appears, Haiyuetian countered with a shake of his head. That's true, everyone in the three regions have most likely already been alerted to this, Xianxia replied. There's no need to be overly concerned, senior marshal brother. The emergence of the devilish mark only indicates that the elder devil realm is just beginning to overlap with our spirit realm, and this process is an extremely slow one. According to past records, it'll be at least half a year before the elder devil race will actually be able to infiltrate our spirit realm. So we still have ample time to make preparations, Bai Guer reassured. That is indeed true, but the elder devil race can also gather their troops at the devilish marks, so the first few waves of attacks will be particularly ferocious. I wonder how many cities will survive, Xianxia said with a wry smile. Bai Guer and Haiyuetian's expressions darkened even further upon hearing this. Right at this moment, light flashed in the distant sky, and a golden flying arc traveled toward them. There were a dozen or so azure-armored guards standing atop the arc, which was over 100 feet in length, and all of the guards wore solemn expressions. The arc stopped under the giant gray mark, and all of the armored guards rose up into the air, then brought out formation flags and formation plates, as well as some strangely shaped treasures, before activating all of them in unison. Spiritual light of different colors immediately erupted in the air, creating a very eye-catching sight to behold, and there were even more streaks of light approaching this place from all directions. Let's go. The patrolling guards from Deep Heaven City have arrived. We have to inform Master of this right away, Xianxia said in a solemn voice. Bai Guer and Haiyuetian naturally had no objections to this, and three of them all flew toward a certain mountain. At the center of a secret chamber that was shimmering with faint white light, there was a huge azure cauldron that was around the same height as a grown man hovering in midair. There were 3 Han Lis seated around the cauldron atop futons, and all of them were completely still with their eyes tightly shut. Among the 3 Han Lis, one was shimmering with golden light and had black chi revolving around his body. One had green skin and was glowing with purple light, and the final one had a golden halo behind him that was constantly fluctuating in size and contained countless surging golden runes. At the center of the halo, there were 72 azure swords pursuing one another. All of a sudden, the 3 Han Lis opened their eyes in unison, then raised their arms in complete synchronicity before thrusting their hands toward the giant cauldron. A dull clang rang out as the lid of the cauldron flew up into the air, following which countless white threads shot forth out of the cauldron. The 3 Han Lis then each pointed a finger toward the air above the cauldron, and the white threads seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier that forced them to abruptly halt in midair. Right at this moment, a loud buzzing sound rang out from within the cauldron, and a dozen or so balls of golden light emerged. These were 13 fist-sized golden beetles, and all of them had purple patterns all over their bodies. Furthermore, their abdomens were as translucent as elixir, And as soon as they emerged from the cauldron, they immediately engaged in a fierce brawl, trying to devour their companions. Bursts of astonishing baleful qi erupted forth as the buzzing sound grew even louder, and the three Hanlis immediately let loose a collective loud cry upon seeing this. Spiritual light flashed from their fingers, and they cast a series of incantation seals toward the beetles. All of the beetles let loose pained cries upon being struck by these incantation seals, and they instantly separated. Immediately thereafter, the three Hanlis began to chant something while making a series of different hand seals. The golden beetles seemed to have fallen under the control of some kind of restriction, and even though they were very reluctant to do so, they were forced to fly toward the white threads that had emerged before them, then set about devouring these white threads. They did so at an astonishing rate, and the countless white threads that had erupted from the cauldron were quickly completely devoured. The green-skinned Han Li suddenly opened his mouth upon seeing this, and countless specks of silver light emerged. These were only pea-sized specks of light, but when they fell into the giant cauldron, they quickly transformed into several tens of palm-sized silver flowers. The petals of the flowers were shimmering with silver light, and they all had crimson patterns running along them. The 13 beetles let loose cries of elation at the sight of these silver flowers, and they immediately flew toward the flowers before quickly devouring them. However, as soon as one flower disappeared, another one would emerge to take its place. After a while, the beetles had consumed thousands of these silver flowers, and their bodies seemed to have expanded slightly in size. At this moment, the shimmering golden Han Li abruptly opened his eyes, and balls of black flames erupted out of his crimson eyeballs. After just a few flashes, they transformed into a seal of black flames that swept up all of the beetles within the cauldron. A peculiar scene then ensued. All of the spirit insects immediately began to devour the black flames as well, and it didn't take long before all of the flames disappeared. At this moment, the final Han Li let loose a loud cry before waving both of his sleeves through the air. A pair of loud thunderclaps rang out, and golden light flashed as two thick golden arcs of lightning erupted forth. They then transformed into two nets of golden lightning that fell one after another, completely encompassing the 13 beetles beneath them. A string of rumbling booms then rang out, and the lightning nets transformed into countless thin arcs of lightning that inundated all of the beetles. The arcs of lightning struck the beetles, causing the purple patterns on their bodies to flash erratically, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that they were extending their limbs as much as possible. In doing so, they were allowing the most amount of lightning to strike their bodies, and not only did they remain completely unscathed, they were clearly thoroughly enjoying this process. After a long while, the golden lightning finally gradually dissipated, and the Han Li with the golden halo behind him also opened his eyes. The 72 azure swords within the halo tremored before flying through the air as countless azure threads that reached the beetles in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. A string of loud clangs rang out as these azure threads struck the beetles, sending them flying through the air, but the beetles remained completely unscathed, as if they were constructed from indestructible metal. However, the beetles were all extremely enraged by these sudden attacks, and they all let loose sharp, piercing cries as they spread their wings, then flashed through the air at an astonishing speed to evade the azure threads. The azure threads were as fast as lightning, but they were unable to keep up with the beetles, and therefore unable to strike them. The Han Li who had released the azure threads seemed to be rather displeased by this, and he made a hand seal before flicking a finger toward the giant azure cauldron. A dull clang rang out, and countless runes appeared over the surface of the giant cauldron. At the same time, a burst of enormous invisible power surged out from within it. All of the beetles that were evading the azure threads immediately slowed down significantly, and the dazzling golden light shimmering from their bodies also completely dimmed. In contrast, not only were the azure threads not slowed down in the slightest by this burst of invisible force, their speed was enhanced, and they formed an azure light barrier over the entire cauldron. Thus, the 13 beetles were reduced to sitting ducks, and they were struck by hundreds of azure threads at once. The clang of metal striking metal came as thick and fast as raindrops during a torrential downpour, and dazzling azure light erupted from the bodies of the golden beetles. The sharp screeching sound they were emitting also became extremely loud and piercing. The three Han Li's expressions remained completely unchanged, and two of them were rapidly making hand seals, injecting their magic power into the cauldron in a frenzy, while the final one was controlling the azure sword threads. Thus, the entire secret chamber was filled with the sound of sword threads flying through the air, intermingled with booms and explosions. After an indeterminate period of time had passed, the Han Li that had released the azure sword threads suddenly waved a hand through the air, and the azure threads immediately stopped cold in their tracks, then reverted back into 72 azure swords that flew back in a flash. The golden halo above his head rotated on the spot, and all of the flying swords abruptly vanished. The halo itself then also disappeared amid a dull thump. At the same time, the other two Han Li ceased making hand seals, and the golden beetles that had been inundated by azure light were naturally revealed again. Even after being ravaged by sword threads for so long, they still remained completely unscathed. However, their fury had been building this entire time, and as soon as the restriction stemming from the giant cauldron was lifted, they immediately flew toward the three Han Lis in a ferocious manner. Despite this, the three Han Lis remained completely unflustered, and they all uttered the same word in unison. "Stop!" All of the golden beetles immediately faltered in midair, following which a burst of white light erupted from the azure cauldron, sweeping up the beetles and carrying them back into the cauldron in a flash. The beetles were naturally very reluctant to return to the cauldron, but they were powerless to resist. The Han Li that had just released the flying swords heaved a faint sigh of relief, and his expression eased slightly as he murmured to himself, "They're becoming more and more difficult to control. Looks like the secret technique wasn't lying. Once they grow to this extent, the original control method no longer works. I'll have to conduct another master recognition ceremony." However, at this point, all of the beetles possess similar levels of power. It's very difficult for them to keep devouring one another, so it's not very plausible to try and nurture a beetle monarch. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. Ever since he had departed from the infernal river, he had cultivated while picking up all of the rare materials that he encountered, and after over 100 years, he had finally returned to the human race. At that point, he knew that the devilish tribulation was imminent, so he immediately gathered all three of his disciples to issue them some instructions, then went into cultivation again. He had two objectives for this period of seclusion, the first of which was to use the divine infernal river elixir to enhance his own physical constitution, striving to reach the pinnacle of the mid-body integration stage before attempting a breakthrough. As for the second objective, that was to try and nurture a beetle monarch using the secret technique he had obtained from Void Spirit. If he could successfully nurture a gold-devouring beetle monarch prior to the commencement of the devilish tribulation, although that still may not be enough for him to travel through the Edler Devil realm without any qualms, it would at least ensure his survival. As such, even though he knew that there was something fishy about how easily Void Spirit had handed over the secret technique to him, he still decided to give it a try. He had been back in the human race for over 100 years, and during this time he had studied this secret technique countless times. Furthermore, he had integrated his own insect nurturing experiences as well as some unique advantages that he had and developed his own method of nurturing a beetle monarch. This method was largely identical to the mayfly race's secret technique, but there were minor differences. For example, in the mayfly race's secret technique, there were certain spirit medicines that were to be fed to the gold-devouring beetles, but due to how rare they were, the spirit medicines were only to be fed once to the beetles. However, with the mysterious small vial that Han Li had up his sleeve, he was able to mass-produce these rare spirit medicines, thereby allowing him to regularly feed them to his gold-devouring beetles. Furthermore, there were some types of lightning stipulated in the mayfly race's secret technique that could be used to refine the bodies of the beetles, and he had chosen to substitute these types of lightning with his divine Devilbane lightning. Of course, only the heavens would know whether these changes would prove to be effective. However, in Han Li's eyes, this new method should have a far greater chance of success than the mayfly race's secret technique. During these past years, Han Li had kept close to 10,000 mature gold-devouring beetles that hadn't mutated in reserve, while all of the mutated gold-devouring beetles were placed together. He then employed special methods to stimulate them into devouring one another over and over again. In order to control these new gold-devouring beetles, which had become far more powerful after devouring so many of their brethren, Han Li had to purchase this massive azure cauldron for an enormous price. This cauldron wasn't going to be very useful in battle, but it could drastically enhance his ability to control his gold-devouring beetles. Thus, after making all of the required preparations and painstakingly nurturing these beetles for close to 200 years, the tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles had been whittled down to these final 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. These new gold-devouring beetles were all going to be candidates to become a gold-devouring beetle monarch, and with their combined powers, they could even oppose a normal mid-body integration cultivator. However, as Hanli attempted to stimulate these 13 beetles into continuing to devour one another, he encountered an insurmountable problem. Due to how evenly matched in power these beetles were, none of them were able to kill the others. However, in order to produce a beetle monarch, these beetles had to continue to devour one another. This naturally made Hanli quite frustrated, yet he was unable to find a suitable solution, so he could only employ all types of methods to refine the bodies of these beetles for now. In doing so, he would be able to gradually improve their powers, thereby increasing the possibility of a beetle monarch being nurtured in the long run. Furthermore, even though he hadn't managed to nurture a beetle monarch, it was now a simple task for him to control these 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles with his spiritual sense. As such, they became a far more feasible option to be used in battle than tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles, and they were a new addition to his collection of trump cards. During these past years, Hanli had also exhausted most of his supply of divine infernal river elixir, and his physical constitution had undergone some profound changes. The most prominent of these changes was that the rate at which he could convert the world's origin chi into magic power during cultivation had sped up by over 30%. 30% didn't seem to be all that incredible, but this essentially meant that he was able to achieve the same effect in his cultivation as he had in the past in 2/3 of the original time. On top of that, Qing Yuanzi had told him with great confidence that cleansing one's body with divine infernal river elixir would benefit one immensely when it came to breaking through body integration stage bottlenecks. Otherwise, the 4 demon monarchs of the Earth Abyss wouldn't have taken such a massive risk to try and obtain some of the elixir. Furthermore, Hanli had also been constantly consuming all types of pills that could enhance his cultivation base, so his magic power was progressing at a rapid rate. At this point, he had already reached the pinnacle of the mid-body integration stage, and he would only require less than 20 more years of preparation before he could begin to attempt making a breakthrough. With that in mind, Hanli heaved a faint sigh and closed his eyes to cultivate again. However, right at this moment, white spiritual light suddenly flashed from the door of the secret chamber. Following, a semi-transparent burst of light rippled throughout the chamber. Hanli faltered slightly upon seeing this before immediately sweeping a sleeve toward the door, which instantly opened amid a flash of spiritual light. A fireball then instantly shot forth into the chamber before quickly flying into Hanli's grasp, and he looked down at the fireball before injecting his spiritual sense into it, following which his expression changed drastically. His fingers abruptly came together, and the fireball was crushed amid a dull thump. Under the illumination of its red light, an extremely dark expression had appeared on Hanli's face. "I didn't think the devilish mark would appear so soon. Looks like I have no choice but to come out of seclusion," he murmured to himself as spiritual light erupted from his body. The other 2 Hanlis turned toward him in an expressionless manner upon seeing this, then flew toward him as a pair of projections. The 3 combined as one amid a pair of dull thumps, and Hanli's aura abruptly swelled drastically as he rose to his feet. He waved a hand toward the giant azure cauldron, and it rapidly shrank down to the size of a human fist, then vanished up Hanli's sleeve amid a flash of azure light. After that, Hanli raised his head and he suddenly arrived in front of the entrance to the secret chamber, covering a distance of over 100 feet in a flash. After that, he strode out of the chamber and vanished on the spot. At the foot of a giant mountain deep within a certain mountain range in the primordial world, there was a white-robed young man engaged in a tense standoff with 3 enormous primordial beasts. One of the 3 beasts was a 2-headed giant that was over 1,000 feet tall. It had an extremely vicious appearance that was only accentuated by its head of disheveled yellow hair, and it was holding a massive black club in one hand. The other 2 beasts consisted of a pair of giant crimson pythons, one of which was larger than the other. The larger of the 2 pythons was over 3,000 feet in length, and the smaller one was around 700 to 800 feet in length. Both of them were expelling red mist out of their mouths that appeared to be extremely toxic, and all three of the primordial beasts were staring intently at the comparatively tiny young man with wariness in their eyes. The white-robed young man had peculiar golden and silver runes on his face, and he said in a frosty voice, I already issued a warning a few days ago for all of the powerful living beings in this place to leave. All of the smart ones have left, and only the three of you have refused to do so. Do you really think you can oppose me by banding together? How naive. In that case, you don't have to go anymore. I'll take your souls and inner cores and make this your final resting place. The three primordial beasts seemed to have developed some level of intelligence, and as soon as they heard this, the two-headed giant gnashed its sharp teeth together before thumping a huge fist violently into its own chest, then threw its head back and let loose a furious snarl. The two crimson pythons also had cold looks in their eyes, and they began to flick their forked tongues with increased urgency as their hissing grew louder and more menacing. A cold smile appeared on the white-robed young man's face upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal before abruptly tumbling to the ground. A dull thump rang out as a burst of white glacial chi erupted forth, covering an area of several acres in the blink of an eye. Immediately thereafter, countless glittering and translucent egg-sized snowflakes appeared in the air, and all of them began to shimmer with dazzling light under the sun. A peculiar sharp cry abruptly erupted from within the white chi, and a pristine white centipede that resembled an ice statue rushed out. The centipede had 6 wings on its back and a pair of bright red eyes. When it first emerged from the white glacial chi, it was only around 70 to 80 feet in length, but it then rapidly elongated to over 1,000 feet in length in a flash. It then opened its mouth without any hesitation to expel a burst of white glacial flames, which surged toward the three beasts as a white glacial sea. The three beasts' hearts jolted upon seeing this, and they immediately unleashed their own defensive techniques, clearly well aware of how fearsome this glacial chi was. The two-headed giant gripped onto its black club with both hands before violently swinging it through the air in front of itself a few times in rapid succession. A string of explosive booms rang out, and a gust of fierce wind was swept up before hurtling directly toward the glacial chi in the distance. Meanwhile, the two giant pythons opened their cavernous mouths to expel a huge burst of red mist that transformed into scorching flames, which formed a barrier around their bodies. However, in the face of the white glacial sea, the fierce wind and scorching flames were all instantly vanquished, much to the shock and horror of the three giant beasts. Before they even had a chance to react, they were frozen into a trio of ice statues. The massive centipede circled around in the air above the three beasts, then flapped its 6 wings to release 6 streaks of white light. The streaks of light revolved around the 3 ice statues a few times like lightning, following which a resounding boom rang out and the statues crumbled into piles of ice flakes. Light flashed, and the 3 giant beast souls emerged before immediately attempting to flee the scene in a panicked manner. But the 6-winged centipede opened its mouth again to expel a burst of invisible suction force that instantly encompassed the entire area down below. The shards of the 3 giant beasts' frozen remains and their souls were all swept up before being devoured by the massive centipede. Immediately thereafter, white light flashed, and the 6-winged centipede vanished, only for the white-robed young man to reappear in its place. He looked down with a cold expression, and after verifying that he hadn't missed anything, he turned his gaze toward the giant mountain up ahead with a fanatical gleam in his eyes. His body swayed, and he instantly flew through the air as a streak of white light, vanishing into the mountain after just a few flashes. A short while later, the white-robed young man appeared within a natural cave that was situated countless feet beneath the mountain. He was staring at a certain rugged reddish-purple stone wall within the cave with a look of excitement on his face. "Ha! I found a purple een or mine. Looks like I'll be attaining a true spirit body even sooner than I anticipated." As soon as his voice trailed off, he immediately tumbled to the ground and adopted his centipede form again. On this occasion, the centipede was only several tens of feet in size, and it expelled a burst of light that encompassed the entire stone wall. The reddish-purple stone wall then slowly disappeared amid flashes of white spiritual light, and a giant gaping black hole was left in its wake. After that, the 6-winged centipede immediately flapped its wings and vanished into the hole as a streak of black light, following which a string of rumbling booms rang out from within. Within a certain secret chamber in a deep-sea palace, there was a giant cocoon suspended in mid-air. The cocoon was enshrouded within countless crimson threads and was writhing incessantly. Immediately thereafter, countless crimson runes appeared over its surface, and it began to expand at an incredible rate. Within just the span of a single breath, the entire spacious secret chamber was entirely filled by the expanding giant cocoon, following which a faint black shadow within the cocoon moved ever so slightly. The cocoon immediately exploded amid an earth-shattering boom, and a naked young man appeared in midair within the secret chamber. The young man had skin that was as fair as jade, and a set of extremely handsome facial features. There was a shimmering golden lotus flower diagram inscribed both on the front of his body, as well as on his back. The flowers were several feet in size and extremely vivid and lifelike. They had spread over virtually the entirety of the young man's body, and strangely enough, just the mere sight of them struck one with a sense of dizziness. The naked young man's eyes were tightly shut, and his expression was calm and placid as he hovered in mid-air in a completely stationary manner. After a long while, faint golden light flashed from his body, and the golden lotus flower diagrams began to twist and flash as if they had sprung to life. The young man slowly opened his eyes to reveal a pair of remarkably bright pupils that seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. A pair dull thumps rang out, and two balls of flames were suddenly ignited within the young man's eyes. One of the fireballs was golden, while the other was silver, and they flashed incessantly as the young man moved his head. All of a sudden, his gaze settled upon a certain item situated in a corner of the secret chamber, and a very peculiar look appeared on his face. This item was a crystal ball that had been placed on a short jade table. The ball was around the size of a human fist, and its surface was shimmering with faint spiritual light, illuminating a clear image within it. The image depicted a shimmering silver lotus seed pod, and it was extremely lifelike and realistic. The golden and silver flames within the young man's eyes flickered incessantly, but there was a noticeable glacial aura emanating from his body. All of a sudden, he made a hand seal, and a layer of golden spiritual flames erupted from his body, which then transformed into a lavish golden robe that covered his entire body. He then made a grabbing motion toward the crystal ball from afar, and it flew over to him before vanishing into his body in a flash. The young man raised his head before murmuring to himself, "I almost died for that treasure in the true immortal realm. How dare you take it away? I don't care who you are. I'm going to hunt you down to the ends of this realm and erase you from existence. But before that, I have to get out of this place." Judging from the contents of his words, he should have been extremely angry, but his face remained completely expressionless, which created a very peculiar contrast. In the next instant, he rubbed his hands together, and golden light flashed before he raised his palms up into the air. A ball of golden light emerged, and in the beginning it was only around the size of a human fist, but it then swelled dramatically in size, while a buzzing sound erupted throughout the entire secret chamber. Within the span of just a few breaths, a few dull thumps rang out within this mysterious palace, following which several golden pillars of light erupted in all directions from it. A string of loud rumbling booms then erupted as more golden light surged out of the palace in a frenzy, and the entire building completely collapsed and crumbled. The entire area was inundated by this golden light, and when the light faded, the golden-robed young man was revealed again, standing on the original site of the palace in an expressionless manner. He withdrew his raised arms, and moments later, a streak of golden light flew out of the ocean. After that, the streak of golden light chose a certain direction to travel toward, and it was heading directly for the Tianyuan continent. On the territory of the Tianyuan continent's Wood tribe, there was a barefoot woman in a white dress hovering gracefully over an enormous lush tree that was over 100,000 feet tall. Standing before her was an azure-robed elderly man, and they were engaged in a tense standoff. Over 1,000 feet below the woman, there was a hideous burly man in a suit of black armor, surrounded by a middle-aged man and woman. The burly man had his arms crossed, and he was glowering at the middle-aged duo with a ferocious look in his eyes. In contrast, the middle-aged pair were both quite refined in appearance, and the woman was appraising the burly man with a wary look in her eyes. I don't know who you are or where you came from, but you infiltrated the holy land of our Wood tribe and picked over 10 of our black spirit flowers. Do you really think our tribe doesn't have any grand Ascension stage beings to oppose you? The azure-robed man said in a cold voice as he glowered at the woman before him. I wouldn't infiltrate a place without doing sufficient research beforehand. You're a grand elder of the Wood tribe, right? Don't be so stingy, fellow Taoist Wu. There's no need to get so worked up over a few black spirit flowers, the woman said in an unflustered manner, seemingly completely unfazed by the powerful foe standing before her. Humph, you make it sound like no big deal, but black spirit flowers possess extraordinary effects, and our entire tribe can only produce just over 100 such flowers per 10,000 years. You've taken close to half of them at once, and you think you'll simply be allowed to go free. The elderly man's expression darkened as he spoke. This grand elder of the Wood tribe had been cultivating within a certain secret area nearby, and if it weren't for the fact that he had to come out of seclusion to attend to some matters, he wouldn't even have noticed that someone had infiltrated their tribe's holy land before taking so many black spirit flowers. As soon as he discovered this, he immediately confronted the perpetrators, but the woman standing before him possessed unfathomable powers, even to a grand Ascension stage being like him, which was why he hadn't attacked her right away. I've already done your tribe a favor by not taking all of your black spirit flowers. You're quite powerful, but you're still no match for me, so what are you going to do? The woman scoffed, and the azure-robed elderly man was greatly enraged by her words. At the height of his fury, the elderly man burst into incredulous laughter. Ha! Seeing as you have no respect or regard for our Wood tribe, I'll have to test out your abilities to see if you can truly back up your words. If you really are more powerful than me, then I'll command the entire Wood tribe to stand down and allow you to leave. If you're no match for me, then other beings of your Wood tribe would simply be asking for death if they were to challenge me. However, do you really want to fight here? The woman asked with a smile as she glanced at the giant tree down below. The woman was already a peerless beauty, and her smile only further accentuated her allure. Even the elderly man couldn't help but be momentarily entranced by her stunning elegance. But he immediately returned to his senses, upon which his expression darkened even further. The two of us would raze my tribe's holy land to the ground if we were to battle here. Come with me, fellow Taoist. As soon as his voice trailed off, the elderly man abruptly swept a sleeve upward, and a pillar of azure light erupted forth. The pillar of azure light then transformed into a gargantuan sword that was over 1,000 feet in length before slashing through the air. A resounding boom rang out as the giant sword struck the empty air amid a flash of white light. A burst of powerful spatial fluctuations erupted forth, and a spatial rift that was over 100 feet in length appeared. This grand elder of the Wood tribe had smashed open a spatial rift with just a single attack. He stepped into the spatial rift without any hesitation, completely disregarding the hazards within the rift. A faint smile that was tinged with a hint of derision and disdain appeared on the woman's face, and she turned to the burly man down below before issuing an instruction. You stay here for now, I'll be back soon. Yes, sacred ancestor. The burly man was very ferocious in appearance, but he was acting extremely respectfully toward the woman. The woman gently tapped a foot into the air, and a pink flower emerged beneath her feet before slowly carrying her into the spatial rift as well. Moments later, a string of rumbling booms and astonishing explosions erupted within the spatial rift, accompanied by flashes of dazzling light. It was as if doomsday had befallen the space within the rift. The two middle-aged Wood tribe cultivators both exchanged a shocked glance upon seeing this. As for the burly man, he turned back to the middle-aged duo as the vicious look reappeared on his face, seemingly completely unconcerned about the woman in white. The commotion taking place within the rift didn't last too long. Around 10 minutes later, all of the light faded, and nothing more than complete silence could be heard within the spatial rift. The middle-aged duo turned toward the rift with nervous looks on their faces, while the burly man merely appraised them with a cold sneer on his face. Moments later, azure light flashed from within the spatial rift, and a humanoid figure emerged from within. It was none other than the azure-robed elderly man. He appeared to be completely physically unscathed, but his face was clearly paler than before, As soon as he emerged from the spatial rift, he turned back toward it with a hint of fear in his eyes. Only then did the woman in white also exit the spatial rift, and her expression was just as calm and collected as when she had first strode into the rift. The concern on the faces of the middle-aged duo from the Wood tribe was only exacerbated upon seeing this. As soon as the woman in white emerged, she asked, "Can I leave now, fellow Taoist?" The Wood tribe Grand Elder wore an extremely strained expression as instructed through gritted teeth. "Mu Jun Mu Jiao, issue this order of mine. No one from the Wood tribe is permitted to attack these two, and they are to be allowed to leave our territory as they please." The middle-aged man immediately tried to dispute the order. "But Grand Elder, those black spirit flowers are—" "Shut up! Are you doubting my words?" the elderly man yelled as a cold look appeared on his face. "I wouldn't dare, Senior. I'll pass on your orders right away." The middle-aged man hurriedly replied with a respectful bow. "Humph, go on then." The elderly man harumphed coldly. On this occasion, the middle-aged man didn't dare to hesitate. He flipped a hand over to produce a stack of shimmering azure talismans, and he swept a hand toward the talismans a few times before releasing them as streaks of azure light with a flick of his wrist. The talismans immediately vanished into thin air nearby, and the woman in the white dress merely smiled upon seeing this as she tucked a few strands of stray hair behind her ear. She then waved a hand toward the black-armored burly man down below, then flew away without uttering a single word. The burly man cackled triumphantly before immediately setting off in pursuit of the woman as a gust of fierce black wind. The Wood tribe Grand Elder was extremely enraged that the body integration stage burly man was acting so rudely in his presence, but he didn't dare to do anything aside from look on with a frosty expression as the duo flew away. "Mu Jiao, your azure spirit wisdom eyes are extremely profound. Could you identify anything about those two?" the elderly man suddenly asked. "I'm afraid I'll have to let you down, Grand Elder. I activated my wisdom eyes to their very maximal extent just then, but was still unable to see much. That Grand Ascension stage woman is enshrouded within countless flower projections, making it impossible for me to see her true form. Could it be that she's also a Wood spirit or has some kind of connection to our Wood tribe?" The middle-aged Wood tribe woman replied in a hesitant manner. "Humph, she's definitely not from our Wood tribe. It's most likely the case that the cultivation art she's using is somehow connected to ours. She's unfathomably powerful, and I can't help but worry now that she's appeared near our Wood tribe territory so close to the commencement of the devilish tribulation." The elderly man sighed. "I trust your judgment, Grand Elder. As for that man, I saw an indistinct WIRM projection on his body, and I could also see that he possesses extremely pure devilish chi. Could he be somehow related to the Elder Devil race?" The woman speculated. "Most likely not. There are countless Devil Dao cultivation arts littered throughout the spirit realm, and the fact that his true form is a WIRM indicates that he's definitely not from the Elder Devil race. The WIRMs and the Elder Devils are sworn enemies, and if two such beings were to encounter one another, a battle to the death would immediately ensue." The elderly man concluded after a brief pause for thought. Despite his vast wealth of knowledge and experience, it didn't occur to this Wood tribe Grand Elder that the black-armored man could be an evil dragon that had been extinct for countless years in the spirit realm. As a result, he naturally made a massive lapse in judgment. Meanwhile, high up in the air thousands of kilometers away, the burly man was speaking to the woman in white in a respectful manner. "Sacred Ancestor, if these black spirit flowers are useful to you, then why didn't you take all of them? That Wood tribe Grand Elder is only an early Grand Ascension stage being, so there's no way he could have posed a threat to you. After all, even among all of the sacred ancestors of our holy realm, your powers rank among the top 5. I'm confident in my ability to defeat that Wood tribe Grand Elder, but I'm not actually confident in my ability to kill him. On top of that, black spirit flowers only have a limited effect in helping me recover from my injuries, so they'll cease to be effective for me once I consume more than 10. As such, there's a mismatch between risk and reward, so why would I do something so unwise?" the woman explained. "I see. However, we've scoured most of the Tianyuan continent already. If we can't find anything soon, then isn't it time we left this continent? If I recall correctly, the Holy Realm should be about to descend upon this realm, and it would be very bad for us if we were to encounter other sacred ancestors," the man said in a hesitant manner. Prior to escaping from the Holy Realm, I did indeed discuss some details about this with the other sacred ancestors, and this is indeed one of the regions where our two realms overlap the most. However, there's no need to be concerned. Even though the Holy Realm is about to descend, those sacred ancestors won't be able to arrive in the spirit realm right away. At the very most, we'll only have to deal with their clones. On top of that, I couldn't be certain prior to this, but I used a divination secret technique after reaching this place, and the technique tells me that there's a very good chance that the thing I'm looking for is here. As such, I certainly can't just leave under these circumstances, the woman chuckled. I see. In that case, I'll do everything in my power to find that thing and help you recover your powers, even if it means giving up my life, the burly man said with a confident slap of his own chest. Looks like Ming Luo disciplined you very well. If you can help me recover my powers, then I'll naturally reward you handsomely as well, the woman said with a faint mysterious smile. Thank you, sacred ancestor. I am yours to do with as you see fit. The burly man was ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately scrambled to express his loyalty again. The woman merely glanced at the burly man with a hint of a smile and didn't say anything further. Thus, the two of them continued onward, and they were heading directly toward the territory of the human race. Han Li was on the peak of a certain mountain, appraising the gigantic devilish mark in the sky with a dark expression. Several tens of feet behind him, his three disciples were standing in a respectful manner with their hands by their sides. Han Li heaved a faint sigh before instructing, "Let's go back now. It looks like the devilish tribulation is definitely going to commence within half a year." "Yes, master." The three disciples naturally had no objections. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light that swept up all four of them, then flew directly toward the cave abode. An hour later, Han Li was seated in the hall of his cave abode with a silver-robed beauty sitting beside him. This was none other than the ice phoenix who had been cultivating under his protection this entire time. At this point, not only had she recovered all of her former magic power, she had already reached the late deity transformation stage, and a major contributing factor behind her fast progress was the pills that Han Li had been constantly providing her with. Bai Guer, Hai Yuetian, and Qi Lingzi were also standing in the secret chamber. "Brother Han, the devilish mark has appeared far too close to our cave abode for comfort. This clearly isn't a suitable place to cultivate at anymore. What are your plans from here? Should we move our cave abode elsewhere right away?" The ice phoenix asked with a hint of concern in her eyes. These past few centuries had been the most enjoyable period of time in her cultivation journey. Not only did she not have to worry about her own safety, she had a virtually limitless supply of exceptional pills. Yet all of this could come to an end now with the impending devilish tribulation looming over their heads. "We will indeed have to move the cave abode. Let's move to Deep Heaven City. After all, once the devilish tribulation commences, almost all sparsely populated areas will be extremely dangerous. Even if we don't go to Deep Heaven City, we'll still have to go to one of the sovereign cities," Han Li replied. "We're moving to Deep Heaven City? Does that mean you plan to join their panel of elders, Brother Han?" The Ice Phoenix asked in a surprised manner. "No, only the four of you will be residing in Deep Heaven City in the long term. I'll help defend Deep Heaven City against the first few waves of attacks from the Elder Devil realm. Then go to cultivate in a secret place that the Elder Devils won't be able to find," Han Li replied with a shake of his head. "Why is that? Could it be?" A thought immediately occurred to the Ice Phoenix. Han Li nodded in confirmation. "That's right. I'll be able to attempt a breakthrough to the late body integration stage in about 10 more years, so I need to go into seclusion for some time." "I see. That is indeed a wise decision, Brother Han. As for your breakthrough to the late body integration stage, I promise to assist you during the process, so when the time comes I'll do as you say, Brother Han," the Ice Phoenix said as a faint blush appeared on her face. Han Li nodded before turning to his three disciples. "Clean up the cave abode and tell all of your disciples that we're leaving this place in 3 days. Guer, seeing as you're unwilling to go to Deep Heaven City, you can go to Xianwu City after taking care of all of the disciples. Xianwu City will be guarded by Xianwu Tyrant Sovereign and that old tortoise, so it'll be a very safe place." "Yes, Master." "Thank you, Master." The three disciples naturally didn't have objections, and they all extended respectful bows toward Han Li. Thus, 3 days later, several giant arcs that were over 300 feet in length emerged from a mountain. Standing at the very front of one of the arcs was an azure-robed young man with an extremely calm and collected look on his face, looking as if nothing in this world could impact his emotions. On the other arc stood several hundreds of people of both genders and all age ranges, some of whom wore nervous looks on their faces, but most of them were very excited. Moments later, bright spiritual light flashed from the surfaces of the giant arcs, and they quickly vanished into the distance as massive balls of light. Almost at the exact same time, there were tens of thousands of mortals and cultivators who were also boarding a series of giant flying arcs on a small mountain range countless kilometers away. The entire scene was extremely bustling and chaotic, and on one of the arcs stood a woman in a palatial dress, surrounded by a dozen or so deity transformation and spatial tempering cultivators. The woman was an exquisite beauty who appeared to be in her 20s, and her brows were slightly furrowed as she appraised the chaotic scenes unfolding before her. Senior Blood Spirit, I think it would be a safer option to travel to Xianwu City. After all, aside from Xianwu Tyrant Sovereign, there's also a giant beast in Xianwu City that's close to a true spirit in power. A spatial tempering stage elderly man said in a hesitant manner. Are you doubting my judgment? The woman asked in a cold voice. No, I wouldn't dare, the elderly man hurriedly said. Humph, you don't know anything. With the Tyrant Sovereign and that old tortoise, Xianwu City will naturally be more powerful than Tianyuan City, but I have some ties with the current Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign, so at the very least, our Su family won't be used as cannon fodder when we reach Tianyuan City. In contrast, I certainly can't guarantee the same in Xianwu City, the woman said in a confident manner. I see. Forgive me for my ignorance, the elderly man said with a respectful salute. I'll let you off the hook this one time seeing as you're thinking for the sake of the Su family, but don't blame me for turning on you if you do that again, the woman said with a cold look in her eyes. Everyone around her hurriedly bowed in unison upon hearing this and proclaimed that they wouldn't dare to question her authority again. Over half a day later, around 100 arcs of different sizes rose up into the air before flying toward a certain direction, and the mountain range was completely deserted in the blink of an eye. The enormous estate of the Su family had been abandoned in its entirety, just like that. The same thing was happening all throughout the human race. Some of the prominent families who hadn't yet joined any major powers finally lost their cool after the devilish marks appeared, and they all abandoned their estates to seek out greener pastures. 2 months later, a golden-robed old monk was standing atop the giant city wall of Deep Heaven City, looking into the distance through a pair of narrowed eyes. Behind the monk were a dozen or so high-grade cultivators in different attire, and they were also looking into the distance with curiosity in their eyes. Not long after that, spiritual light flashed in the distant sky, and one flying arc after another emerged before heading directly toward the city wall. A stir immediately ran through the cultivators standing behind the monk, and the situation became slightly chaotic. The monk didn't turn around, but he could sense everyone's reactions, and he immediately cleared his throat with furrowed brows. He didn't do so very loudly, but all of the chatter immediately died down, and at this moment, several more arcs appeared in the distance amid flashes of spiritual light. A faint smile appeared on the monk's face at the sight of the arcs, and he immediately called out into the distance. Is that you, fellow Taoist Han? I've been expecting you. His voice wasn't very loud, but it was as audible as rumbling thunder to the giant arcs in the distance. I'm truly flattered that you've come out to greet me in person, fellow Taoist Jinyu. I assume you've received the letter I sent out a few days ago. An azure figure on one of the arcs replied from afar. He was naturally none other than someone who wasn't Hanli, and his voice was also clearly audible to those on the city wall. Haha, your assistance will greatly benefit our Deep Heaven City, so it would only be right of me to come out and greet you in person, Buddhist monk Jin Yu chuckled. Hanli merely smiled and remained silent upon hearing this. The giant arcs reached the city wall after just a few flashes, following which Hanli descended in a nonchalant manner. You look well, fellow Taoist Jinyu, Hanli said as he cupped his fist in a salute toward the old monk. After ascertaining Hanli's cultivation base with his spiritual sense, a hint of shock flashed through Buddhist monk Jinyu's eyes, and a wry smile appeared on his face. I'm just an old man, fellow Taoist Han. I can see that you've made another breakthrough to the mid-body integration stage in just a few centuries. You truly put old geezers like us to shame. Back when I was at your age, I had only just made it to the spatial tempering stage. Haha, there's no need to be so self-deprecating, fellow Taoist. If I'm not mistaken, I can sense that you've mastered some kind of powerful ability since we last met. Han Li said with a hint of a smile. I did indeed recently successfully cultivate a certain ability, but that's nothing compared to the astonishing progress you've made, fellow Taoist Han. Please follow me to the Elder Hall and we'll continue our conversation there, Brother Han. I'll make sure your disciples are taken care of, the old monk said in a modest manner before making an inviting hand gesture toward Han Li. Please lead the way, fellow Taoist. Han Li replied with a nod. Thus, Buddhist monk Jin Yu instructed 2 of the cultivators behind him to lead the flying arcs into the city, then led Han Li towards somewhere else in the city. 2 hours later, Han Li and Buddhist monk Jin Yu arrived within a certain hall in a huge tower. The tables, chairs, and walls in the hall were all of a pristine white color, looking as if they had been paved with beautiful white jade. Aside from Han Li and Buddhist monk Jin Yu, there were also 3 other body integration cultivators in the hall. One of them was a silver-haired elderly man with a set of remarkably youthful facial features. Another was a burly man in a black leather robe, and the final one was a woman with shoulder-length hair wearing a silver mask. Among the 3 of them, the white-robed elderly man clearly possessed the highest cultivation base. He was at the pinnacle of the mid-body integration stage and was only a step away from becoming a late-body integration cultivator. As for the burly man and the masked woman, they were both at the early body integration stage, but their auras were quite peculiar, so they were clearly each using some strange cultivation arts. Han Li was sitting in his chair, listening to everyone's conversations, but he was constantly appraising the masked woman with a peculiar look on his face. The white-robed elderly man quickly caught on to this, and he smiled as he asked, "Have you met Fairy Silver Light before, Brother Han?" The masked woman had also been growing rather uncomfortable from Han Li's unexplained scrutiny, and she asked, "I've also been wanting to ask this. Would you be able to enlighten me, Brother Han? This is the first time that we've met, but your aura is very similar to a past acquaintance of mine. May I ask which branch of the demon race you're from, fellow Taoist?" Han Li asked with a contemplative look in his eyes. "A similar aura? Your acquaintance must also be a silver wolf being then. Fellow Taoist Silver Light is one of the silver wolf race's 2 body integration cultivators," the black-robed man explained. Fairy Silver Light's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and she asked in a curious manner, "I am indeed a member of the silver wolf race. What is the name of your acquaintance, fellow Taoist Han? Perhaps I'll know of them." Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he really did decide to ask about Silvermoon. "In that case, I really do plan to ask you about her. Would you happen to know if a fellow Taoist by the name of Linglong is doing well at the moment? At his current cultivation base, he naturally didn't have to fear Wolf Monarch Tian Kue. So he was able to ask this question without any inhibitions. He had been keeping an eye out for information about Silvermoon after reaching the body integration stage, but the territory of the Silver Wolf race was a very secretive place, and they very rarely came into contact with outsiders. Hence, everyone that Han Li asked either knew nothing or could only provide tiny morsels of information that were nowhere near enough for him to learn about Silvermoon's current situation. Now that he had encountered a body integration stage Silver Wolf being, Han Li naturally wasn't going to pass up this opportunity. "Linglong? Your acquaintance is Sister Linglong? Come to think of it, I've heard that you're an ascended cultivator. Could it be that you're—" Fairy Silver Light's voice cut off mid-sentence as if she had suddenly thought of something taboo, and a very peculiar look had appeared in her eyes as she appraised Han Li. Han Li was quite elated to hear this, but his expression remained calm as he said, "So you really do know Fairy Linglong?" "I grew up with Sister Linglong, so of course I know her. I do have some information about Linglong, but I can't disclose too much to you. All I can tell you is that Linglong is alive and well, and she's already reached the late spatial tempering stage." Fairy Silver Light sighed. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and after a brief moment of contemplation, his lips tremored as he transmitted his voice to Fairy Silver Light. "What's there that can't be disclosed? I understand that this is not an appropriate place to speak about such matters. I'll pay you a separate visit in a couple of days, and we can discuss Linglong in greater detail." A hesitant look flashed through Fairy Silver Light's eyes upon hearing this, but she still nodded in the end. Everyone else was rather intrigued by Han Li and Fairy Silver Light's exchange, but none of them pried into the matter. Instead, they changed the subject and began to discuss matters related to the imminent devilish tribulation, as well as how grateful they were that Han Li was willing to offer them his assistance. Prior to coming here, Han Li had used a myriad distance talisman to inform the elders that he could only help defend Deep Heaven City against the devilish tribulation for the first few years, and that he was doing so in exchange for refuge for his disciples. The most ferocious attacks from the Elder Devil race always came during the first few waves, so the elders were naturally more than happy to agree to this arrangement. Thus, after a pleasant discussion during which everyone exchanged some ideas for dealing with the upcoming devilish tribulation, Han Li finally took his leave. Fairy Silver Light looked on as Han Li departed with an indecisive look on her masked face. 2 days later, Han Li arrived at Fairy Silver Light's cave abode on his own, and only after half a day had passed did he re-emerge with a dark expression on his face. He paused at the entrance and looked up at the clear blue sky for a long time before letting loose a cold chuckle, then flew away as a streak of azure light. Han Li was living in a separate white pagoda in Deep Heaven City. This pagoda was less than 10 times the size of the other giant buildings in the cities, but it was still large enough for Han Li and his entourage to live in. Han Li was currently residing on the top level of this pagoda, but that didn't mean that he intended to live here for a long period of time. After around half a month, Han Li summoned his 3 disciples, and after issuing them some instructions, he departed from the pagoda as a streak of azure light. Prior to the commencement of the devilish tribulation, there was still something that he had to do. He traveled without pause and arrived directly at the place where all of the teleportation formations were situated in Deep Heaven City. After issuing some instructions to the guards there, he was teleported to a certain massive city that was countless kilometers away. Han Li completely disregarded the awestruck eyes of the cultivators guarding the teleportation formations there and departed from the city, flying away toward a certain direction. Around 2 months later, Han Li appeared within a mountain range that was abundant with baleful qi. This mountain range stretched for millions of kilometers, and within it, a dozen or so cities of different sizes could be seen. These cities were linked by all types of fortresses to form a giant ring, and beyond the fortresses were series of formations that littered the entire mountain range, transforming the place into an enormous stronghold. There were also groups of azure-armored guards consisting of around 10 to 100 people per group patrolling the area, but with Han Li's astonishing cultivation base, he naturally didn't encounter any resistance as he flew into the deepest part of the mountain range before stopping in front of the largest of the dozen or so cities. He hovered at a low altitude and looked on at a huge flag, upon which was a massive long character. Han Li had learned some things about the city back when he was in Deep Heaven City, and he knew that this was a stronghold that the Long family had constructed alongside a dozen or so other major families to ward off the Elder Devil race together. These families were all of different sizes, and some of them weren't even true spirit families, but they were all quite powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been confident enough to set up their own independent stronghold in the face of the imminent devilish tribulation. Of course, their greatest source of confidence came from the Long family patriarch, who was renowned as one of the most powerful beings of the human race. Han Li wondered what these people would think if they knew that this powerful backer of theirs was going to leave this place not long after the commencement of the devilish tribulation. After entertaining this ironic thought for a moment, Han Li suddenly flipped a hand over to produce a yellow talisman, then swiped it through the air, and it shot forth as a streak of golden light before vanishing in a flash. He then flew over to a nearby hill before taking a seat on a huge rock and closing his eyes in a calm manner. Immortal Galaxy Tree. Has anyone else noticed that the author reused the name Jinyu? Between Shirkuan and Jinyu, the author doesn't seem have enough names in his bag, lol. After a while, Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he reopened his eyes. A ball of golden light was flying out of the giant city that belonged to the Long family, and it quickly arrived in the air close to Han Li. Within the golden ball of light was a middle-aged man. It was none other than the Long family patriarch. He was appraising Han Li in an expressionless manner from above, and Han Li calmly rose to his feet before cupping his fist in a salute. Greetings, Brother Long. I heard that you had progressed to the mid-body integration stage, and I had thought that was just a rumor. However, it seems that you really made another breakthrough, fellow Taoist Han. Your rate of progression may not be unmatched by anyone of the past or the future, but there's certainly no one in the entire human race who can currently compare with you, the Long family patriarch said in a slightly awestruck manner. You're far too kind, Brother Long. I'm sure you haven't come out to see me just to discuss my cultivation progression, right? Hanli said in an indifferent manner. The Long family patriarch's lips twitched slightly as he replied, Of course not, but I think the purpose for your visit is already quite apparent. You've progressed to the mid-body integration stage, so you've clearly already decided to come with us on our journey to the Elder Devil race. Indeed, I've decided to join you on this journey, but that's not the main purpose for my visit. I would like to propose an exchange with you. Brother Long, Hanli said as he crossed his arms in a calm manner. The Long family patriarch faltered slightly upon hearing this before a curious look appeared in his eyes. Oh? What's the exchange? I heard that your Long family is able to refine a type of pill known as the Dragon Spirit Pill using Dragon True Spirit Blood as the main ingredient, and that this pill is rather useful for breaking through body integration stage bottlenecks. Also, I've heard that your family seems to have replicated the legendary giant Atlas Arc. Hanli replied without giving a direct response. That is indeed the case. Are you interested in those two items, fellow Taoist? That's a pity for you, then, because there's no way I would offer those two items for exchange. The Long family patriarch chuckled coldly. Why speak in such absolute terms, Brother Long? There is nothing in this world that can't be exchanged. It's all about whether I can offer you something that'll be sufficiently tempting to you. Hanli chuckled in a confident manner. The Long family patriarch's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged. Oh? You sound very confident, fellow Taoist. Hanli smiled and continued, I heard that you've been held back by a late body integration stage bottleneck for tens of thousands of years already. Would you be interested in something that can help you break through that bottleneck? The Long family patriarch was stunned to hear this, but he quickly regained his composure and said, I would indeed be interested in something like that, but that'll depend on what it is. If the effects are very minimal, then it won't be very useful to me. Why don't you take a look at this, fellow Taoist Long? Hanli smiled as he swept a sleeve through the air, sending a thumb-sized jade vial flying directly toward the Long family patriarch. The Long family patriarch's eyes narrowed slightly as he drew the small vial into his grasp, and his expression changed slightly as soon as he injected his spiritual sense into the vial. An incredulous look appeared in his eyes, and he hurriedly removed the lid on the vial before bringing its opening to his nose to inhale the scent of its contents. Is this Celestial River Silver Elixir? No, not quite. It seems to be something even more potent. It's rather similar to High Zenith Immortal Elixir, but the color is a little different. The Long family patriarch's wooden expression had completely been replaced by elation at this point. How is it? I'm sure this divine infernal river elixir will be of assistance to you, right, fellow Taoist? Hanli wasn't surprised at all to see this. The Long family patriarch's expression quickly returned to normal and he said in a contemplative manner, so this elixir is known as divine infernal river elixir? I've never heard of it. This elixir will indeed be able to assist me in breaking through my bottleneck. But surely you have more than just a few drops, right? Otherwise, it will still be of no use to me. Hanli smiled as he flipped a hand over to produce a small white vial, then replied, Of course, I have an entire vial of this elixir, but I want to exchange it for a vial of Dragon Spirit Pills and a giant Atlas Arkansas. You're asking for far too much, fellow Taoist. Our Long family's Dragon Spirit Pills are indeed somewhat inferior to this elixir, but it definitely won't be by much. On top of that, you're asking for a giant Atlas Arc as well. Don't you think that's a bit too unfair? A cold light flashed through the Long family patriarch's eyes as he spoke. I'm aware of this, but there's an important difference between this elixir and Dragon Spirit Pills. This vial of divine infernal river elixir is the only one in the entire human race. I've already consumed the rest of the elixir, and that's how I was able to make another breakthrough so quickly. In fact, it's hard to say whether a second vial of this elixir exists even on the entire Tianyuan continent. In contrast, your Long family can continue to refine Dragon Spirit Pills indefinitely. If you miss out on this vial of elixir, I can assure you that you won't see another vial of this elixir during your lifetime. As for those dragon spirit pills, your Long family proclaims that it's not for sale, but some of those pills have found their way out of your Long family through one avenue or another. If I spend some time to search for them, there's a good chance that I'll be able to track some down, Hanli said with a faint smile. Humph, your spiel may work on others, but it's not going to work on me. No matter what you say, there's no way I'll agree to this exchange. The Long family patriarch harumphed coldly without displaying any willingness to back down. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but his expression then quickly reverted back to normal. In that case, just pretend I never offered this exchange in the first place. You can keep those drops of elixir as a gift from me. Han Li and cupped his fist in a salute as he spoke, and spiritual light flashed from his body as he turned to leave. The Long family patriarch's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and immediately called out, "Hold on! Have you changed your mind, Brother Long?" Han Li turned around with a hint of a smile on his face. Humph, there's no need for beings like you and I to play these immature games. Your divine infernal river elixir is indeed extremely useful to me, but the exchange you've proposed is too unreasonable. If you want to exchange this elixir for my dragon spirit pills and a giant atlas arc, you have to hand over another item or a huge sum of spirit stones as well. That second item can be of a slightly lower value than the giant atlas arc, the Long family patriarch said in a cold voice. All right, I can consider this condition. How about this? Aside from the divine infernal river elixir, I'll throw in a batch of materials worth over 100 million spirit stones for a giant atlas arc. What do you think? Hanli proposed as he stroked his chin. Materials worth 100 million spirit stones? What kind of materials are these? The Long family patriarch asked as his lips twitched slightly. I have a list here for you to inspect, Brother Long, Hanli said in a confident manner, then swept a sleeve through the air to send a jade slip flying through the air as a white ball of light. You sure came prepared, fellow Taoist Han. The Long family patriarch could only sigh in a resigned manner before drawing the jade slip into his grasp. After only briefly inspecting the contents of the jade slip with his spiritual sense, a stunned look appeared on the Long family patriarch's face. What do you think of those materials, Brother Long? Those are all items that your Long family require, right? Han Li asked in a meaningful voice. The Long family patriarch was silent for a long while before he finally said with a peculiar look on his face. To think that you were able to source these items that several major powers desperately need, it looks like you've had your sights set on our Long family's giant atlas arc for a long time. Otherwise, there's no way you would have gathered all these materials in a short time. These items can't even be purchased with spirit stones at this point in time. Very well. It seems that this is not an unfair exchange, so I'll accept it. You've definitely made a wise decision, Brother Long. This is a mutually beneficial exchange. An elated smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he brought his hands together in front of his own chest before separating them to reveal an azure bracelet and the white jade vial again. However, he didn't immediately toss the items over to the Long family patriarch. Instead, he merely looked up at him in an expectant manner. The Long family patriarch was naturally aware of his intentions, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air to summon 2 balls of spiritual light, one golden and one black. These were none other than a golden vial and a glossy black miniature arc. There wasn't anything remarkable about the golden vial aside from a few leaf-like patterns engraved onto its surface, but the miniature arc, which was only several inches in length, was intricate beyond belief. Not only was the surface of the arc as black as ink, the arc was a 3-mast barquentine with a cabin that had as many as 5 levels. Furthermore, there were countless colorful formations engraved onto the surface of the arc that were far too miniature to be visible to the naked eye, but they were clearly extremely profound. The Long family patriarch flicked his wrist, and the 2 items were tossed toward Han Li. Han Li's eyes immediately lit up, and he also tossed his jade vial and storage bracelet upward without any hesitation, then drew the 2 items descending toward him into his grasp. He removed the lid of the golden vial and slowly swept his spiritual sense over each and every crimson pill within the vial, upon which a pleased look appeared on his face. With this vial of pills that were vastly renowned in the entire human race, he had increased his chances of making a breakthrough to the late body integration stage by 5%. He then turned his gaze toward the miniature black arc. So this is the giant atlas arc, eh? It does indeed look quite extraordinary, but I'll have to examine its powers. Thus, Han Li tossed the miniature ark into the air before pointing a finger toward it. A resounding rumbling sound rang out, and black light flashed as the miniature ark swelled to countless times its original size. Initially, it was only around several hundred feet in size, but in the blink of an eye, it had become as massive as a mountain. Its 3 black masts were like a trio of heavenly pillars that extended for over 100,000 feet up into the air, and several extremely lifelike ferocious black beasts had been inscribed onto the black sails, giving off an extremely menacing appearance. What was even more astonishing was that after expanding the ark to its full size, different items had surfaced from the centers of the formations on the giant ark. Some of these items were balls, some of them were cylinders, but no matter what shape the items were in, all of them had extremely complex runes engraved on their surfaces. It was quite clear that these items had been designed to be easy to activate, but were still capable of unleashing enormous power. However, with this many of them, it would most likely require hundreds of cultivators to activate all of them at once. The most eye-catching things on the ark were the 3 semi-transparent 5-colored pillars protruding from the top of the cabin. Not only were these 3 pillars as thick as water tanks, they were over 1,000 feet in length, and none of the other aforementioned items could compare with them. Just as Han Li was carefully inspecting the giant ark, the Long family patriarch had already completed his examination of the elixir and storage bracelet. He stowed the 2 items away, then cast his gaze toward the massive ark as he said, "It cost over 100 million spirit stones and materials alone to construct this giant Atlas ark, and that's completely discounting the enormous amount of labor, time, and effort that went into its construction process. If I were to sell this ark, I normally wouldn't consider any offer less than twice the value of the materials that you offered to me. I know that I stand to benefit slightly more from this exchange than you do, but at the same time, that elixir and those materials definitely can't be purchased with spirit stones in the outside world. In any case, our exchange is complete, so there's no reason for me to stay here any longer. Send me a message in advance when you decide to enter the Elder Devil realm, and I'll be sure to arrive on time." Han Li chuckled as he made a hand seal, and the giant ark shrank down to several inches in size again before flying up his sleeve. As long as the human race can withstand the first few waves of attacks from the Elder Devil race and limit the magnitude of the devilish tribulation to a manageable scope, then we'll definitely go ahead with our trip, and I'll be sure to notify you in advance. With your current cultivation base, I'm sure you'll be of great assistance to us, the Long family patriarch said as a rare smile appeared on his wooden face. Han Li nodded in response before suddenly turning to what appeared to be a patch of empty air with a peculiar smile on his face. He then cupped his fist in a salute toward that direction before flying away as a streak of azure light. The Long family patriarch's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and only after the streak of azure light had completely vanished into the distance did he heave a faint sigh. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted from the spot that Han Li had been looking at before, and a black-robed man emerged out of thin air. It was none other than the Long family's other Grand Elder. He wore a dark expression as he also cast his gaze toward the direction that Han Li had departed in and said in a grim voice, "It seems that he sensed my presence very early on. This new concealment ability that I've cultivated makes it very difficult even for you to sense my presence, yet it was unable to fool him. He's either cultivated some kind of powerful special ability or possesses a powerful treasure that specializes in countering concealment techniques. Indeed. However, there's also a possibility that his spiritual sense is more powerful than ours. With his astonishing rate of progression, it makes sense that he has a few incredible abilities up his sleeve. In any case, he'll be a valuable addition to our party when we venture into the Elder Devil realm. I'm sure he'll be no less powerful than the body integration stage beings of the spirit race." The Long family patriarch replied with an expressionless nod. "I've done some research on this Han brat, and he could potentially be a volatile element in our party," the black-robed man said with furrowed brows. "Humph, so what? How much do you know about the other people we've invited? It doesn't matter as long as they can help us accomplish our objective. This devilish tribulation is going to be extremely perilous for our human race, but it's also a brilliant opportunity for body integration cultivators like us. Failure is not an option for this trip. Otherwise, we'll remain at the body integration stage for the rest of our lives." The Long family patriarch said as a look of vicious determination appeared on his face. "You're right, Brother Long, but before this we have to keep the elder devil race at bay first." The black-robed man agreed with a nod before turning toward a certain part of the giant city behind them. "I've gathered 13 major families to create this stronghold, and each city can defend one another. Regardless of whether it's the number of high-grade cultivators present or the defensive capabilities of the stronghold, this place definitely isn't inferior to the 3 sovereign cities. Even if this devilish tribulation is going to be more fearsome than the rumors suggest, this stronghold should be able to stand strong." The Long family patriarch said in a confident manner. "I'm also firmly of the same opinion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have collaborated with you, Brother Long. Seeing as that Han brat's gone, let's go back and take care of our own matters as well. The devilish mark is becoming larger and larger. The elder devil race will most likely descend upon us in around 3 or 4 months, so we have to make ample preparations," the black-robed man said in a solemn manner. "Indeed. I have a cauldron of important pills that I'm currently refining as well," the Long family patriarch said with a nod before sweeping a sleeve through the air to expel a burst of golden light. The light enveloped his body, and he flew toward the massive city as a ball of golden light. The black-robed man also made a hand seal upon seeing this and followed along as a black gust of wind. Meanwhile, Hanli was already several thousand kilometers away, and a little after 2 months, Hanli finally returned to Deep Heaven City via teleportation formation. At this point, the entire city was in a state of high alert, and all of the restriction formations had been semi-activated. If it weren't for the fact that Hanli was a body integration cultivator, he most likely wouldn't even have been granted access to the teleportation formations. Hanli flew straight back to the pagoda that he and his disciples were living in before giving them the giant Atlas Ark, then instructed them to get all of the disciples to familiarize themselves with the treasure as quickly as possible. The giant Atlas Ark could only display its true power when used by a certain number of people, so this was a life-saving trump card that Hanli was leaving to his disciples. Otherwise, with their nascent soul-stage cultivation bases, it would be very difficult to say whether they'd be able to survive the devilish tribulation. After that, Hanli returned to the top level of the pagoda and went into seclusion again. However, on this occasion, he instructed his disciples to keep an eye on the devilish mark and to give him daily reports on the changes displayed by it. Thus, one day passed by after another, and the atmosphere in Deep Heaven City was only becoming tenser and tenser. Not only did the devilish marks near Deep Heaven City encompass an area of tens of thousands of kilometers, they were becoming glossy black, and there were even some patches where churning devilish chi could be clearly seen. However, the devilish marks near Deep Heaven City weren't that massive compared to the ones in the other parts of the human regions. It was said that the largest of the devilish marks had appeared near the city of the newly assigned spirit sovereign, and it was over 100 times larger than the devilish marks present near Deep Heaven City. Upon receiving this news, Hanli could only heave a faint sigh before casting the matter out of his mind. On this day, there were 2 shimmering golden flying arcs situated near an inky black devilish mark that was countless kilometers in size. The 2 arcs were several tens of feet in length each, and they were concealed within a lush forest that was close to 10 kilometers away. On each of the 2 arcs were 2 golden armored heavenly guards and several black armored guards, and these people were currently discussing something in hushed tones with grim looks on their faces. "Brother Chen, I've been feeling very uneasy these past few days. Is this a sign that the devilish tribulation is about to commence soon?" a golden-armored man with a pair of thick muscle-bound arms said with furrowed brows. "You're not the only one, fellow Taoist Jean. I've been feeling very anxious ever since I was deployed here to keep tabs on this devilish mark. Thankfully, that's the extent of our role, and as soon as the devilish mark is broken, we can immediately activate the teleportation formation to return to the city, so there's not actually that much danger involved," a short and thin elderly man replied with a wry smile. "I'm also aware that this is not actually a very dangerous task, yet I still can't help but feel uneasy. It seems that I need to hone my mental state. Having said that, we really are very unlucky to have drawn lots and been assigned to this place," the burly man said in a resigned manner. Staying in the city is naturally safer, but as long as we can complete this mission, we'll be rewarded extremely handsomely, so I think the reward outweighs the risk," the elderly man said with a shake of his head. "That's true. The pills offered by the panel of elders are extremely precious and will be very useful to us. Hold on, what's that? The burly man replied with a wry smile before abruptly rising to his feet. He cast his gaze toward the distance, and his expression changed drastically. Is the devilish mark about to break? The elderly man's heart jolted as he hurriedly cast his gaze toward the same direction as did the black-armored guards, and all of their faces immediately turned completely pale. A vast expanse of space beneath the devilish mark in the distance had suddenly begun to twist and writhe violently, as if the heavens were about to be flipped onto its head. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom rang out, and countless demonic bats that were each over 10 feet in length emerged from the churning devilish chi within the devilish mark. All of the bats had skin that was as red as blood and a single black horn on each of their heads. They opened their mouths, and bursts of sound waves surged forth in a frenzy toward the warped space down below. The countless bursts of sound waves struck the space down below before exploding in violent waves, and earth-shattering booms instantly rang out from the warped sky. In the next instant, several long white rifts suddenly appeared on the devilish mark, and as the sound waves continued to surge through the air, the sound of shattering glass began to ring out. The white rifts instantly transformed into countless white threads that spread rapidly in all directions, following which the entire sky completely shattered. Inky black devilish chi surged forth like floodwaters through a broken dam, instantly forming a sea of darkness that dispersed in all directions at an incredible speed. The countless giant devil bats also descended in a frenzy while letting loose a series of high-pitched screeches. Crimson light revolved around their bodies, and from a distance it looked as if countless balls of crimson flames had appeared within the sea of darkness before also spreading in all directions. What was even more astonishing was that within the depths of the devilish mark, which had already transformed into a massive black hole, even more astonishing roars could be heard, and it was quite clear that there were going to be more devilish beasts flooding into the spirit realm. In the distance, the golden-armored burly man finally returned to his senses, and hurriedly said to the elderly man in a hushed voice, "The elder devil race is invading. Our mission is complete. Activate the teleportation formation right away. Activate the teleportation formation." The elderly man instructed without any hesitation, then made a hand seal before casting a series of incantation seals into a small formation beneath his feet. The black-armored guards standing behind him hurriedly arrived by his side before also making hand seals to assist him. A faint buzzing sound immediately rang out from the golden arc underfoot, and hundreds of runes appeared down below before then forming a white light formation. The same was happening to the other golden arc as well. The two arcs began to release scintillating golden light, and they were going to be teleported away at any moment now. The golden-armored burly man heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this, and his expression finally eased slightly. However, right at this moment, a high-pitched voice suddenly rang out in the air above the forest they were hiding in. "Hee. Looks like I'm in luck. I've only just entered the spirit realm, and I've already come across a pair of spatial tempering cultivators. You two will be perfect for an appetizer." Both the burly man and the elderly man were stunned to hear this voice, and they turned to discover a hideous young man standing just over 300 feet away from the two golden arcs. The man was very short and thin, with a dark complexion, and a pair of bat wings on his back. His facial features were extremely sinister, and his wings were even larger than his body. He bore a striking resemblance to the countless crimson devilish bats in the sky, but the aura he was releasing was countless times more powerful. "It's a high-grade devilish being." Both of the heavenly guards naturally instantly identified the young man, and they were extremely alarmed. Both of them had been focusing their attention on the changes unfolding in the devilish mark, yet they had completely failed to notice as this young man approached them from above. After a brief moment of astonishment, both of them immediately sprang into action without any hesitation. One of them laid a hand onto the back of his own head, and a dozen or so small silver swords instantly shot forth before flying through the air as streaks of silver light. Meanwhile, the other heavenly guard raised an arm, and a 5-colored ring was summoned. The ring then transformed into countless 5-colored ring projections that formed a protective barrier around the two golden arcs. One of them was attacking the enemy as the other was setting up defenses, and it was quite clear that this wasn't the first time they had fought alongside one another. Their objective wasn't to defeat this high-grade devilish being. They only wanted to keep the young man at bay for a short while so they could complete their teleportation. A sinister smile appeared on the young man's face, revealing 2 rows of sharp little fangs. In the face of the oncoming streaks of silver light, he made no effort to take evasive measures. Instead, he opened his mouth to blast forth a burst of golden sound waves that swept up all of the streaks of silver light. An astonishing scene then ensued. The streaks of sword chi immediately reverted back into their original sword form amid an anguished wail, then tumbled down from above amid the golden sound waves. The golden-armored burly man's face immediately paled upon seeing this. Those swords were his bonded treasures that he had been cultivating for several millennia. Yet before he could recover his control over the swords, the young man suddenly flapped his bat wings, and the sounds of howling winds and rumbling thunderclaps immediately rang out. The young man's body blurred slightly before he abruptly vanished on the spot. However, in the next instant, he reappeared right above the 2 golden arcs before launching his fists toward the countless 5-colored ring projections in the air without any hesitation. 2 resounding booms rang out in quick succession as a pair of shimmering crimson fists vanquished all of the opposing 5-colored projections. The young man flapped his wings again, and he appeared behind the burly man in the blink of an eye before plunging an arm through his body with ease. The suit of golden armor didn't offer any resistance to the young man's attack. Arg! The black-armored guards on the golden arc were naturally petrified upon seeing this, and they immediately fled for their lives. However, the young man merely swept a batwing behind himself without even turning his head to unleash a black blade of light that was over 1,000 feet in length. The blade was as fast as lightning, and all of the black-armored guards let loose howls of anguish as they were reduced to a rain of blood. Even the nascent souls within their bodies had been destroyed. The young man then flew toward the other golden arc as a ball of crimson light, and even prior to his arrival, the overwhelming odor of blood and gore had already settled over the arc. The elderly man had no time to react, and his face instantly became deathly pale. Coincidentally, the teleportation formation beneath his feet flashed with white light right at this moment, and he was teleported away, along with the entire golden arc. As such, the young man only managed to pounce on empty air, and the ball of crimson light around him faded. A hint of frustration appeared on his face as he looked at the remnants of the teleportation formation in the air, and he swept a batwing violently through the air, releasing a gust of fierce winds that erased what remained of the formation. Haha, I can't believe you couldn't even kill a pair of spatial tempering stage humans. I was holding back and leaving them to you, but it looks like I've overestimated you. A burst of cackling that was filled with mockery suddenly rang out from behind a huge tree nearby. Meng Man? When did you get here? Isn't your lightning cow race supposed to part of the second group to enter the spirit realm? Humph, if it weren't for that teleportation formation, there's no way those humans would have escaped from me. The young man immediately flared up with rage in response before turning his gaze toward that huge tree. The ordinary-looking tree suddenly warped before transforming into a green-skinned giant that was around 50 to 60 feet tall. The giant had a pair of curved black horns on his head, and his face was covered in yellow fur. He wore a suit of black leather armor, and there was a pair of golden hatchets strapped onto his back. He was currently appraising the young man with a mocking look in his eyes, and in response to the young man's enraged expression, he merely smiled and said in a nonchalant manner, "Our lightning cow race recently received an order from the sacred ancestors, instructing us to be among the first group to enter the spirit realm alongside your devilish bat race. So my brethren have already entered this realm." After that, the cow-headed giant pointed into the distant sky in a nonchalant manner. "Is that so?" The young man was quite surprised to hear this, and he hurriedly cast his gaze toward the same direction. There, he discovered that aside from the giant bats pouring out of the gargantuan black hole up above, huge azure cows that were around 100 feet in length each were also rushing out from within. Not only were these cows astonishingly huge, their bodies were also covered in strange silver patterns, presenting a very mysterious sight to behold. If it's an order from the sacred ancestors, then it can't be helped, but you clumsy cows will only slow us down. With the speed of our devilish bat race, it'll only take us a few days to clear out all of the human cultivators in the nearby area, so we can begin building a devilish city. the young man said in a slightly sheepish manner. That's what I wanted to discuss with you. Your devilish bat race will naturally be able to sweep through low-grade human cultivators with ease, but if you encounter some more powerful humans, you devilish bat beings will be nothing more than cannon fodder. There's no way you can compare with our lightning cow race. The giant chuckled coldly. The young man was furious to hear this. Is that so? Then how about we see which of our two races can kill more human cultivators in the next 3 days? Sure, and just to make things interesting, the loser has to hand over a third of what they plunder from the spirit realm to the winner, the giant said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. You have yourself a bet, the young man said in a cold manner before flapping his wings, flying over to the giant in the blink of an eye before extending a shimmering crimson hand. The giant chuckled in a sinister manner before swinging one of his huge hands toward the young man's hand, and the two palms clashed amid a dull thump. In the instant that they came into contact with one another, crimson and azure light erupted forth, following which both the young man and the giant swayed slightly before springing back as if they had been bitten by a snake. As soon as the young man stabilized himself in midair, he yelled with a baleful expression, "Where are the 5 bats? We pay our respects to the revered general." As soon as this voice trailed off, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and 5 crimson bats that were far more enormous than their brethren appeared amid gusts of fierce winds. These bats each had a wingspan in excess of 100 feet, and they were truly astonishingly massive. Go and capture a few human mortals, the young man instructed. Yes, master, the 5 giant bats immediately replied before flapping their wings and vanishing again as 5 gusts of wind. A cold smile appeared on the cow-headed giant's face upon seeing this, and he suddenly flipped a hand over to produce a golden horn before bringing it to his lips and blowing vigorously into it. A long, continuous note immediately rang out, and it was imbued with an indescribable primal aura. As soon as they heard this sound, the eyes of the giant azure cows in the distance immediately turned bright red. Steam began to billow out of their mouths and nostrils, and they snarled ferociously as they charged out of the surging black chi before converging toward the giant. The sound from the horn then suddenly changed, and the sound of metal clashing against metal abruptly rang out alongside that single continuous note. Immediately thereafter, the giant flew away into the distance as a streak of silver light, and tens of thousands of lightning cows followed along behind him like an unstoppable wave. The young man's lips twitched slightly upon seeing this, and he also let loose a sharp cry. A stir immediately ran through the devilish bats as well upon hearing the sound, and they dispersed in all directions as a dozen or so crimson clouds as if they had all been issued an order. The number of devilish bats exceeded that of the lightning cows by more than tenfold, and even though they had been split up into a dozen or so groups, each group still had over 10,000 devilish bats. 2 of the groups immediately flew in the same direction the horde of lightning cows had just departed toward, seemingly completely unconcerned about being discovered by the lightning cows. Meanwhile, the young man himself flew into the largest of the crimson clouds as a streak of crimson light, and not longer after that, all of the devilish beasts that had emerged from the sea of devilish chi had departed from the scene, allowing peace and quiet to return to the area. However, no more than 10 minutes later, a burst of loud hissing suddenly rang out as the devilish chi surged violently, and a series of giant glossy black pythons emerged from within. These pythons ranged from around 200 feet in length to as long as over 1,000 feet. Furthermore, all of these pythons had a crimson eye on each of their foreheads. This was a horde of extremely rare 3-eyed devilish pythons. There were clearly far fewer giant pythons than there had been lightning cows and devilish bats, with only around 5,000 to 6,000 of them in total. However, the collective aura they were releasing was far more fearsome than the previous 2 types of devilish beasts. The largest of the pythons was over 3,000 feet in length, and standing atop its head was a high-grade devilish being wearing a black mask and a suit of menacing azure armor. He had his arms crossed as he inspected his surroundings, and he seemed to be rather taken aback by the absence of the 2 types of devilish beasts that had emerged before the giant pythons. However, he then abruptly stomped down onto the devilish python beneath his feet, and the python immediately reared up with its upper body before letting loose a thunderous hissing sound. Crimson light then flashed from the massive python's forehead, and a pair of strange crimson horns appeared on its head. while its back bulged and writhed before a pair of fleshy azure wings emerged. All of the surrounding three-eyed devilish pythons immediately rushed out of the devilish chi upon seeing this, then raised their heads and hissed in unison as if they were paying homage to their king. Only the azure-armored devilish being remained completely still on the giant python's head, with an extremely cold look in his eyes. It's only been 10,000 years since we last met. Yet this bonded python of yours has evolved once again. It's probably powerful enough to oppose an early body integration stage being now. Right, Brother Wei? A male voice suddenly rang out after all of the pythons had emerged from the devilish chi. Immediately thereafter, a gust of wind blew past, and a strange insect that was over 10 feet in length appeared. This insect had a purple body and a pair of long and thin feelers. Its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, and it had a pair of front limbs that resembled giant blades, much like those of a praying mantis. There was also a small humanoid figure who was only around 3 feet tall standing atop the giant insect. This was a young child who appeared to only be around 7 to 8 years of age, and his hair was arranged into a pair of braids that pointed directly upward. He wore a green Taoist robe with 3 small golden swords strapped to each shoulder, and his large bright eyes were very adorable to behold. "Greetings, Brother Hunju. My bonded python was only able to reach this stage after I fed it a rare spirit herb that I unintentionally stumbled upon. It seems that your powers have also been enhanced since we last met," the azure-armored devilish being said in a cold voice as he turned his frosty gaze toward the young child. "I've been preparing for many years for this trip into the spirit realm, so it's only natural that I've improved somewhat," the young child replied with a smile. "Seeing as our 2 races have both arrived, let's join forces. I'm sure even the most powerful of the human cultivators in this area won't be able to withstand our collective forces," the azure-armored devilish being suggested. "My thoughts exactly." The young child agreed to the proposal in an elated manner before suddenly yelling into the devilish chi, "Come on out, my children!" As soon as his voice trailed off, a buzzing sound rang out from within the sea of devilish chi. Initially, it wasn't very loud, but the sound quickly crescendoed as countless devilish insects surged out of the black chi in a frenzy. These devilish insects were each around the size of a human head, and they were like identical miniature replicas of the giant praying mantis beneath the young child's feet. There were so many of them that they virtually encompassed the entire heavens, and the torrential outpour of devilish insects continued for a long while before finally drawing to a halt. These insects flapped their short purple wings as they hovered at a low altitude beneath the devilish chi, and there were around 700,000 to 800,000 of them. Such an enormous swarm of insects would present an extremely harrowing sight even to a body integration cultivator. However, the azure-armored devilish being wasn't alarmed by this at all. He let loose a low cry, and all of the 3-eyed devilish pythons around him immediately surged downward, then vanished into the soil amid flashes of spiritual light. After that, he tapped his foot against his giant python steed, and it flew off toward a certain direction as a burst of azure light. The young child chuckled upon seeing this before letting loose a long cry, then sped off toward the same direction atop his giant devilish insect steed. A stir ran through the fearsome swarm of insects upon hearing the sound, and they immediately followed along as an enormous sea of insects. After that, more hordes of devilish beasts of different numbers and appearances emerged from the devilish chi, then rushed off toward different directions, led by high-grade devilish beings from their respective races. Judging from their erratic actions, it seemed that they didn't have any set targets. After a total of 13 waves of devilish beasts had emerged from the sea of churning devilish chi, peace and quiet resumed once again. On this occasion, a full hour passed before the devilish chi began to churn again. The sound of dull drumming rang out from within, followed by a series of resounding booms. The entire sea of devilish chi was stirred up into a frenzy, and arcs of silver lightning appeared without any warning alongside rumbling thunderclaps. At the same time, violent spatial fluctuations erupted forth, and the gargantuan sea of devilish chi suddenly expanded by over a third of its original size. Immediately thereafter, hundreds of massive objects slowly emerged from the depths of the devilish chi. These objects resembled inky black pyramids with giant shimmering silver runes engraved onto their surfaces. The undersides of these pyramids were several tens of kilometers in size, and they descended from the heavens like a series of small cities. However, it wasn't a simple matter for these gigantic structures to descend. As soon as they appeared, they were bombarded relentlessly by the silver lightning within the devilish chi. Furthermore, ripples were constantly surging and warping over their surfaces, as if they were threatening to tear the structures apart. The silver runes on these giant pyramids lit up to ward off all of the resistance, and they finally began to slowly land on the ground amid earth-shattering booms, instantly erasing all of the mountains, forests, and rivers beneath them. Only after close to 2 hours did these gigantic objects finally all complete their landings, and immediately thereafter, a resounding boom rang out as the silver runes on one of the faces of each pyramid lit up. A series of massive silver gates then appeared on those faces before slowly opening outward, and the sound of rumbling drumming erupted from within the gargantuan pyramids. One glossy black canoe after another surged out of the huge silver gates, and each canoe was only just over 100 feet in length. They were all entirely enshrouded in layers of black light, and there was an extremely menacing fiend celestial carved onto the front of each of the canoes, while a dozen or so extremely sharp and long blades were protruding out of each of the canoe's 2 sides. Through the black light, one could just barely make out 5 or 6 armored devilish beings seated on each canoe while holding sharp blades. These canoes didn't fly for very far. They merely began to revolve in the air around the giant pyramid they had each emerged from. After over 100 black canoes had been released out of each pyramid, groups of red-armored winged devilish beings began to emerge. They were either wielding long halberds or bows and arrows, and in the instant they surged out of the silver gates, they rose up into the air before dispersing in all directions as if they were standing guard. Spiritual light then flashed from the silver gates, and streaks of light of different colors erupted forth from within. As the light faded, a series of humanoid figures appeared in mid-air. These humanoid figures were comprised of both men and women, and some of them wore long robes, some were clad in suits of armor, and there were even some who were wearing nothing on their upper bodies. However, one thing that they had in common was that all of them were enshrouded in churning devilish chi. A series of cracks and pops rang out from the bodies of several of these humanoid figures, and they quickly transformed into devilish beings with 2 heads and 4 arms. Their original heads retained their initial appearance, but their second heads were all extremely sinister and terrifying to behold. Following their transformations, these devilish beings raised their heads and roared up into the heavens with excitement and bloodlust, as if they could barely hold back their desire for slaughter. The other devilish beings who hadn't yet transformed all turned to their companions with disdainful expressions. One of them was an elderly man with a head of red hair and a hook nose, and after appraising the lush scenery in the distance with a complex look in his eyes for a while, he murmured to himself, "I didn't think that I would get to see this again during my lifetime. Even if I perish in this realm, I won't have any regrets." The red-haired elderly man's voice had been very quiet, but it was still overheard by one of his companions. This was another elderly man in a set of black robes with a golden belt around his waist, and he chuckled, "Why so pessimistic, Brother Shah? The sacred ancestors have already informed us that this sacred ceremony will be very different from those held in the past. If everything goes according to plan, our race could completely take over an area of the spirit realm. If we can make significant contributions during the sacred sacrifice, then we can apply to stay in the spirit realm to guard our territory here. This is an extremely rare opportunity for those like us who've ascended to the Elder Devil realm." "You're right, Brother Sanong. We ascended to the Elder Devil realm, so we've become members of the Elder Devil race. However, it would naturally be vastly fortunate for us if we could remain in the spirit realm following this battle." The red-haired elderly man replied with a nod. The same conversation was taking place in hushed tones among everyone else. Right at this moment, a rumbling noise suddenly rang out from within the silver gates of the giant pyramids, following which everyone was greeted by the sound of a series of extremely heavy footsteps. The runes around the silver gates flashed, and more groups of devilish beings suddenly emerged. These devilish beings had cracked gray skin that was completely devoid of hair, looking as if they were stone golems. They were just barely humanoid in shape, but each of them had 4 thick arms, and every single one of their footsteps made the nearby earth tremble, clearly indicating that they were astonishingly heavy. These stone devils were each over 100 feet tall, and over 1,000 of them emerged from each giant pyramid. They then stood in front of the pyramids and arranged themselves into several orderly rows, looking much more docile and organized than expected. Their leaders then let loose low roars in unison, and gray light began to flash from the bodies of these stone devils, following which they disintegrated into what appeared to be soft mud and disappeared into the soil down below. Moments later, the earth within a radius of thousands of kilometers abruptly began to tremor, following which the ground abruptly tore open. Yellow light flashed, and one earthen wall after another erupted out of the ground. In no more than 10 minutes, an enormous city wall that stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers had been erected. However, even though the wall was over 1,000 feet tall, it was extremely crude and rough. There was earth and soil constantly crumbling off its surface, and it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Right at this moment, spiritual light flashed from the ground in front of the wall, and the gray stone devils re-emerged before quickly thrusting their palms toward it. As they did so, pillars of light that were as thick as large bowls erupted from their hands and struck the earthen wall, following which a string of crackling sounds rang out. Upon being struck by the pillars of light, gray flowers of light bloomed all over the wall before spreading in all directions. All of the soft and vulnerable earth was then transformed resolute gray stone in the wake of this gray light. These stone devils possessed the ability to transform earth into stone. As a result, under the collective efforts of so many stone devils, the enormous earthen structure was virtually instantly transformed into a seamless city wall. The same rumbling sounds were incessantly ringing out in other directions as well, as other sections of the wall were rapidly being erected. Thus, within the span of 2 hours, everything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers had been encompassed within this massive stone wall. At this point, a series of indistinct ghostly figures that were enshrouded in black chi flew out of the pyramids. These ghostly figures flew in a completely weightless manner as if they possessed no physical bodies, and they all flew into the city wall, upon which a series of formations of different sizes appeared on the wall's surface. Aside from the size disparities, all of the formations were completely identical, as if they had been engraved by the same person. After that, the ghostly figures re-emerged and flew back into the giant pyramids, paying no heed to the other devilish beings present. Thus, time slowly passed, and a city of stone was being quickly erected beneath the sea of devilish chi. The stone devils worked tirelessly, constructing buildings of other styles around the giant stone pyramids, which stood at the center of the city. There were also some high-grade devilish beings who were setting up some profound restrictions in each corner, and layers of restriction fluctuations soon enshrouded the entire massive city. All of a sudden, spiritual light flashed from the tip of the pyramid that was situated at the very center of the city, and it abruptly parted. A resounding rumbling noise rang out, and a giant sacrificial altar that looked as if it had been entirely stained with blood slowly rose up. There were a series of unintelligible ancient characters inscribed around the altar, and an overwhelming odor of blood and gore erupted from it. What was even more peculiar was that at the center of the altar stood a tall and broad humanoid figure who was entirely enshrouded within a layer of crimson light. As soon as this humanoid figure appeared, all of the high-grade devilish beings present knelt down on one knee with solemn looks on their faces. The devilish beings that were further away didn't know what was going on, but they all immediately followed suit as well. The collective voice of countless devilish beings then rang out in unison. "We pay our respects to sacred ancestor Shuiguang." However, the humanoid figure on the altar paid no heed to this. He merely inspected his surroundings in an indifferent manner before looking up at the sea of devilish chi overhead. The humanoid figure's eyes were as piercing and dazzling as stars, creating a very unforgettable sight. All of a sudden, he raised an arm before extending a translucent palm, then waved it through the air, seemingly in a nonchalant manner. An earth-shattering boom immediately rang out, and close to half of the devilish chi within the inky black sea up above suddenly began to churn violently. The devilish chi then converged in a frenzy before forming a massive inky black staff amid a flash of spiritual light. The staff was shaped like a WYRM with a ghostly head, and it had peculiar patterns running all over its surface. It descended toward the sacrificial altar, and the fingers on the crimson figure's outstretched hand moved ever so slightly. The enormous staff, which was over 1,000 feet in length, began to shrink during its descent, and by the time it landed in sacred ancestor Xueguang's grasp, it had shrunk down to only around 20 feet in length. Sacred ancestor Xueguang held the staff in one hand and began to chant a solemn incantation. As he did so, the menacing ghostly head on the top of the staff opened its silver ghostly eyes, then opened its mouth to expel a series of black runes. These runes then quickly transformed into giant black flowers that drifted toward all parts of the city. After a short while, the giant flowers had spread to every corner of the city. Right at this moment, sacred ancestor Xueguang's chanting ceased, and he abruptly rubbed the black staff between both of his hands, upon which it exploded into a ball of black light. The black light rippled and proliferated outward in all directions as invisible spiritual fluctuations. Upon coming into contact with these fluctuations, the giant black flowers instantly exploded, forming bursts of inky black devilish chi that permeated through the air. Thus, the entire giant city was instantly enshrouded under boundless devilish chi. In the instant that this devilish chi settled over the bodies of all of the half-knelt devilish beings present, all of them were instantly reinvigorated, and their magic power and energy all began to recover at a rapid rate. Sacred ancestor Xueguang clasped his hands behind his back, then ordered in an implacable voice, "Construct 3 more sacred cities within 3 days, then rest for 7 days. After everyone has gathered, immediately attack the largest human cultivator stronghold nearby. Your wishes are command." Countless devilish beings cheered in unison within the giant city. Meanwhile, the same scenes were unfolding beneath all of the devilish marks in the human and demon territories. Under the largest of those devilish marks, there was a huge human city that had been constructed along a gargantuan tree that stretched all the way up to the heavens. Several body integration cultivators were standing in the air above a certain pavilion that was halfway up the tree, and they were all appraising the sea of devilish chi in the distance with grim expressions. Thousands of kilometers away from heavenly Yuan sovereign city, a monk and a Taoist priest were wielding a copper mirror and a round bowl, respectively, unleashing countless streaks of light from the 2 treasures to slay a group of devilish beings with snake heads and horse bodies. However, a sharp hiss of fury suddenly rang out in the distance, following which a gust of devilish wind blew toward them at an incredible speed. "Run! The high-grade devilish beings are coming," the Taoist priest immediately yelled upon seeing this. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed from the bodies of both him and the monk, and they flew directly toward the heavenly Yuan sovereign city. On a barren plain in the territory of the demon race, there were several armies engaged in a fierce war. One side was comprised of hundreds of thousands of gray wolves, while the other consisted of over 10,000 blue devilish lions. The wolves were each several tens of feet in length, and they all had green light flashing within their eyes. They were clearly low-grade demon beasts that possessed some demonic power. In contrast, the blue devilish lions were even larger than these giant wolves. All of them had short black horns that were several inches in length on their heads, and they were blasting attacks such as fireballs and ice spikes out of their mouths. As these 2 armies were battling one another, there was also an extremely grueling battle taking place up above between thousands of snowy white giant falcons and a horde of 2-headed flying snakes. The white falcons had powerful talons with silver arcs of lightning revolving around them, while the 2-headed snakes were able to expel extremely lethal poison out of their mouths. Beings from both sides were constantly falling from above, but as soon as their carcasses landed among the lions and wolves down below, they were instantly devoured without a trace. Close to 1,000 kilometers behind the armies were groups of metamorphosis-stage demonic cultivators and high-grade devilish beings appraising one another from afar. They didn't participate in the battle. They merely looked on as the battle unfolded before their eyes. In the air above a certain area of the ocean, a burst of black chi that stretched for as far as the eyes could see was currently surging toward a city on a certain massive island. Within the black chi were countless devilish shadows, and it seemed that there was a massive army enshrouded within it. All of a sudden, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted from the seabed near the island, immediately following which howling winds were swept up alongside enormous waves. These waves then parted, and an azure beast that was over 100,000 feet in length emerged from within the ocean. The surface of the beast's head was covered in moss and stones, making it impossible to glean its true appearance. It cast its gaze toward the oncoming black chi with a cold look in its murky eyes, then opened its gargantuan mouth, which resembled a bottomless abyss. A resounding rumbling boom rang out and the entire surface of the ocean began to tremor. Bursts of blue light erupted out of the creature's enormous mouth in a frenzy, then transformed into blue tornadoes that surged toward the black chi. There were tens of thousands of devilish beasts within the black chi, but they were completely no match for those tornadoes and were quickly swept up by them. Due to the astonishing amount of seawater that had been sucked into the gigantic creature's mouth, the nearby sea level momentarily fell, and after all of the devilish beasts were devoured by the creature, it closed its eyes and slowly sank into the ocean again. Thus, peace and quiet instantly returned to the area, and it was as if that menacing burst of devilish chi had never even appeared here. On another huge island in the distance, there was a tall and broad humanoid figure standing atop a tall tower, appraising everything from afar with a cold look in his eyes. Meanwhile, at Deep Heaven City, Han Li was seated on the top level of a pagoda with his legs crossed. He was making a hand seal and his eyes were closed. There was a golden gourd and the myriad sword artwork hovering in front of him, and he seemed to be in a special immersive state. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes and switched to a different hand seal before pointing a finger at the golden gourd. The gourd shuddered as spiritual light flashed from its surface, and a series of extremely dazzling 5-colored runes appeared. Immediately thereafter, a buzzing sound rang out, and the gourd was opened, following which 5 flying swords flew out from within. The swords were of the colors gold, yellow, azure, red, and blue, and they were each only around an inch in length. However, they were all radiating a dreamy translucent light that gave them a very mysterious appearance. The 5 flying swords emitted a crisp ringing sound at Han Li's behest, then shot up into the air before unleashing their respective abilities. The red flying sword transformed into a fiery snake that was around 10 feet in length amid a dull thump, while the blue flying sword released wisps of vapor that instantly formed a series of clouds, making it very difficult to track the sword. However, the most astonishing ability was displayed by the seemingly most mundane and nondescript yellow flying sword. It elongated to over 100 feet in length in an instant, and spiritual light swirled over its surface before transforming into layers of a hard yellow substance. Looking at the sword from afar, it was as if it had become a giant yellow stone sword, and as it was swung through the air, even the space in its wake began to emit a loud buzzing sound, clearly indicating that this was an astonishingly powerful weapon. As for the golden and azure flying swords, they didn't display much change aside from emitting bursts of dazzling light. The 5 flying swords danced and pursued one another through the air, and they seemed to possess a very high level of spiritual nature. Han Li appraised these flying swords with a calm expression, then made a hand seal shortly thereafter. The 5 swords immediately reverted back to their original forms at his behest before flying back into the golden gourd. Only then did Han Li turn his attention toward the myriad sword artwork, and a slightly solemn look appeared in his eyes. All of a sudden, he raised a hand to cast several incantation seals in quick succession, all of which vanished into the artwork in a flash. The artwork immediately began to emit a series of sharp ringing sounds, following which dazzling golden light erupted from it. The countless swords inscribed on its surface gradually began to move, then multiplied at a rapid rate. All of the swords on the artwork seemed to have sprung to life in the blink of an eye. Han Li let loose a low cry, and a burst of azure spiritual chi was expelled out of his mouth, then vanished into the artwork. A burst of metallic clangs immediately rang out from within the myriad sword artwork, following which countless sword projections erupted out of the artwork in a frenzy. All of a sudden, a burst of bone-chilling sword chi had settled over the entire hall. Black light flashed from Han Li's glabella, and his law destruction eye emerged. Piercing black light swirled within the eye as an enormous burst of spiritual sense erupted forth before vanishing into the myriad sword artwork. Golden light instantly flashed from all of the sword projections in the hall, and they began to slowly revolve around Han Li. Initially, they were only moving at a snail's pace, but after just the span of a few breaths, they were swimming through the air like small sprightly fish. Furthermore, they had formed a sword formation with a tremendous aura. Han Li suddenly switched to a different hand seal as he prepared to activate the enormous magic power within his own body, but right at this moment, the myriad sword artwork shuddered as it let loose a low ringing sound, and the spiritual light radiating from it abruptly faded. The golden sword projections dancing through the hall also became blurry and indistinct before finally blinking out of existence. Almost at the exact same moment Han Li's law destruction eye also vanished in a flash. His expression changed slightly and he turned toward the golden gourd and myriad sword artwork with furrowed brows. The golden gourd was something that he had obtained from the vast glacial realm, and due to the fact that it could potentially have belonged to an immortal, he naturally held it in very high regard and had constantly been studying it. Thankfully, he had already mastered beveled silver text and golden seal text. As such, even though the refinement method for this treasure was far different from those used in the human world and spirit realm, and the flying swords in the gourd hadn't yet been completely refined, he was still able to understand some of the intricacies of the treasure. As a result, he made use of his own analysis and expended some precious materials of the 5 elements, and finally managed to just barely completely refine the entire treasure. However, the flying swords in the gourd were originally all of the metal element, but he had refined them to become a set of 5 elemental flying swords. Thus, the treasure definitely wouldn't be as powerful as what its original owner had envisioned, but it was definitely no less powerful than the average spirit treasure. Even so, with Han Li's current enormous wealth, a treasure of this caliber wasn't going to be very useful to him. As such, he was planning to examine the treasure to ensure that there was nothing wrong with it, then pass it down to one of his disciples. As for the phenomenon that had just been conjured up by the myriad sword artwork, that was a result of inspiration that Han Li had derived from a secret technique of a certain foreign race. Using this secret technique, he was able to refine the astonishing sword chi imbued within the artwork using a special method, thereby allowing him to use the artwork as a normal offensive treasure. The sword chi within the artwork had originated in the true immortal realm, so if he could completely harness and control it, it would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. If even a body integration cultivator were to be attacked by all of the sword chi within the artwork, they would be killed for sure. Unfortunately, this refinement method was very time-consuming, and he had spent all of his time improving his own magic power, so this artwork was only halfway refined. Furthermore, due to the fact there was no source or origin to the sword chi within the myriad sword artwork, if the sword chi were to be completely exhausted, then the artwork would be completely ruined. At present, he still hadn't completely gleaned the sword observation art imbued within the artwork, so prior to completely refining this treasure, he wasn't going to use it unless he absolutely had to. Otherwise, if the sword observation art were to be destroyed, he would lose an extremely valuable asset. After failing yet again in his attempt to control the myriad sword artwork, Han Li was just contemplating whether he should try once more when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he abruptly reached behind himself with one hand. A ball of fire surged through the gates behind him and landed in his grasp in a flash. He closed his fingers around the fireball and it immediately exploded. At the same time, Hai Yuetian's urgent voice rang out from within the flames. "Master, the panel of elders just sent someone to invite you to the Skyview platform. It seems that devilish beings have begun to gather, and there are even high-grade devilish beings among them." Han Li's heart jolted upon hearing this, and a contemplative look appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, "High-grade devilish beings? All right. I suppose I should go and take a look." He then swept a sleeve through the air to stow the golden gourd and myriad sword artwork away, then flew away as a streak of golden light. After emerging from the pagoda, he immediately flew toward the border of Deep Heaven City. At his current speed, it only took him less than an hour to reach the city wall. At this moment, the entire sky outside the city wall was filled with devilish chi, and there was not a ray of sunlight to be seen. It seemed that someone had unleashed an extremely powerful technique to completely block out the suns. Beneath the devilish chi, the sound of war drums could be heard, and within Deep Heaven City, there were groups of armor-clad warriors and cultivators rushing out of the giant towers. They were either wielding weapons or treasures, and they flew directly toward their designated posts with extremely solemn looks on their faces. A series of altar-like platforms also slowly emerged from the formations on the giant city wall, and atop these platforms were huge objects such as round discs or giant cones. Around each of the objects stood 7 or 8 cultivators in long robes, and there was also a giant light barrier above Deep Heaven City that was currently radiating dazzling light. A white jade palace that resembled a miniature city had been conjured up high in the air above the city as well, and countless silver runes were revolving around it. Furthermore, countless armored guards could be seen roaming over the palace, and at the tip of the tallest pagoda-like building in the palace, there was an antiquated golden mirror with a diameter of around 100 feet. The mirror was currently reflecting dazzling light, and was acting as a replacement for the sun, shining its scintillating golden light down upon most of Deep Heaven City. In the instant that the golden light came into contact with the human warriors and cultivators down below, they were completely reinvigorated and instilled with a sense of indescribable courage that made them a lot more confident to face their enemies. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he cast his gaze toward the white jade palace, then immediately flew directly toward it. Even before he had approached the palace, the guards had already noticed him. A golden-armored heavenly guard immediately led a dozen or so azure-armored guards to carefully approach Han Li. The heavenly guard took a quick glance at Han Li before immediately extending a salute. "May I ask if you're Senior Han? I've been instructed to wait here by the elders for your arrival. Please allow me to accompany you to the Skyview platform." "I am indeed Han Li. Please lead the way," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "Yes, please come with me, Senior," the heavenly guard said in a respectful voice as he made an inviting hand gesture. The other armored guards also parted for him in a respectful manner and stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Thus, Han Li flew toward a tall platform in the palace led by the heavenly guard. On the platform, Buddhist monk Jin Yu and several other Deep Heaven City elders that Han Li had met before were currently looking out at the devilish beings gathered outside Deep Heaven City. As soon as they noticed Han Li's arrival, all of them immediately smiled and extended warm greetings. Buddhist monk Jin Yu was the most familiar with Han Li, and he said in a concerned manner, "You're finally here, fellow Taoist Han." Just as the rumors suggested, this devilish tribulation really is more fierce than the previous ones. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked, "How so? Are there a large number of high-grade devilish beasts among their ranks?" "You'll know what the situation is like when you see it, fellow Taoist," Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied as he pointed a finger into the distance. Han Li raised an eyebrow and cast his gaze toward that direction. From such a high vantage point, he was able to see everything outside the city wall. There, he was greeted by the sight of countless sinister-looking devilish beasts stretching for several tens of kilometers. Just the sheer number of them was enough to make the onlooker's skin crawl, and at the center of this enormous army of devilish beasts were 5 gargantuan devilish beasts with bodies that resembled mountains. They were lying half-sprawled on the ground, looking at Deep Heaven City with a cold light in their eyes. The 5 gigantic beasts consisted of a crimson ape, 2 white snails, a black devilish bird with talons and feathers that looked as if they'd been constructed from steel, and a 3-headed purple python. There was a wide berth around all 5 of these beasts, and it seemed that even their fellow devilish beasts were extremely fearful of them. However, Han Li was more interested in the humanoid figures hovering in the air above these gargantuan beasts. From a distance, they appeared to be completely identical to normal humans, but there was an enormous amount of devilish chi erupting from their bodies. All of them seemed to be at the deity transformation stage or spatial tempering stage, so they comprised quite a formidable force to be reckoned with. "What are those people?" Han Li asked with his brows furrowed in befuddlement. "If I'm not mistaken, those are most likely human cultivators who ascended to the Elder Devil realm from various lower realms. However, they specialized in Devil Dao cultivation arts during their time in the lower worlds, and they've been corrupted by the devilish chi in the Elder Devil realm for so many years, so they can no longer even be considered as humans." The white-robed Elder Goose sighed. "Prior to this devilish tribulation, these devilish humans have never appeared. It seems that this devilish tribulation really is different from previous ones. Could it be that the Elder Devil race is going all out in a make-or-break bid to conquer our human race?" Fairy Silverlight mused in a grim voice. Han Li appraised these devilish humans for a long while before he suddenly said with furrowed brows, "Those people will indeed be very troublesome to deal with, but compared to them, I'm more interested in where all the high-grade devilish beings currently are. All of the high-grade devilish beings have concealed themselves within the devilish chi. Some of them emerged not long ago, but they've all retreated back into the devilish chi since then. It looks like they're preparing to rest before they attack our city," Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied. Have there been any sacred ancestors sighted yet? Hanli asked in a grim voice. Buddhist monk Jin Yu hesitated momentarily before offering his analysis. We haven't seen any sacred ancestors for now, but among the high-grade devilish beings that emerged earlier, there were a few body integration stage beings. However, judging from the size of this army, there's a very good chance that sacred ancestors will be lurking within the devilish chi. It's just that the elder devil realm is only just beginning to erode our spirit realm, and they're facing immense resistance from the power of our realm. Hence, sacred ancestors are still unable to descend into our spirit realm, and even if they do appear, they'll only be clones. If it's only clones, then our deep heaven city should be able to keep them at bay. Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. I certainly hope so. What we can see now is only a small portion of the elder devil race's forces. These low-grade devilish beasts have only been sent out as cannon fodder. The truly elite devilish beings still haven't appeared yet. Elder Gu had endured the last devilish tribulation, so he was well aware of just how fearsome the elder devil race was. All we can do at the moment is to react and adapt to the situation as it unfolds. Our deep heaven city is the most powerful force in the human race. If even we're unable to withstand the attack from the elder devil race, then all of the other cities are bound to fall as well. Also, according to the reports we received earlier, the Spirit Sovereign City is the main target of the Elder Devil race, and the devilish army that has appeared there is several times larger than this one, Fairy Silverlight said in a concerned voice. Indeed, fellow Taoist, this devilish tribulation may be far more fearsome than previous ones, but as long as we combine all of our powers, there's a very good chance that we'll be able to transcend it. Setting aside everything else, just the restriction formations and fortresses we set up outside the city wall will be enough to kill most of these devilish beasts, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said with an optimistic smile. That's true. Our deep heaven city was able to withstand that attack from the joint army of foreign beings even without any preparation, and we've been painstakingly improving the city's defenses for close to the past 1,000 years. So I'm confident that we'll be able to keep the elder devil race at bay, the burly black-robed man said in a cold voice, and he seemed to be very confident in the city's defenses. Hanli merely listened to their conversation with a smile, but he was constantly inspecting the devilish chi in the distance with blue light flashing within his eyes. This devilish chi clearly wasn't normal devilish chi. Even with his spirit eyes, Hanli was only able to see around 500 meters into it. All he could make out were what appeared to be a series of arcs, flying carriages, and some armored warriors. A cold look appeared in his eyes, and just as he was about to circulate his magic power to unleash his spirit eye ability to its maximal extent, a pair of cold and forbidding eyes suddenly met his gaze, then tracked him down from a distance at an incredible speed. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately withdrew his spirit eye ability as a dark expression appeared on his face. At the same time, a faint exclamation of surprise rang out from a giant beast-drawn carriage deep within the devilish chi. Immediately thereafter, the crimson light also faded from the eyes of a thin green-robed elderly man with a head of yellow hair. What is it? Did you see something interesting with your divine eyes? A purple-armored man with black freckles all of his face asked. No, it's just that there seems to be a high-grade human cultivator with a powerful eye ability as well, and I just startled him into retreating, the elderly man replied. Oh? If the humans also have someone with a powerful eye ability, then won't they be able to see our entire setup in here? The purple-armored man asked in an alarmed manner. Rest assured, Lord Sure, I've already set up a profound restriction within this devilish chi using the chaotic devilish flag that was bestowed upon me by our sacred ancestors so that man won't be able to see anything no matter how powerful his eye ability is. However, the humans have also set up powerful concealment restrictions on their end, so I'm also unable to see what defenses they've set up in the city, the green-robed elderly man said with a shake of his head. That's not important. We just have to make sure they don't see what we're up to. After all, we're just here to scout out this city, and it looks like we're in luck. If we can loot this entire city, we'll be reaping countless rewards, the purple-armored man said as an excited look appeared in his eyes. Don't underestimate this city, Lord Sure. According to the human mortals we captured earlier, this city is where the elites of the human and demon races are gathered. Even if we can conquer it, We'll definitely have to pay a heavy price to do so, the green-robed man cautioned. This is a sacred sacrifice, so it's only normal to suffer severe casualties. In any case, our sacred ancestors will have plans for how to conquer this city. We just have to act according to their orders. It's about time, so let's attack. It's unlikely that we'll be able to conquer this city on our first attack, but we have to at least scout out most of the city's defenses, the purple-armored man said with a nonchalant wave of his hand. In that case, let's begin. The elderly man agreed with a nod. Seeing as the green-robed elderly man didn't have any objections, an excited look immediately appeared in the purple-armored man's eyes. He chuckled in a sinister manner before abruptly flipping his hand over to produce a stack of small black flags. These flags were only around 7 to 8 inches in size, but each of them had a different profound diagram inscribed upon it, and they were all emanating extremely pure devilish chi fluctuations. The purple-robed man made a hand seal, then pointed a finger at the small flags, upon which 2 of them instantly vanished into thin air. In the next instant, a stir immediately ran through the 2 hordes of devilish beasts at the very front of the army, and they all let loose thunderous roars as they rushed toward the city with vicious looks in their eyes. Elder Gu's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he hurriedly said, "Those are 2-headed devilish lizards and poison devil insects. Tell the people on the front line to take extra caution." "Yes, Elder." The heavenly guard standing nearby immediately accepted the instruction before flying away as a streak of golden light to pass on the message. 2-headed devilish lizards? Are those the devilish beasts that are capable of using fire and wind attribute attacks? If I recall correctly, aren't they one of the Elder Devil Realm's top 10 species of devilish beasts? Buddhist monk Jean Yu asked. That's right. These 2-headed devilish lizards are only comparable to chi condensation cultivators, but their numbers are simply astonishing. Apparently, in the Elder Devil realm, they number in the tens of millions. There's no way that the Elder Devil race will be able to release all of them into our spirit realm, but even just a small proportion of their total population will be very troublesome to deal with. As for those poison devil insects, they're also quite a pain to deal with. Not only is the poisonous liquid that they expel very dangerous to low-grade cultivators, it can also erode city walls. Elder Gu replied in a grim voice. There's no need to be overly concerned, Brother Gu. I'm sure the people down there know how to deal with these types of devilish beasts, Buddhist monk Jean Yu reassured in a calm manner. I certainly hope so. Elder Gu sighed before casting his gaze toward the battlefield in the distance again. There were thousands of massive fortresses that had been erected around Deep Heaven City, and each of them was over 1,000 feet tall, housing over 100 human cultivators. Faint restriction fluctuations could be seen between each fortress, indicating that they clearly weren't going to be easy to bypass, and unless these defenses were completely eradicated, the Elder Devil race wouldn't even be able to directly attack the city wall. This was why the Elder Devil race had brought so many low-grade devilish beasts to be used as cannon fodder. After invading the human race on so many past occasions, they had devised many effective plans to deal with the giant cities that humans had erected. In total, the 2 species of devilish beasts numbered around 30,000 to 40,000, and more than 2/3 of them were those 2-headed lizards. As for the poison devil insects, they resembled giant green silkworms and were twice the size of the 2-headed lizards, but they certainly weren't any slower. Behind these 2 types of beasts, over 100 black-armored high-grade devilish beings had appeared, and they were following along behind the beasts in an unhurried manner as if they were supervising the beasts in battle. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of beasts were less than 10 kilometers away from the human fortresses. All of a sudden, a thunderous roar rang out from among the devilish beasts, and the 2-headed devilish lizards immediately sped up to an all-out sprint while their eyes turned bright red. Meanwhile, azure light flashed from the backs of the poison devil insects, and a pair of transparent wings appeared on each of their backs. They then flapped those wings and rose up into the sky, flying along at no slower a speed than the galloping 2-headed devilish lizards. The stampede of tens of thousands of devilish beasts created an extremely awe-inspiring and intimidating sight to behold, and it wouldn't be long before they covered the last few kilometers between them and the human fortresses. At the same time, there were high-grade devilish beings in the air conjuring up a burst of black chi which transformed into a black dragon that descended into the horde of devilish beasts before abruptly exploding. All of the devilish beasts were immediately enshrouded within a vast expanse of murky black chi, and when they were less than 500 meters away from the fortresses, countless fireballs and blades of wind suddenly erupted from within the murky expanse, hurtling directly ahead toward the human fortresses. Even though the fortresses had been reinforced by restrictions, there was definitely no way that they'd be able to withstand these attacks and remain unscathed. Many of the human cultivators within the fortresses were very alarmed to see this. Yet right at this moment, heavenly music suddenly began to play from the White Jade Palace above Deep Heaven City. Immediately thereafter, the golden mirror above the tallest building in the palace suddenly shuddered before blasting forth a pillar of golden light, which transformed into a golden light barrier that appeared in front of all of the fortresses. The countless oncoming fireballs and wind blades struck the layer of golden light like a torrential downpour before exploding in rapid succession, and countless white and red balls of light erupted all over the light barrier. The powers of wind and fire combined to devastating effect, causing the nearby world's origin chi to tremor violently, and it was as if heaven and earth were about to crumble. The high-grade beings from both the human and devil races looked on with grim expressions, and once all of the red and white light faded, the golden light barrier was revealed once again. In spite of how thin and fragile it appeared, it had managed to remain completely unscathed in the wake of that torrential barrage, and many of the high-grade devilish beings in the air were naturally quite surprised to see this. As for the cultivators of Deep Heaven City, they weren't very surprised by this outcome at all. Fairy Silver Light turned to Elder Gu and chuckled, "Brother Gu, your treasured sunrise mirror is becoming more and more powerful, even though it was only able to unleash such power by drawing upon the enormous spiritual power within the divine treasured palace. It's still very remarkable that just a single light barrier conjured up by the mirror was able to keep all those attacks at bay. It looks like all your efforts to refine it during the past millennium haven't gone to waste. This mirror of mine is quite a high-ranking divine spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll to begin with, so even if I don't put a lot of effort into refining it, it should still be able to withstand this level of attacks with ease. I'm interested to see just how the Elder Devil Race plans to break through this mirror's defenses," Elder Goose said with a faint smile. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but glance up at the giant mirror behind him. At this moment, the mirror was still expelling a thick pillar of golden light, which was connected to the golden light barrier it had conjured up in the distance. Just as Han Li was appraising the mirror, all of the human cultivators in the fortresses were looking out at the sea of devilish chi up ahead. At this distance, they could already see the sinister appearances of all of the oncoming devilish beasts, and it was quite a harrowing sight to behold. Right at this moment, a cold male voice suddenly rang out within all of the human fortresses. "Attack!" All of the human cultivators reflexively made hand seals in unison upon hearing this, then brought out all of the treasures they had prepared in advance. All of a sudden, thousands of treasures were summoned at once from within the several tens of fortresses closest to the horde of devilish beasts. These treasures then came crashing down toward the oncoming devilish beasts like a barrage of shooting stars. Thunderous devilish roars rang out once again as another wave of fireballs and wind blades erupted forth in a frenzy, forming a massive wave of wind and fire that kept all of the descending treasures at bay. These devilish beasts had clearly all been trained by the high-grade devilish beings that were supervising them. Of course, the cultivators within the fortresses weren't just going to give up here. All of them immediately made hand seals and chanted incantations before frantically pointing at their respective treasures. The powers of thousands of treasures combined to form a vast expanse of dazzling light that descended with devastating force, managing to force back the enormous wave of wind and fire. However, right at this moment, several thousand green lines suddenly erupted out of the devilish chi, striking the vast expanse of light up above before exploding into clouds of green mist. An extremely abhorrent odor immediately wafted through the air, as the clouds of green mist enveloped all of the treasures without encountering any impediment. An astonishing scene then ensued. In the instant that the treasures were enshrouded within the green mist, most of them were instantly turned green, and the spiritual light radiating from them faded before they plummeted straight out of the sky. However, the remaining 200 to 300 treasures were still flying through the green mist, seemingly completely unaffected. Wait! Those aren't ordinary poison devil insects. If they were, Then their poison wouldn't have been able to contaminate treasures. Elder Gu exclaimed upon seeing this. Everyone else was also rather alarmed, but their expressions still remained calm. Such a minor, unexpected turn of events naturally wasn't enough to actually evoke panic within these body integration cultivators. Meanwhile, the purple-armored man standing on the giant beast-drawn carriage within the black chi up above was cackling with glee. He turned to the green-robed elderly man and said the humans fell for it. They really thought that these mutated devilish insects were ordinary poison devil insects. I'm sure they would have suffered heavy losses from that. It's a pity that there are so few of these mutated devilish insects, and their poison only works on low-grade treasures. Otherwise, we could have saved them as a trump card. The green-robed elderly man said with a smile, but there was also a hint of disappointment in his eyes. It's not that easy to find mutated devilish beasts. We're already very fortunate to have stumbled upon this swarm of mutated devilish insects. On top of that, these devilish beasts are just disposable pawns anyway. We'll have to be the ones to truly conquer this city, the purple-armored man said with a nonchalant chuckle. That's true, but having said that, these mutated devilish insects should be somewhat effective against formations and restrictions as well. Perhaps they'll give us an even bigger pleasant surprise later, the green-robed elderly man said with an expectant nod. That's certainly a possibility. The purple-armored man also cast his gaze toward the fortresses in the distance with a hopeful expression. After losing their spiritual connections with their treasures, the human cultivators in the fortresses naturally didn't dare to unleash any more treasures to attack the enemies. Instead, they were all instructed by their core formation stage leader to stand on the formations that had already been engraved onto the ground of each of the fortresses. They then flipped their hands over to reveal a formation plate each, and with the support of this core formation cultivator, they began to chant incantations and inject their magic power into their formation plates in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the core formation cultivator himself made a series of hand seals before slowly closing his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the formations beneath all of the cultivators began to emit a dull buzzing sound, and a ball of silver light emerged at the center of each formation. These balls of light then began to rapidly rotate, while the giant wave of fire and wind unleashed by the two-headed devilish lizards forced back the remaining treasures before crashing into the golden light barrier. At the same time, thousands of jets of green liquid were also hurtling directly toward the light barrier. The golden light barrier was able to remain strong and resolute in the face of the explosions, but they began to flash erratically in response to the corrosion of the green clouds of mist. The process was very slow, but the light barrier's power was definitely being chipped away at a steady rate. However, right at this moment, the formations within the fortresses were finally completely activated, and all of the silver balls of light instantly vanished from the centers of the formations. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air several hundred feet above the fortresses, and the silver balls of light emerged before unleashing bolts of silver lightning that intertwined to form a massive lightning net that descended from above. Regardless of whether it was fireballs, wind blades, or green poison mist, everything was instantly vanquished into oblivion upon coming into contact with the lightning net, which then transformed into countless silver snakes that descended into the devilish chi. A thunderous rumbling boom rang out as the devilish chi and silver lightning intertwined before exploding violently. The two types of devilish beasts down below desperately attempted to evade these bolts of silver lightning, but many of them were still instantly reduced to ashes. On top of that, there were just as many devilish beasts that were killed or injured by the shockwaves from the explosions of the bolts of silver lightning as those that were actually struck by the lightning, and countless devilish beasts were felled amid strings of agonized howls. Meanwhile, the remaining devilish beasts were still unleashing one wave of attacks after another with single-minded ferocity, but they were unable to destroy the golden light barrier in a short time. To further compound their woes, the silver bolts of lightning being released by the balls of silver light were only becoming more and more powerful, and close to half of this initial wave of devilish beasts were killed in the blink of an eye. A furious look appeared on the purple-armored man's face upon seeing this, and he immediately waved a hand through the air. Two of the small flags hovering before him were instantly drawn into his grasp, and he rubbed them viciously between his hands, reducing them to two plumes of smoke. Close to half of the remaining small flags then began to tremor slightly at his behest, and white light suddenly flashed from the bodies of the two giant white snails in the army of devilish beasts. Immediately thereafter, They raised huge feelers to the heavens and let loose a thunderous cry that was akin to the moo of a cow. 2 pillars of white light erupted from their mouths, then struck the golden light barrier with devastating force. The resolute light barrier instantly began to ripple violently, and in the next instant it shuddered before being completely pierced through by the pillars of light. The dozen or so fortresses behind the light barrier, as well as the human cultivators within them, were all reduced to dust by the pillars of light in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but a stir immediately ran through the enormous devilish army in the distance, and they all let loose bloodthirsty roars as they galloped toward Deep Heaven City. At the same time, spiritual light flashed from the bodies of the devilish beings in the air above, and they also began to advance while releasing balls of black light or clouds of devilish chi, creating a very intimidating sight to behold. Loud drumming rang out from within the devilish chi even higher up in the air, and over 100 glossy black flying carriages flew out. There were several armored high-grade devilish beings standing on each carriage, and all of them were wielding long halberds with vicious looks on their faces. A sharp shrill cry suddenly sounded, and another giant flying carriage that was over 1,000 feet emerged behind these flying carriages. The giant carriage was being drawn by 2 massive purple beasts that bore a strong resemblance to rhinoceroses, but each had a shimmering golden horn. There were hundreds of armored guards standing on the giant carriage, and at its very center stood the purple-armored devilish being and the green-robed elderly man, both of whom wore cold expressions. After throwing a series of jabs, the elder devil race was finally beginning its true attack. All of the elders' brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. The number of elite devilish beings that had appeared was far less than they had anticipated compared to how ferocious the first wave of attacks from previous devilish tribulations had been said to be. These devilish beasts were indeed quite powerful, but they were dreaming if they thought they could conquer Deep Heaven City on their own. In the face of the countless silver lightning snakes descending from the heavens, the army of devilish beasts continued to charge ahead without any regard for the casualties they were suffering. After reaching the golden light barrier, they either unleashed their innate offensive abilities or used their own powerful bodies as battering rams. Meanwhile, the devilish beings up above were busy controlling their devilish treasures, conjuring up all types of devilish clouds to keep as much of the lightning at bay as possible. As for the flying carriages carrying the armored devilish warriors, they stopped close to 10 kilometers away from the light barrier before unleashing attacks with their weapons from afar. Streaks of black light erupted from the flying carriages and hurtled directly toward the golden light barrier as an incessant string of rumbling booms shook the entire heavens. Hanli heaved a faint sigh before turning to Buddhist monk Jinyu and the others with slightly furrowed brows. Fellow Taoists, it looks like this is just a jab thrown by the elder devil race to test out our city's defenses, so I'm going to go back for now. I'm currently at a critical juncture in the refinement of one of my treasures, and once I complete the process, it should be very helpful in the defense against the elder devil race. Indeed, this first wave of attacks is far less fearsome than we had expected. It seems we overreacted due to the past tales that we had heard. If you have something important you need to attend to, then go ahead, fellow Taoist Han. It looks like the elder devil race is settling in for a prolonged battle, so body integration cultivators like us most likely won't need to do anything in the immediate future, Buddhist monk Jinyu sighed as he nodded in response. If the elder devil race had attacked our city with everything they had from the beginning, then I would feel less uneasy instead. We'll have to be on our guard in this current situation. We are the most powerful beings in the city, but we all have matters that we need to attend to as well, so we can't just stand around like this. How about this? Unless the elder devil race launches an all-out attack, we'll guard this place 2 at a time. Fellow Taoist Han, you're not part of the panel of elders, and you're not very familiar with the defenses we've set up in the city, so you won't need to be part of this rotation. However, if the city falls into a truly perilous situation, then I hope you will lend us your assistance, Elder Gu said in a meaningful voice. That's a great idea, Brother Gu. I have no objections to this either. Everyone nodded in agreement with this proposal, including Han Li. Thus, Han Li cupped his fist in a parting salute before flying away as a streak of azure light. Everyone else also departed soon thereafter, leaving only the burly black-robed man and Elder Gu to stand on guard duty. Brother Gu, are we going to just keep standing by and watching like this? Isn't that too passive? It's taking a vast amount of spirit stones to support the treasured sunrise mirror in the face of such fierce attacks. The black-robed man said in a cold voice. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Bao, seeing as these devilish beings are throwing these devilish beasts at us as cannon fodder to test our defenses, then I certainly can't disappoint them. We'll use the 7-star flame essence formation to teach them a lesson. Elder Gu replied as a cold look flashed through his eyes. The black-robed man was quite taken aback by this, and he asked in a hesitant voice, "The 7-star flame essence formation? That's one of the city's trump cards. Is it really a good idea to reveal it so early?" "It's all right. I'll only activate 10% of the formation's power. In doing so, we'll be able to teach those devilish beings a lesson, but still keep the true power of the formation a secret. Perhaps it'll lure the high-grade devilish beings into a false sense of security and benefit us later on," Elder Gu said in a confident manner. After contemplating this notion for a moment, the black-robed man also felt this to be a sound plan, so he nodded in agreement. "That does make sense. We'll do as you say then, Brother Gu." Thus, having reached a consensus, they immediately issued the order without any delay. Within an underground secret chamber beneath a giant crimson tower in Deep Heaven City, there were 7 elderly men in crimson robes seated around a golden formation with their eyes closed. Judging from the fire attribute spiritual chi emanating from their bodies, all 7 of them were fire attribute cultivators, and the spiritual pressure they were releasing suggested that they were all at the spatial tempering stage. The sound of a bell chime suddenly rang out from the body of what appeared to be the eldest member of the group, and he immediately opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson pupils that seemed to have flames surging within them. He flipped a hand over to produce a white disc, then quickly glanced down at it before instructing, "Activate the formation, but only unleash 10% of its power." The other 6 elderly men immediately opened their eyes and answered in unison, "Yes." All 7 of them made hand seals as bright crimson light erupted from their bodies. They then each laid a hand onto the back of their own heads, and 7 crimson nascent souls emerged in quick succession. The 7 nascent souls had facial features that were identical to the 7 men, and they were each holding a shimmering red treasure, which consisted of a ring, a flag, a sword, a saber, a pagoda, a badge, and a bead. There was red light swirling around the surfaces of these treasures, and they were releasing scorching waves of heat, clearly indicating that they were extremely pure fire attribute treasures. The 7 nascent souls began to chant incantations, and the 7 fire attribute treasures quickly swelled to several times their original size, then slowly drifted toward the center of the formation. Hanli was on his way back to his cave abode when he suddenly stopped in his tracks, then turned back to look into the distance with a bewildered expression. In the air above Deep Heaven City, 7 massive crimson stars had suddenly emerged, tainting the entire heavens a fiery crimson color. Even through the layers of restrictions that enshrouded Deep Heaven City, he could still sense wisps of a scorching aura. All of the guards in the city, as well as the normal cultivators who were meditating in their abodes, naturally also rushed out to appraise this phenomenon with astonishment in their eyes. As a body integration cultivator, Han Li was able to sense far more than other cultivators with his spiritual sense, and as he looked into the distance, a rare hint of wariness flashed through his eyes. He could sense that these 7 crimson stars were imbued with enormous powers of laws that were capable of severely wounding or even killing him, so how could he not be alarmed? Right at this moment, red light suddenly swirled over the surfaces of the 7 stars, following which an extremely profound and massive formation emerged in midair with the 7 stars at its center. The formation was of a fiery red color and encompassed close to half of Deep Heaven City. Immediately thereafter, the powers of laws of heaven and earth rippled violently, following which all 7 of the stars abruptly blurred before transforming into a massive fire raven projection that swooped down from the heavens amid a clear cry. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and tremors ran through the entirety of Deep Heaven City. A crimson mushroom cloud then rose up from beyond the city wall, swelling to over 100,000 feet tall. Even from this far away, Han Li could still clearly see the devastating mushroom cloud, and it created quite an awe-inspiring sight to behold. The scorching flames from the mushroom cloud were kept at bay by the golden light barrier, and it was as if 2 different worlds had appeared on either side of the barrier. On one side, everything remained completely unchanged, while the other side had been completely transformed into a sea of flames. The waves of fire surging out from the mushroom cloud stretched for hundreds of kilometers, and all of the devilish beasts swept up by the flames were instantly reduced to ashes without being able to offer any resistance. As for those devilish humans, they were naturally able to resist somewhat with their devilish treasures to protect them. But there wasn't enough time for them to escape an attack that covered such a vast area, and they were also quickly incinerated amid blood-curdling cries of agony. Meanwhile, a layer of dense spiritual light instantly appeared over the bodies of the 5 gargantuan devilish beasts to keep the flames at bay, but it was quite clear that they wouldn't be able to last long in the face of such fearsomely high temperatures, either. The giant black devilish bird quickly rose up into the air, and with just a single flap of its wings, it transformed into a ball of black light that flew back to several tens of kilometers away. After just a few more flashes, it had escaped outside the range of the entire sea of flames at an incredible speed. The giant crimson ape stomped both of its feet violently into the ground, propelling itself up into the air like a reverse shooting star. It then transformed into a gust of fierce wind that swept away into the distance, forcibly parting all of the flames in its path. Even though it was slightly slower than the black devilish bird, it wasn't far behind and quickly escaped from the sea of flames as well. As for the 2 white snails and 3-headed purple python, they were clearly far more maladroit and were nowhere near as lucky. Even though they were also traveling as quickly as they could, they only managed to cover several hundred kilometers of ground before the protective spiritual light around their bodies gave out, and they were also swept up by the flames amid thunderous howls of anguish. Not long after the fall of these 3 gargantuan devilish beasts, 2 streaks of light, 1 purple and 1 green, rushed out of the sea of fire, then continued to fly away without any pause and only stopped after flying for close to 10,000 kilometers away. These were none other than the purple-armored man and the green-robed elderly man. As a pair of body integration stage devilish beings, they were able to escape with their lives despite that horrific attack. However, judging from their charred clothes and singed hair, it was quite clear that it had been a very close call for them as well. They turned back and cast their eyes toward the sea of flames with expressions of thunderous fury. The purple-armored man spat through gritted teeth. "I didn't think that the humans would use this kind of attack against us. They sure do think highly of us." Indeed, that was quite unexpected. The humans normally wouldn't use this type of trump card against mere devilish beasts. An enormous amount of spiritual power would be required to unleash such an attack. Have they really gathered that many spirit stones, or is the leader of the human cultivators in the city just a madman? The green-robed elderly man also murmured with his brows tightly furrowed. Humph, who cares if the leader of the human cultivators has gone mad or not? The issue at hand is that all of the devilish beasts we brought with us have perished here with the exception of those 2 giant devilish beasts. We're definitely going to be punished for this, the purple-armored man sighed in a resigned manner. That may not necessarily be the case. The mission we were assigned is to test out this city's defenses and try to provoke the most powerful attacks possible. We managed to goad them into unleashing such a fearsome retaliative attack against us, so we've completed our mission with flying colors. As such, I'm sure that even if we do get punished, it won't be a very severe punishment. The green-robed elderly man countered in a calm manner. I certainly hope so. Thank heavens we didn't bring any of our race's elite troops with us. Otherwise, our losses would have been far more severe, the purple-armored man said with a wry smile. There's no need to be so depressed, Lord. Sure, our army was only wiped out as we were completely unfamiliar with what defensive measures the humans had prepared. When we return, we definitely won't fall for the same thing again. The green-robed elderly man consoled. Indeed, if I'm given another opportunity, I'm definitely going to exact my vengeance. I haven't been reduced to such a sorry state for a very long time. For now, let's go back and report our findings. The purple-armored man cast one final resentful glance at Deep Heaven City before flying away again, not waiting for a response from the elderly man. The green-robed elderly man also cast a frosty glance at Deep Heaven City before giving a cold chuckle and flying away as well. As for the 2 giant devilish beasts that had also managed to escape, they had been extremely alarmed by their near-death ordeal and continued to fly away in a blind panic even after emerging from the sea of flames. In the blink of an eye, peace and quiet had returned to the area. However, no one had noticed that on a mountain over several hundred kilometers away there was a translucent crystal ball hovering high up in the air while incessantly flashing with faint spiritual light. At the same time, in one of the giant pyramids in a devilish city countless kilometers away, there were over 20 high-grade devilish beings seated in 2 rows on either side of a hall. At the end of the hall was an inky black chair, upon which sat a crimson-robed, middle-aged man. The man had a very graceful and handsome appearance, and he appeared to be completely identical to a normal human. At the center of the hall was a head-sized crystal ball that was hovering in midair, and it was extremely similar in size and appearance to the one near Deep Heaven City. Within the crystal ball, the images of the sea of flames raging in front of Deep Heaven City were being depicted. Everyone's attention was focused on the scenes unfolding within the crystal ball, and the crimson-robed man remained completely expressionless, so it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. But all of the other high-grade devilish beings wore different expressions. Sacred Ancestor, Lord Shi, and fellow Taoist Lu are truly useless. They lost all of their troops to a mere restriction. We must punish them severely when they get back. A handsome man with a short corkscrew horn on his head suddenly said in a cold voice, "You're being too harsh, Brother Ban. Fellow Taoist Shi and fellow Taoist Lu haven't made any errors. Even if we had led that army in person, the result would have still been the same. No one could have envisioned that the humans would retaliate in such a fierce manner. In any case, we managed to goad the humans into revealing one of their trump cards, and all it cost us were some low-grade devilish beasts. If you ask me, they should be rewarded for their efforts instead." A devilish man with a near-transparent face countered. "I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Lord Xian. Even though those low-grade devilish beasts are nothing more than cannon fodder, losing so many at once is still quite a heavy blow for us." On top of that, there were 3 rare giant devilish beasts that perished alongside them as well, and they hadn't served any purpose before they were killed. If no punishment is given for something like this, then it would set a very bad example. The man with the short horn said with a hint of cold mockery in his eyes. "Humph, are you saying that you would have been able to do better, Brother Ban? We all know that you and fellow Taoist Shi are sworn enemies. Who knows if you're proposing a punishment for them for your own personal gain?" The devilish man with the transparent face chuckled coldly in response. It was quite clear that they weren't on good terms with one another, and all of the other high-grade devilish beings were displaying different reactions to their fiery exchange. Some remained expressionless and merely ignored their argument. Some sighed with furrowed brows, and some looked on with their intrigued smiles on their faces. Of course, there were also several other high-grade devilish beings who joined in on the debate, and the hall was quickly plunged into a chaotic state. "That's enough!" The crimson-robed man on the black chair yelled in an expressionless manner. All of the arguing voices in the hall immediately died down, and the devilish beings who had participated in the argument immediately extended respectful bows toward the crimson-robed man before falling silent. "I'll see to those 2 in person when they get back. I gathered all of you here to appraise the defenses of this Deep Heaven City and to devise a strategy to conquer the city as quickly as possible. The other armies have all been mobilized now, and I don't want to fall behind the others," the crimson-robed man said in a cold voice. "As long as we can conquer the city as quickly as possible, losing some devilish beasts isn't a big deal. We have countless devilish beasts at our disposal and can replenish our armies at any time. Does anyone have anything to add to the method that Elder Huan Yu proposed?" The crimson-robed man asked in a cold voice. "Sacred Ancestor, I suggest we send out some elite devilish beings to eradicate some of the smaller human cultivator strongholds in this area while we attack Deep Heaven City. That way, we won't have to worry about watching our backs when we launch the final attack. On top of that, we can use this opportunity to familiarize our elite troops with the way that human cultivators like to do battle, which should minimize our casualties during the final attack," a graceful yellow-robed woman suggested. The crimson-robed man was rather intrigued by this idea, and he asked, "Roughly how many other large human settlements are there in the nearby area?" A high-grade devilish being with the appearance of a fair-skinned young man replied, "We haven't had much time to scout the area yet, but from what we've seen thus far, there are approximately 7 or 8 human settlements nearby. However, none of them are even close to the scale of Deep Heaven City." After a brief pause for contemplation, the crimson-robed man decided, in that case, send the Jialuan War Devils, Bloodlight Crystal Guards, and the all-encompassing Devilish Cavaliers to wipe out those settlements. As for everything else, follow the plan outlined by Elder Huanyu. What? You're planning to deploy the Bloodlight Crystal Guards? There's no problem with deploying the Jialuan War Devils and the all-encompassing Devilish Cavaliers, but the Bloodlight Crystal Guards are your personal guards. It would not be wise to send them away. Sacred Ancestor. Most of the high-grade devilish beings' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this order, and some of them immediately raised objections. I have my own reason for deploying the Bloodlight Crystal Guards. There's no need for any of you to try to dissuade me, the crimson-robed man said in an implacable voice. The high-grade devilish beings present exchanged a few glances upon hearing this and didn't dare to say anything further. Right at this moment, the crimson-robed man raised his head, and he seemed to cast his gaze through the ceiling of the hall toward an extremely distant place. Meanwhile, on a giant mountain near the spirit sovereign city, there was an elegant woman with a pair of pristine white horns on her head standing on a huge rock. She also withdrew her gaze from a certain direction, and a hint of disdain flashed through her eyes. There were 50 to 60 high-grade devilish beings standing behind her, and all of them had their hands hanging by their sides, looking down from the mountain summit with solemn expressions. There was a sea of devilish chi down below, within which there were countless armored devilish warriors and giant flags that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were also many types of unheard-of high-grade devilish beasts intermingled among the armored warriors, and they would let loose the occasional vicious snarl. Up ahead, the spirit sovereign city had been completely surrounded by the devilish army. In contrast with what was happening at Deep Heaven City, the devilish army here had deployed all of their troops from the get-go, and it seemed that they were planning to conquer the spirit sovereign city in one fell swoop. In the distance, the spirit sovereign city was enshrouded within layers of green light barriers, and there were rows of human cultivators standing atop the city wall. The remains of tens of thousands of fortresses lay around the spirit sovereign city, and it seemed that they had been destroyed by some type of overwhelming power. Begin the attack, the horned woman commanded, and the killing intent in her voice completely belied her gorgeous appearance. Yes, Mistress Lu Ji. The 50 to 60 high-grade devilish beings didn't even dare to look directly at her as they bowed in unison, and a burst of astonishing baleful chi erupted into the heavens from the summit of the massive mountain. At the very edge of the group of high-grade devilish beings stood a devilish woman in a purple palatial dress. She raised her head slightly to reveal a set of peerlessly beautiful features, and even though she also wore a respectful expression toward the horned woman as all of the other high-grade devilish beings did, there was a hint of complex emotion deep within her eyes. After getting back to his abode, Han Li immediately returned to the secret chamber on the top floor to continue refining the golden gourd and the myriad sword artwork. If he could refine these two treasures before the true battle against the Elder Devil race began, then he and his disciples would all be better equipped for the upcoming battle. A month later, Han Li completed the refinement of the gourd and bestowed the treasure upon Hai Yuetian. After that, he focused the entirety of his attention on refining the myriad sword artwork. Thus, time passed by one day after another, and over half a year flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, no messengers were sent to Han Li by the elders of Deep Heaven City. However, his disciples were keeping him up to date on the current situation. So he knew that the Elder Devil race had virtually never ceased their attacks against Deep Heaven City. Regardless of how many devilish beings were slain, a new army would turn up in front of the city in a few days. It was as if there were no end to their numbers. Furthermore, the high-grade devilish beings leading these devilish beasts paid no heed whatsoever to the number of casualties suffered. The city had unleashed several types of super formations to almost decimate those high-grade devilish beings on several occasions, but they were completely fearless and would quickly return with another devilish army. What was even more concerning was that during the past few months, the human settlements closest to Deep Heaven City had been breached one after another. Most of the human cultivators in those settlements perished in battle, while a small proportion of them were captured and were to be transformed into devilish humans through injections of devilish chi. As for the human mortals, they were all spared by the devilish armies and were allowed to continue living in the settlements. According to reports, the devilish beings that attacked these settlements were true devilish elites rather than armies of low-grade devilish beasts. Not only were they all individually extremely powerful, They were also very proficient in combination techniques, and even the body integration cultivators in these settlements hadn't been able to survive the attacks. Han Li was naturally quite alarmed to hear this. It seemed that the true power of the Elder Devil race was far more fearsome than the rumors suggested. If they were to sweep through all of the human settlements in the nearby area, then find a chink in the defenses of Deep Heaven City, it would really be difficult to say if the city would be able to keep them at bay. However, this wasn't a situation that he could change on his own. He would just have to rely on the panel of elders to address this perilous situation. All of the Deep Heaven City elders had lived for over 10,000 years, so they definitely weren't just going to surrender and wait for death. Han Li had a feeling that these days during which he could refine his treasures in peace were numbered. Sure enough, a month later, Han Li received a message from Buddhist monk Jinyu, inviting him to discuss some matters with the panel of elders. Han Li naturally immediately set off to meet with the elders of the city. Less than half a day later, Han Li found himself seated in a chair within a certain hall. Aside from the elders that Han Li had met before, there were also several other unfamiliar body integration cultivators in the hall, and they were clearly the members of the panel of elders that he had yet to meet. It was said that these elders all had important matters to attend to recently, which was why Han Li had never met them. Han Li was rather curious about what these supposed important matters were, but he naturally knew better than to pry and merely exchanged some small talk with these elders. All of these elders were at the early body integration stage, so they were naturally very polite toward the mid-body integration stage Han Li. However, during their conversation, Han Li noticed that Elder Gu and the others all seemed to be quite concerned about something. Alright, now that you've all met Brother Han, let's get straight into our discussion. Yesterday, the panel of elders received news that the Elder Devil race has deployed an army to attack the joint city of the 4 major sects. The 4 sects know that they won't be able to withstand this attack, so they sent out a suicide squad of messengers to request for reinforcements from our Deep Heaven City. The stronghold of the 4 major sects is an important human settlement that's second in scale only to our city, so if that stronghold is conquered by the devilish army, then we'll truly be on our own. Hence, we have to send out reinforcements, Elder Gu said in a grim voice. Buddhist monk Jinyu and the others also adopted solemn expressions upon seeing this, and Han Li's brows furrowed slightly while looks of surprise appeared on the faces of the new elders. It seemed that they had only just been made aware of this news as well. Brother Gu, didn't the Heavenly sect manage to force the Elder Devil race into retreat on several occasions and even severely wounded a few high-grade devilish beings? How did the situation deteriorate so quickly? An elder with a red complexion asked in an urgent voice. The 4 major sects combined form an extremely powerful force to be reckoned with, and the Heavenly city they erected may be lacking in defensive prowess compared with our Deep Heaven City, but it definitely won't be lacking by much. The reason why the situation suddenly deteriorated is because the Elder Devil race suddenly deployed over 10 high-grade devilish beings at once to attack the city, then tricked the Grand Elders of the 4 major sects into coming out of the city before unleashing a sneak attack. As a result, 2 of the Grand Elders were killed, thereby severely denting the top-end defensive prowess of the 4 major sects, so they're naturally in a very perilous situation. Elder Gu explained in a grim manner. I see. I presume you've gathered all of us here to discuss how we should reinforce them. Then, the red-faced elder said with a nod. Indeed. Heavenly City is the only major human settlement near our city, so we have to save it. The city was able to survive the entirety of the last devilish tribulation, and on this occasion all they actually require are a few high-grade cultivators to replenish the Grand Elders they've lost, Elder Gu sighed. So what you're suggesting is that all we need to send out are a few body integration stage cultivators, Buddhist monk Jinyu mused with a contemplative look in his eyes. That's exactly what I'm thinking. After all, our Deep Heaven City is the ultimate target for the devilish army. It's necessary for us to save Heavenly City, but at the same time, we have to make sure we don't fall into a trap where too much of our forces are diverted away to reinforce them. Heavenly City isn't lacking in low-grade and mid-grade disciples, and the city itself also possesses powerful defensive prowess. All we have to do is send over 2 or 3 body integration cultivators to reinforce them. That way, we'll be able to help them tide over this perilous situation while also ensuring that we're not weakening our own forces too much, Elder Gu replied, having clearly thought extensively about this matter in advance. After hearing Elder Gu's proposal, All of the elders naturally began to discuss their options. But in the end, it was decided that Elder Gu's proposed course of action was the most feasible one. However, all of the elders then began to argue about who was going to be sent to reinforce Heavenly City. You want me and fellow Taoist you to go and reinforce them? I don't think that's a good idea. It's not that I'm unwilling to take the risk. As you know, I'm currently overseeing a very important matter, and I can't leave at a crucial juncture like this, a white-haired middle-aged man said with furrowed brows. Elder Gu had just suggested for him and another elder to go and reinforce Heavenly City, and he had refused without any hesitation. I'm sure you know what I've been up to, Brother Gu. My celestial fragrance pills are also at a crucial stage in their refinement, and if I leave now, all my prior efforts will go to waste. Another elder, presumably Elder Yu, also refused with a shake of his head. Then what about Brother Qin and Brother Lei? Elder Gu turned toward another pair of elders with furrowed brows. Reluctant expressions appeared on both of those elders' faces in response. I'm afraid we've hit a dead end then. Fellow Taoist Jin Yu, myself, and the others are responsible for overseeing the defense of Deep Heaven City. So we certainly can't leave, Elder Gu said as a displeased look appeared on his face. I'm willing to make the trip, Brother Gu. I'm good friends with Fairy Lin of the Heavenly Sovereign Sect, so I would be happy to lend them my assistance, Fairy Silver Light suddenly said. That would be great. I'm sure you'll be welcomed with open arms there. However, it won't be enough to send you on your own. We have to at least send another person with you. Elder Gu was given a massive pleasant surprise by Fairy Silver Light's decision to volunteer herself, and he reflexively cast his gaze toward Han Li as he spoke. Han Li heaved an internal sigh upon seeing this. He knew that he most likely wouldn't be able to escape this task, so he also volunteered himself. I'm also willing to make a trip to Heavenly City. Ever since I came to Deep Heaven City, I still haven't done anything, and this would be a chance for me to make myself useful. You have my thanks, Brother Han. You're a mid-body integration cultivator, and you once fought on equal footing with a late-body integration cultivator, so I'm sure Heavenly City's troubles will soon be no more with your assistance. Elder Gu was very elated that Han Li had also stepped up to accept the task. Han Li smiled and replied, Heavenly City is a very important human settlement, so it's only right that I do my part to help it in its time of need. The situation sounds quite urgent, so how about fellow Taoist Silver Light and I set off tomorrow? Even though he was going to have to directly face high-grade devilish beings during this trip to Heavenly City. No devilish beings aside from sacred ancestors would be able to pose any threat to the current Han Li, so even though he knew there would be some risk involved, there was no fear in his heart. That would be best. However, the Elder Devil race has already cut off long-distance teleportation, and the teleportation formations in the city won't be able to take the two of you directly to Heavenly City. So we can only send you to the secret teleportation site located the closest to there. From there, you'll have to fly the rest of the way to the city, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said in an apologetic manner. That's all right, with Brother Han and my abilities. I'm sure the remaining portion of the journey won't delay us too much, Fairy Silver Light said in a nonchalant manner, and Han Li didn't see this as a problem either. Thus, having made those arrangements, all of the other elders were quite relieved, and they began to discuss strategies to counter the Elder Devil race's attacks, which were only becoming fiercer and fiercer. However, despite the elders' vast wealths of knowledge and experience, they were completely stumped by these armies of countless low-grade devilish beasts. Even though Deep Heaven City had prepared an astonishing supply of spirit stones, more than 10% of this supply had been exhausted by the countless formations that were set up around the city. This didn't seem to be much of an issue until one considered that according to past conventions, a devilish tribulation would generally last over 100 years. Less than a year had passed since the commencement of this devilish tribulation, so how could the elders not be concerned? Han Li suddenly smiled and said, There's no need to be overly concerned about this, fellow Taoists. Even if there really are virtually infinite low-grade devilish beasts in the Elder Devil realm, I'm sure it'll require a lot of effort and resources for the Elder Devil race to search for and tame these beasts. On top of that, it definitely won't be a simple matter for them to bring these devilish beasts into our spirit realm. After all, even though the resistance from the power of our realm has abated significantly, some of it still remains, and it has to be an extremely great burden for the Elder Devil race to transport so many low-grade devilish beasts between realms. Otherwise, they would simply overwhelm us from the get-go rather than go through all this effort to test out our defenses. We're naturally aware of this, but this devilish tribulation is truly more fierce than we anticipated. And we don't know if the resources in our deep heaven city will last, Elder Goose said with a wry smile. Compared to the armies of devilish beasts and the high-grade devilish beings that have already appeared, I'm more concerned about just how many of the elder devil race's sacred ancestors will be able to descend into our realm, Fairy Silverlight said in a grim voice. What do you mean by that, Fairy Silverlight? Hanli asked. In past, once the devilish tribulations have reached approximately the halfway mark, the power of our realm will no longer be able to prevent the true bodies of the sacred ancestors from descending into the spirit realm, but for some reason, only a few of them are able to descend into our realm each devilish tribulation. In the past, we were able to keep these sacred ancestors at bay by joining forces with the other grand ascension stage beings of the nearby foreign races, but seeing as this devilish tribulation is far more perilous than previous ones, the number of sacred ancestors that descend into our realm could quite possibly be increased as well. There doesn't have to be too many. If more than 10 sacred ancestors appear in our realm at once, then our human and demon races will definitely be crushed, Fairy Silverlight explained. Elder Gu wasn't surprised by Fairy Silverlight's words at all. Instead, a cold light flashed through his eyes as he said, Fellow Taoist Jin Yu and I have actually developed theories in the past about why this is the case. But the Holy Island should have set up countermeasures for such a scenario. All we have to do is prepare as best as we can. Fairy Silverlight's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and after a brief pause, she said, That's true. The Holy Island has many individuals of vast wisdom from our two races. Seeing as they were able to predict that this devilish tribulation would be different from previous ones, I'm sure they've prepared measures to address the situation. In that case, I'll be taking my leave now so I can prepare for the trip to Heavenly City tomorrow. Elder Gu and the others naturally all agreed to this arrangement. Not long after she left, Han Li also took his leave, citing the same alibi. Less than half a day later, Han Li returned to his cave abode before immediately summoning Hai Yuetian and Qilingzi. After bestowing upon them some treasures and pills, and giving them some further instructions, he returned to the top floor to meditate. This trip most likely wasn't going to be a very perilous one for him, but it would naturally still be best for him to ensure that he was in prime condition before setting off. The next morning, Han Li flew toward the hall where Deep Heaven City's teleportation formations were situated. Several hours later, he was greeted by the sight of a white-robed woman wearing a mask standing outside the hall. Han Li landed beside her before cupping his fist in a salute. Sorry to keep you waiting, fellow Taoist. Not at all, Brother Han, I only just got here as well. Let's set off. Fairy Silverlight replied in an indifferent manner. Thus, the two of them made their way into the hall, where several guards were already waiting for them. As soon as they entered the hall, the guards immediately extended respectful salutes toward them, and their leader said, We've already prepared the teleportation formation, and the place you'll be teleported to will be around a month's travel away from Heavenly City. In order to keep that teleportation site a secret, it hasn't been used ever since the commencement of the devilish tribulation. So please do take care in case the teleportation site has already been exposed. Are you saying we could be teleporting straight into an ambush from the Elder Devil race? Fairy Silverlight asked in a cold voice as she raised an eyebrow. The guard's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he hurriedly explained, The location of the teleportation site is extremely secretive, so that shouldn't be the case. I'm only stating a very unlikely hypothetical situation. There's nothing wrong with the teleportation formation. Is there? Han Li asked in a calm voice. Definitely not. We've just tested it not too long ago, the guard replied in a confident manner. As long as the teleportation formation is fine, even if there's an ambush on the other side, fellow Taoist Silverlight and I will be able to take care of ourselves. Prepare the teleportation formation right away, Han Li instructed. Fairy Silverlight opened her mouth to say something in response, but decided against it in the end. Thus, the guards immediately sprang into action, and hurriedly began to activate the teleportation formation. Fairy Silverlight strode onto the center of the formation first, and Han Li followed along with a calm smile. Moments later, a buzzing sound rang out from the teleportation formation underfoot, and white spiritual light flashed around them. The spiritual light then brightened even further, and the two of them vanished on the spot. From Han Li's perspective, everything around him had abruptly turned blurry and indistinct. With his current level of powers, teleportation over a distance like this would only result in very minor discomfort. As the light around them began to fade and a new set of scenery took shape around them, Han Li immediately released his spiritual sense to scour through the surrounding area, following which a cold light instantly flashed through his eyes. Almost at the exact same moment, hundreds of streaks of black light came hurtling toward them from all sides. Han Li immediately made a hand seal to conjure up a layer of gray light around his own body. Initially, the layer of gray light was only around 10 feet thick, but after just a single flash, it swelled drastically to countless times its original size, encompassing all of the oncoming streaks of black light in the process. As a result, all of the streaks of light came to an abrupt halt, and were revealed to be black crossbow arrows, each of which was around a foot in length and of a glossy black color. The tips of the arrows were flashing with a sinister purple light, and they seemed to have been smeared with some kind of lethal poison. Only then did Han Li inspect his surroundings in an unhurried manner, and in doing so, he discovered that they were currently situated in a giant hall that was over 1,000 feet in size. There were 50 to 60 black-armored devilish warriors dispersed throughout the hall, and they were all holding black crossbows while staring at Han Li's duo in a shocked manner. Most of these devilish beings were at the core formation stage, and there was a small number of nascent soul stage beings among them, but they were led by a deity transformation stage devilish being with coarse skin and a single horn on his head. All of a sudden, the deity transformation stage devilish being screeched, "Retreat." Those are body integration stage human beings. As soon as his voice trailed off, a dull thump rang out from this body, and a burst of dense devilish chi erupted forth, permeating throughout the entire hall. He then immediately fled toward the entrance of the hall as a streak of black light with this devilish chi acting as a smokescreen. The other armored devilish warriors naturally also attempted to flee the scene in a blind panic. But Han Li certainly wasn't going to let them get away. A hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes, and the gray light around him suddenly flashed, following which the black crossbow arrows that were hovering in midair immediately flew back the same way they had come from. And they did so at over 10 times the speed they had initially been launched. A string of anguished cries rang out from the surrounding devilish beings, and all of them quickly fell to the ground. Immediately thereafter, countless thin gray threads emerged from within the gray light and shredded the bodies of these devilish beings, eradicating even their nascent souls in the process. Han Li then turned toward the leader of the devilish beings with a cold look in his eyes. At this point, he had already fled to the entrance, and Han Li's hand shot forth like lightning before making a grabbing motion from afar. A huge azure hand instantly took shape in the air above the devilish being before crashing down with devastating force, crushing the devilish being into mincemeat amid a blood-curdling cry. Only then did Han Li sweep a sleeve through the air, and all of the gray threads, the giant azure hand, vanished on the spot. After that, he turned to Fairy Silver Light and said, "It looks like this place was indeed discovered by the Elder Devil race. But they don't seem to have focused too much attention on this place considering the caliber of the devilish beings they left here to stand on guard. It's not that they don't want to station more powerful beings here. It's just that our human race has set up too many of these secret teleportation sites, so there's no way the Elder Devil race can station powerful beings at every single one. The fact that there was a deity transformation stage devilish being here shows that they've already taken this place very seriously," Fairy Silver Light replied. "I see," Han Li said as he nodded with an enlightened look in his eyes. He then flicked a finger and a fireball shot forth before transforming into a crimson fire raven in a flash. The fire raven then swooped down onto the ground, reducing all of the bodies of the devilish beings to ashes, leaving behind only a series of storage treasures. In contrast with the storage bracelets of the spirit realm, it seemed that storage belts were much more popular among the Elder Devil race. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to draw all of these belts into his grasp, then casually swept his spiritual sense through them, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. The storage belts of these devilish beings contained very few items. Aside from some shimmering black crystals, most of the remaining items were comprised of things like formation plates and formation flags. As for those black crystals, they were most likely the devilish crystals that could only be found in the Elder Devil realm. These stones were similar to the spirit stones of the spirit realm, except they contained devilish qi instead. Spiritual light flashed from Han Li's hand as he stowed all of the storage belts away, then made his way out of the hall. He had already inspected the entire surrounding area with his spiritual sense, so he knew that there was no one else around aside from the devilish beings he had just slain. Fairy silver light naturally followed along behind him. After emerging from the hall, they discovered that this teleportation formation was situated in an underground cave. Aside from a winding natural path that led upward, there were no other exits. Han Li found it truly remarkable that the Elder Devil race had managed to find such a secluded place. Moments later, 2 streaks of light, one azure and one white, flew out from under a small mountain, then took a moment to decide on a direction to travel toward before flying away. After flying for less than 100 kilometers, the azure streak of light abruptly flashed a few times before gradually becoming transparent and virtually invisible. As for the accompanying streak of white light, it transformed into a nondescript white cloud amid a dull thump, and it seemed to be drifting quite slowly through the air, but it was actually no slower than the other streak of light. Thus the two of them continued onward and quickly vanished into the distance. No more than half a day after Han Li's duo had left the teleportation formation, a cloud that was formed from devilish qi suddenly came sweeping toward the underground cave from the distance. It was moving incredibly quickly and arrived at the mountain that Han Li's duo had just flown out from in the blink of an eye. After that, the devilish qi condensed into a white-armored elderly man. This man had a short horn on his head and bore a strong resemblance to the deity transformation stage devilish being that Han Li had slain not long ago. He was a body integration stage high-grade devilish being, and as soon as he appeared, he flew into the underground cave with an urgent look on his face. After just the span of a few breaths, a roar of grief and pain erupted from underground. The elderly man then re-emerged on the summit of the mountain amid a flash of white light and quickly inspected his surroundings with thunderous fury burning within his eyes. "How do you kill my grandson? I'll hunt you down and tear you into pieces even if I have to chase you to the end of this realm." The white-armored elderly man was then instantly able to determine the direction that Han Li's duo had departed toward, and he let loose a low roar as a black cloud of devilish qi erupted from his body again. The elderly man then laid a hand onto his belt, and a ball of black light flew out amid a clear cry. Immediately thereafter, the ball of black light transformed into a giant black crane that was around 100 feet in length, and the elderly man leaped onto the crane's back before making a hand seal with a furious expression. Black light swirled around the giant crane's wings, and it suddenly manifested 4 pairs of black wings before flapping them in unison. The giant black crane shot forth through the air like a giant arrow, and at the same time, the devilish qi released by the elderly man expanded drastically to encompass the crane as well, and its speed was instantly doubled. Right at this moment, a gargantuan black staff suddenly extended out of the cloud of black qi before slamming viciously into the small mountain from over 10,000 feet away. An earth-shattering boom rang out as countless shards of rocks flew in all directions, and the giant staff projection vanished in a flash, having reduced the small mountain to half its original height. Meanwhile, the giant crane had already disappeared into the distance. For hours later, on a giant mountain that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, there were 2 other high-grade devilish beings discussing something with one another. "Old Man Li has been gone for a long time. Didn't he say he was coming back right after he delivered a couple of protective treasures to his grandson? What's taking him so long? If he delays what we're doing here, we'll have to answer to sacred ancestor Shuiguang." A high-grade devilish being with blue devilish marks all over his face said in an impatient manner, "There's no need to be so impatient, Lord Lan. Old Man Li is not a man who doesn't know his priorities, and he's most likely already on the way back. That grandson of his is his only direct lineal descendant, so it's only normal that he's giving him a lot of attention," the other high-grade devilish being with several fleshy feelers around his mouth said in a nonchalant manner. "Even so, that place isn't all that far away. He should have been back by now. Could he have encountered some trouble along the way?" Lord Lan murmured as he stroked the devilish patterns on his own face in a contemplative manner. What troubles could he possibly encounter? With his powers, no human cultivator below the body integration stage would dare to mess with him, the other devilish being replied with a shake of his head. "Not necessarily. The humans have some secret treasures that can allow one to punch above their weight. Alternatively, a few late spatial tempering cultivators who are adept in combination techniques can also be very troublesome, Lord Lon said. All of the human settlements in this area have been surrounded. How could there possibly be such an inconvenient coincidence? The bald devilish being chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Right as his voice trailed off, a low ringing sound suddenly rang out from his body, and both devilish beings were rather taken aback by this. The bald devilish being immediately waved a hand through the air, and a white formation plate appeared in his hand amid a flash of black light. He pointed a finger toward the formation plate, and a burst of transparent fluctuations immediately rippled through the air, following which white light flashed from the surface of the plate, and the furious face of an elderly man appeared. It was none other than the fellow Taoist Li they had been referring to. "Brother Li, why are you contacting us through this formation plate? And why are you still not back yet?" the bald devilish being asked in a slightly displeased manner. Lord Lan's expression eased slightly upon seeing that the elderly man was alive and well, but a hint of displeasure then appeared in his eyes as well. "We didn't bring along many illusion devil stones for this formation plate to use up, so you'd better have a good reason for contacting us." "Humph, my grandson was killed by human cultivators not long ago, and I'm pursuing the perpetrator now. However, it's very likely that there's a body integration cultivator among their ranks, so I may not be able to exact revenge on my own. I'll need you two to help me. In return, I'm willing to give you half of everything I obtained during this sacred sacrifice," the elderly man said with killing intent flashing through his eyes. "How do you know that a body integration stage human cultivator was involved, Brother Li?" the bald devilish being asked in a surprised manner. "I've already been to the place where my grandson and his subordinates were killed, but there was no lingering aura suggesting that a battle had taken place. There's no way a spatial tempering cultivator could have accomplished this. So there's a very good chance that the perpetrator is a body integration cultivator," the elderly man explained. "I see, that does seem quite plausible. Do you know the exact number of this group of human cultivators, Brother Li?" Lord Lon asked in a solemn voice. "I do. I could sense the residual aura of only 2 humans there," the elderly man replied. "Oh, in that case, the 3 of us should definitely be able to take care of them, but the problem is that we have an important duty on our shoulders. If something goes wrong as we're hunting these people down, then the sacred ancestor won't be happy," the bald devilish being said in a hesitant manner. "Those body integration stage human cultivators are definitely here to oppose our sacred race. If we can kill them and foil their plans, then the sacred ancestor will only reward us for our efforts. Besides, there may only be a single body integration cultivator involved, and the 3 of us can even take on someone at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, so there's virtually no risk involved. How about this? Aside from half of everything I obtained during this sacred sacrifice, I'll also give you that rotten tendril Zoisher of mine," the elderly man said through gritted teeth. The bald devilish being was very tempted upon hearing this. "Oh? You really must be eager to take revenge if you're even offering such a precious treasure. In that case, I'm certainly willing to lend you a hand. What do you say, Brother Lon?" Lord Lon was also rather tempted by this proposition, but he asked again in a cautious manner, "Fellow Taoist Li, are you sure that there are only 2 perpetrators?" A hint of fury resurfaced in the elderly man's eyes, but he forcibly repressed it, and harumphed coldly, "Humph, are you doubting my abilities, fellow Taoist Lon? If there are more than 2 of them, then I won't force you two to fight alongside me. All right, that's all I needed to hear. We'll go to join you right away. Make sure you don't let those 2 human cultivators shake you off, Brother Li," Lord Lon said with a faint smile. "Those 2 killed my only direct lineal descendant. Unless they suddenly end up on the other side of the realm, there's no way they'll be able to escape my tracking secret technique," the elderly man said in a confident manner. Immediately thereafter, white light flashed from the formation plate, and the image of Lord Li abruptly vanished. He had cut off the communication from his end. I was wondering what was taking him so long. I guess this understandable. If my only direct lineal descendant were killed by someone, I would also be sure to capture them and torture them for a few years before killing them." The bald devilish being chuckled coldly. "At our cultivation bases, it's virtually impossible to have any more offspring, so we naturally have to pay more attention to our existing descendants. Thankfully, most of us have quite a few descendants, and fellow Taoist Li's situation is rather uncommon. It's no wonder that he's so furious and willing to offer such a large reward for our help." Lord Lon also said with a smile. If it's just 2 human cultivators, then there shouldn't be any issues. Let's set off right away. Perhaps we'll be able to strip some powerful treasures from those 2 humans as well, the bald devilish being said as a hint of greed flashed through his eyes. Of course, we already agreed to assist brotherly, so we should naturally do everything in our power. Let's go. Blue arcs of lightning crackled around Lord Lon as he spoke, and his arms suddenly transformed into a pair of fleshy blue wings. Not only were the wings riddled with blue bone spikes, there were countless arcs of lightning revolving around them, creating a very menacing sight to behold. He flapped his wings, and a string of thunderclaps rang out in rapid succession as he vanished into thin air as a blue arc of lightning. When he reappeared, he was already several thousand feet away. The bald devilish being swept a sleeve through the air upon seeing this, releasing a red ball of light that transformed into a crimson cloud which quickly enveloped his entire body. The crimson cloud then shot forth in pursuit of the arc of lightning amid a flash of red light. The 2 of them vanished into the distance in the blink of an eye, and meanwhile, on the other end, Lordly had no intention of stopping to wait for them. Instead, he unleashed a secret technique that increased his speed even further. Through his bloodline secret technique, he would be able to temporarily track the perpetrators, but there was a time limit. On top of that, if the people he was pursuing detected that something was off or used a teleportation formation to teleport straight out of his sensory range, then he would lose his targets. As such, before he caught up to them, he wasn't going to allow any complacency to set in. In any case, he had reinforcements on the way, so even if he found himself unable to kill his targets, he would just have to stall them until his companions arrived. With that in mind, he continued to fly through the air with burning fury in his heart. At this point, Han Li was still traveling toward Heavenly City with fairy silver light, completely oblivious to the fact that he was being pursued. Due to the fact that he wasn't in a battle or fleeing for his life, his speed of flight was naturally far slower than that of the 3 devilish lords pursuing him. As time passed, the distance between the 2 was naturally gradually whittled down. A day and a night later, just as Han Li and Fairy Silver Light were discussing matters regarding the 4 major sects in Heavenly City, Han Li's expression suddenly changed as he swept a sleeve through the air. A short silver ruler immediately emerged before transforming into a giant ruler projection that was over 100 feet in length, then slashing through the air behind him. An enormous black staff instantly appeared out of thin air, and the 2 treasures clashed amid an earth-shattering boom. A ball of piercing light emerged, and a burst of astonishing fluctuations erupted forth, threatening to cause the entire surrounding space to collapse. Fairy Silver Light emerged from her white cloud in a startled manner before turning toward the place where the fluctuations had erupted from with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he calmly waved a hand through the air, and the short silver ruler pierced through space before reappearing in his grasp. At this moment, all of the fluctuations finally faded, and the horned elderly man appeared in the distance. However, he had swelled to around 50 to 60 feet tall, and he was holding a giant black staff as he appraised Han Li with a vicious look in his eyes. That's a devilish lord. The alarm in Fairy Silver Light's eyes grew even more pronounced after she swept her spiritual sense toward the elderly man. She then immediately made a hand seal, and a pair of silver hooks emerged from her body. One of the hooks was engraved with the image of a white crescent moon, while the other was engraved with a crimson sun. As soon as the weapons appeared, countless stars emerged in the nearby area in a flash, clearly indicating that this was a pair of extraordinary treasures. Han Li appraised the elderly man and abruptly slammed a palm into his own chest without uttering a single word. A dull thump rang out as golden light erupted from his body, and he opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure chi that was interspersed with black threads. I see you must be related to one of the devilish beings I killed earlier, right? Only a bloodline secret technique like this one would have planted a tracking mark on me without my detection. However, your mental state was a little too unstable, and that allowed me to notice your bloodline mark. Otherwise, I may not have been able to detect your presence, Han Li said with a smile as he swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a silver fireball that incinerated the ball of azure chi into nothingness. At your cultivation base, you must be quite an important figure in the Elder Devil race, right? Tell us your name. Fairy Silver Light said as a hint of killing intent flashed through her eyes. Humph, I am Lord Li, a subordinate to sacred ancestor Shuiguang. You killed my grandson. So I'm going to tear you into shreds and torture your soul until it disintegrates. Instead of displaying any fear toward the two body integration cultivators he had encountered, Lord Li was glowering at Han Li with fury burning in his eyes instead. Is that so? Let's see if you have what it takes. Han Li chuckled in a nonchalant manner. At his current cultivation base, a mere early body integration stage devilish being really wasn't all that threatening to him. You think you can take on both of us on your own? There's no need to waste time with words here, Brother Han. This devilish lord is ripe for the killing, Fairy Silver Light said in a frosty voice, following which the two silver hooks before her transformed into countless silver hook projections that surged forth in a massive wave. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's words upon seeing this. Fairy Silver Light had said exactly what he was thinking, and he raised a hand to wave the silver ruler through the air again. Piercing silver light flashed, and a ruler projection that was several hundred feet in length shot forth again, reaching the elderly man in the blink of an eye before crashing down with devastating force. Lord Li let loose a low roar upon seeing this and abruptly swept his black staff through the air, conjuring up countless black staff projections that formed an impenetrable barrier around himself. The silver ruler projection was repelled by this barrier, then crumbled away under the effect of some kind of peculiar power, completely unable to breach the elderly man's defenses. At this moment, the countless hook projections also arrived, but all of them quickly vanished amid flashes of silver light upon coming into contact with the barrier of staff projections. In the end, the two silver hooks were forced to revert back to their original form, and Fairy Silver Light's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. She immediately switched to a different hand seal, and the two silver hooks suddenly rose up into the air as two streaks of silver light before vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, violent fluctuations ran through the entire sky, and all of the world's origin chi within a radius of several tens of kilometers was swept up. Countless red and white runes instantly surged out of thin air, then converged to form two gargantuan balls of light, one white and one red, each of which was around an acre in size. The ball of white light was completely silent, while the ball of red light was rumbling incessantly, and they both came crashing down from above. Lord Li was quite alarmed by the sight of these two devastating balls of light, and he swept his staff through the air again, upon which it abruptly transformed into a gust of fierce black wind that swept toward the two balls of light in a frenzy, looking as if he were planning to forcibly tear through them. However, right at this moment, Han Li suddenly rubbed his hands together, and the silver ruler in his grasp abruptly vanished without any premonition. In the next instant, faint silver light flashed behind Lord Li, and the silver ruler emerged silently before hurtling through the air like a bolt of silver lightning. Lord Li was completely caught off guard. His body was instantly enveloped by several layers of silver light. He let loose a roar of fury as black light erupted from his body in an attempt to break through the layers of silver light, but he was clearly unable to accomplish this in a short time. At this moment, the fierce gust of black wind formed by the staff clashed with the balls of light up above, and an earth-shattering boom rang out, causing the entire sky to tremor incessantly. The black wind then suddenly transformed into a pair of identical gargantuan pillars that plunged viciously into the two balls of light. The balls of light dissipated, but a pristine crescent moon and a scorching crimson sun emerged from within them. The two were radiating dazzling light, and they had temporarily trapped the two giant pillars that had been thrust into them. Lord Li was tugging violently on the pillars with his powerful arms, but they refused to budge. It was as if they had taken root in the moon and the sun. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger at Lord Li. The layers of silver light around him immediately began to emit a loud buzzing sound, and a series of silver runes of different sizes emerged, producing a burst of enormous force that compressed violently toward Lord Li, instantly crushing most of the protective black light around his body in the process. The elderly man was clearly quite reluctant to abandon the treasures in his hands, but he was forced to release the two giant pillars. A vicious light then flashed through his eyes as he quickly made a hand seal before letting loose a loud cry. An astonishing scene then ensued. His massive body suddenly began to swell drastically once again, and 2 balls of flesh bulged from his shoulders. Following a string of harrowing cracks and pops, 2 more identical heads emerged on his shoulders. At the same time, 4 more balls of flesh bulged out of his back, and they transformed into 2 pairs of arms amid a flash of black light. The elderly man had transformed into a devilish being with 3 heads and 6 arms in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, there was violent black devilish chi erupting from his body, and his aura had swelled to become more than twice as powerful as it had originally been. As such, his early body integration stage powers rose to around the mid-body integration stage. After making this transformation, a vicious look appeared on all 3 of Lord Li's faces. He flipped his 6 hands over, and 6 black devilish swords emerged, then unleashed countless black threads that erupted forth like a giant net. The layers of silver light around him were instantly sliced into countless pieces, and Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this as he immediately waved a hand through the air. The shattered fragments of the silver light began to converge and regenerate, but during this split-second delay, Lord Li's body flashed, and he vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted several hundred feet away, and Lord Li re-emerged. As soon as he appeared, he let loose a thunderous roar, and a series of black devilish patterns appeared over his body. Immediately thereafter, he expanded even further to over 1,000 feet in size, then swept his 6 arms through the air. The 6 giant swords that he was wielding vanished amid a flash of black light, but his gigantic hands reached out like 3 pairs of small mountains, with 2 of them reaching for the moon and the sun, while 2 more reached out for Han Li and Fairy Silver Light. Meanwhile, his remaining 2 hands were rapidly making a series of hand seals. At the same time, the 2 heads on his shoulders closed their eyes, then began to chant something as black runes swirled around them. The sun and the moon formed by the silver hooks were quite profound, but in the face of Lord Li, who had become drastically more powerful, they were no longer able to continue locking the pair of giant black staves in place. Thus, the 2 staves shot forth through the air before landing in Lord Li's grasp, following which the 2 combined as one and reverted back to a single giant black staff. Almost in the exact same instant, Han Li felt the sky dim before his eyes, and a giant black palm reached him in a flash. Han Li remained completely calm and collected as golden light revolved around his body. He extended a palm out of his sleeve, which transformed into a giant golden hand that reached out through the air. Prior to even coming into contact with one another, countless golden arcs of lightning erupted from the golden hand, and it crashed violently into the massive black palm. A resounding thunderclap rang out, and the devilish hand was instantly vanquished as if those arcs of golden lightning were the bane of its existence. In contrast, Fairy Silver Light didn't dare to take the attack head-on. In the instant that the devilish hand was about to reach her, she transformed into a gentle breeze that vanished on the spot, leaving the devilish hand to strike nothing but empty air. Lord Li's expression darkened even further after witnessing his attacks being nullified, and his other 2 heads suddenly ceased their chanting. The 2 hands that were making hand seals just a moment ago abruptly reached out to point at Han Li and Fairy Silver Light. 2 sharp ringing sounds rang out from his fingertips, and a pair of crimson threads shot forth before vanishing into thin air in a flash. A solemn look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he suddenly raised a hand, upon which a small black mountain appeared before him. The mountain was around 70 to 80 feet tall, and it hovered before him like a massive shield. This was none other than the extreme essence-fused mountain. In the next instant, the crimson thread reappeared several tens of feet away before plunging viciously into the small black mountain. Crimson light flashed, and the thread managed to pierce several feet into the mountain before it finally dissipated. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. No one was more aware than him of just how incredible the extreme essence-fused mountain's defensive prowess was. The treasure had been infused with countless precious materials and refined on several occasions. Even the average divine spirit treasure wouldn't be able to leave so much as a scratch on its surface. As such, the fact that the crimson thread was able to plunge so far into it was a testament to just how fearsome it was. It was no wonder that even after his transformation, it had taken Lord Li so long to prepare that attack. The attack didn't pose much of a threat to him, but Fairy Silver Light would most likely struggle to handle it. Just as Han Li was thinking this, he heard a muffled groan and he hurriedly cast his gaze toward Fairy Silver Light to find that she was stumbling back a few steps with a hand clasped over her own shoulder. There was a red shield, a flag, and a jade badge hovering in front of her, but the spiritual light radiating from them had dimmed significantly, and it seemed that they had all been severely damaged. A pained look appeared on Fairy Silver Light's face, and she immediately opened her mouth to expel a small silver sword. The flying sword flew over to her shoulder as a streak of silver light, then abruptly sliced off her arm. Strangely enough, not a single drop of blood flowed out of the self-inflicted wound. As soon as the arm was detached from her body, it burst into crimson flames and was quickly incinerated into ashes. Be careful, Brother Han. This is one of the 4 great devilish flames of the Elder Devil race. The blood-eroding devilish flame. Once it enters a target's body, there's no way it can be expelled aside from through the use of several types of legendary treasures, Fairy Silver Light cautioned in an urgent voice. She then flipped her remaining hand over to produce a fragrant white pill amid a flash of azure light, then swallowed the pill without any hesitation. A burst of azure light immediately revolved around the cross-section of the wound on her shoulder, and another arm that was identical to the severed one appeared. However, her complexion had paled significantly behind her mask, and it was quite clear that she had paid quite a heavy price to instantaneously regenerate that lost limb. Han Li glanced at Fairy Silver Light's new arm, then turned back to the mountainous Lord Li, and a hint of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Blood-eroding devilish flames? I see, it looks like I underestimated you. But then again, this is a good thing. It shows that you're definitely quite an important figure in the Elder Devil race, which gives me even more incentive to kill you. You think the 2 of you can kill me? Lord Li guffawed in a disdainful manner. He then abruptly swept his giant black staff through the air, and countless mountainous staff projections took shape amid a string of rumbling booms, then swept toward Han Li and Fairy Silver Light with devastating force. Before the staff projections had even reached them, both of them were struck by a burst of suffocating spiritual pressure as if heaven and earth were about to crumble around them. It seems that you're very confident in your own strength. As opposed to being alarmed by this situation, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes and his body abruptly swelled drastically in size amid a flash of golden light. Within the span of just a single breath, he had transformed into an enormous golden ape. He made a grabbing motion with both hands, and a black mountain and an azure mountain appeared in his grasp. He then raised both mountains high up into the air, upon which they expanded to several thousand feet tall and kept all of the oncoming staff projections at bay. The staff projections unleashed by Lord Li were also extremely powerful, and they struck the 2 mountains amid a rapid string of resounding booms. But after the projections faded, the mountains were revealed again, having sustained no damage aside from some small pits and bumps. Incredulous looks appeared on all 3 of Lord Li's faces upon seeing this, and he exclaimed, "Impossible! How could there possibly be a body integration stage human cultivator with strength superior to mine?" He turned to inspect the giant ape that Han Li transformed into, and the astonishment in his eyes grew even more pronounced. It would be rude of me not to return the favor. How about you take an attack from me as well?" The golden ape chuckled coldly before abruptly bringing the 2 massive mountains together, then hurled them with devastating force. 2 resounding booms rang out as the pair of mountains hurtled through the air, leaving 2 white trails in their wake. Even when they were still a few hundred feet away from Lord Li, a burst of enormous invisible force had weighed down upon him, causing the space around him to tremor violently as if it were on the brink of being shattered. Lord Li was extremely alarmed to see this, but he refused to believe that he would lose to Han Li in a contest of strength. As such, all 3 of his heads let loose ferocious roars, and he swept his giant black staff toward the 2 mountains, sending countless staff projections hurtling through the air once again. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and Lord Li's hands instantly went numb as his giant staff was wrenched out of his grasp. At the same time, a burst of tremendous force crashed into his body, sending him flying back as he threw up a mouthful of black blood. The 2 giant mountains only faltered momentarily in midair before crashing down with devastating force again, threatening to crush Lord Li into mincemeat. An expression of shock and fury appeared on Lord Li's face, and his 6 arms suddenly detached from his body on their own, then transformed into a cloud of blood mist around him. Immediately thereafter, the two giant mountains also slammed into the blood mist, but Lord Li was already nowhere to be seen, clearly having escaped using some kind of movement technique. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this before a furious look appeared in his eyes. He thumped his own chest violently as an inky black vertical eye appeared on his glabella, and as soon as it emerged, a pillar of black light that was as thick as a large bowl erupted from it. The pillar of black light then instantly vanished into thin air, and in the next instant a rumbling boom erupted several thousand feet away. An alarmed roar rang out and spatial fluctuations erupted as the mountainous Lord Li stumbled out of thin air. Han Li immediately pointed to his two mountains in the distance without any hesitation upon seeing this, and the pair of mountains shuddered in response. Silver runes flashed on the surface of one of the mountains as it released a burst of gray light, while the other released scintillating azure light that transformed into countless streaks of invisible sword chi. The two intertwined with one another, and even heaven and earth tremored in the face of Han Li's wrath. Lord Li's faces immediately paled upon seeing this, and he stomped both of his feet onto the space below him without any hesitation. His feet then exploded into two bursts of blood mist as well, revealing a pair of silver foot bones. Not only were these foot bones flashing with silver light, there was also a pair of crimson talismans adhered to their surfaces. Lord Li's three heads then began to chant a strange incantation in unison, and the two crimson talismans spontaneously combusted. A dozen or so large crimson runes were imprinted onto the foot bones in a flash, following which the foot bones transformed into a pair of silver flying wheels amid a flash of spiritual light. Crimson devilish flames erupted over the surface of the flying wheels, and they began to rotate at a rapid speed, transforming the devilish lord into a streak of crimson light that hurtled away into the distance. The wheels were traveling so quickly that they covered a distance of over 10,000 feet in the blink of an eye. Lord Li had decided to flee the scene as soon as he realized that he was no match for Han Li. Han Li naturally faltered slightly upon seeing this, and his brows furrowed tightly. This Lord Li seemed to be determined to battle Han Li to the death and even unleashed his elder devil avatar, yet now he was fleeing the scene at the first sign of trouble, and that was truly very unexpected. Only the span of a few breaths had passed since Han Li had transformed into his giant mountain ape form, and Fairy Silver Light took advantage of this opportunity to catch her breath and recover somewhat from her expenditure. She was elated to see that Han Li was overwhelming their opponent, but at the same time she hurriedly yelled, "Brother Han, we can't allow him to escape. If he finds other devilish beings and comes back, then we'll be in big trouble." As soon as her voice trailed off, she pointed a finger at her pair of silver hooks and stowed them away up her sleeve. She then raised a hand to summon a green flying shuttle, which she immediately flew into without any hesitation. A resounding boom rang out, and the shuttle shot forth through the air as a streak of green light that was traveling no slower than the streak of crimson light in the distance. "That's a spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, the celestial green shuttle. I didn't think that she'd be in possession of such a treasure," Han Li murmured to himself in a rather surprised manner before a cold smile appeared on his face. "Of course, there's no way I'd let that old devil get away." Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and his giant ape body was suddenly enshrouded in a layer of silver light. A clear cry then rang out, and a giant silver bird that was over 1,000 feet in length appeared in the place of the giant golden ape. The giant bird raised its head and flapped its wings, and arcs of silver lightning erupted from its body as another pair of translucent wings also appeared on its back. These were none other than Han Li's thunderstorm wings. As such, the giant bird now had two pairs of massive wings. This integration of the Tianpeng transformation and the thunderstorm wings was an extreme movement technique that Han Li had developed over the past few centuries. The giant silver bird flapped all four of its wings in unison and instantly vanished on the spot as a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of thunderclaps in its wake that were becoming more and more distant. At this point, the streak of crimson light was already several tens of kilometers away. Within the crimson light, Lord Li was relentlessly pouring his energy into the silver wheels beneath him while frantically looking around with an urgent expression. Prior to catching up to Han Li's duo, he had communicated with his two companions again. At the time, those two devilish lords were already quite close to him, and that was why he had dared to engage two body integration stage beings in battle on his own. However, never did he think that the male human cultivator who had killed his grandson would be this powerful. However, that wasn't too much of an issue. He hadn't unleashed his most powerful trump card, either, and he would be able to launch a counterattack once his companions joined him. As such, he would still have an opportunity to kill those two human cultivators. With that in mind, Lord Li forcibly repressed the fury in his heart and began to chant something as he flew. Plumes of blood mist erupted from the wounds on his shoulders, and the flesh there squirmed and writhed incessantly. Moments later, all 6 of his dismembered arms had fully regenerated. Right at this moment, a male voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. "Why are you in such a sorry state, Brother Li? Are those 2 human cultivators that difficult to deal with? Rest assured, we've already set up a temporary devilish formation nearby. All you have to do is lure the 2 of them into the formation, and we'll definitely be able to kill them together." The voice belonged to none other than that bald devilish being. Lord Li was naturally ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately gave an affirmative response before suddenly changing directions. At this point, the streak of green light was still close to 10 kilometers away, and a vicious look appeared on Lord Li's face as he flew directly toward a cluster of small mountains. This was where the other 2 devilish lords were hiding, and they had also set up an extremely discreet formation there. In Lord Li's mind, all they had to do was use the formation to kill the female human cultivator within the streak of green light, which would leave Han Li on his own, and the 3 of them would definitely be able to take him down together. Fairy Silverlight was naturally completely oblivious to this insidious plot, and she continued to give chase as quickly as she could. Within the span of just a few breaths, the 2 of them were about to enter the cluster of small mountains. Just as Lord Li was about to fly into one of the mountains, however, a rumbling thunderclap suddenly erupted right above him, following which a giant 4-winged bird emerged amid a flash of silver lightning. The bird then flapped its 4 wings and vanished again as an arc of lightning. In the next instant, Lord Li heard a thunderclap erupt right above his head, following which a set of enormous talons came sweeping down from above at such a rapid speed that there was no time for him to take evasive measures. In his shock and fury, he could only pour forth more energy into the protective spiritual light around his body, causing it to swell drastically and form a virtually substantial light barrier. However, the light barrier posed no impediment to the talons and was torn apart with ease. Lord Li let loose a blood-curdling cry as his body plummeted down from above. At the same time, 2 geysers of blood erupted from his shoulders, which had clearly just been pierced through by the giant bird's talons. However, even after being caught off guard and sustaining these wounds, Lord Li was still able to retaliate. The pair of devilish flying wheels beneath him transformed into a pair of head-sized crimson fireballs that shot forth directly toward the giant bird up above, and even before they had come into contact with the bird's body, the entire space had already been set alight. At the same time, Lord Li twisted around and transformed into a streak of crimson light again before continuing to fly toward the small mountain, which was only around half a kilometer away. As long as he could enter the devilish formation that had been set up and unite with his companions, he would no longer have to fear the giant bird he was being pursued by. However, the giant 4-winged bird up above merely harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and a layer of 5-colored light suddenly erupted from its body as it transformed into an extremely exuberant 5-colored peacock. The peacock spread its wings to release balls of 5-colored light, which formed 5 giant halos that hurtled directly toward the oncoming fireballs. As for the 5-colored peacock itself, it flapped its wings and disappeared again as a ball of 5-colored light. The 2 crimson fireballs struck these halos amid a string of explosive booms, melting through the first 3 halos, only to be stopped in their tracks by the 4th one. The final 2 halos then swept forth to trap the 2 fireballs, then formed a pair of massive balls of light. Immediately thereafter, the 2 balls of light exploded, and a vast expanse of 5-colored light surged forth in all directions. Lord Li was swept up by this 5-colored light, and his body suddenly felt extremely sluggish. He felt as if he were flying through extremely thick treacle, and his speed was reduced significantly. "Help me!" As a devilish lord, Lord Li naturally had far more battle experience than the average cultivator, and he instantly knew that he was in an extremely perilous situation. His desperate cry for help rang out like a resounding thunderclap, and at the same time he made a hand seal and a suit of blackish-red armor appeared over his body amid a flash of black light. The entire suit of armor was covered in intricate silver runes, so it was clearly no ordinary treasure. Lordly had only just had a chance to adopt this defensive measure before two giant shimmering golden fists suddenly entered the five-colored light around him, then hurtled directly toward his chest. Under the restriction of the five-colored light, there was no way for him to evade this attack, so he could only inject his power into the suit of armor with all his might. Scintillating light immediately erupted from the suit of armor, and it was as if a blackish-red sun had emerged. However, with Han Li's current level of unfathomable powers, his two fists were definitely no less powerful than a pair of ordinary spirit treasures. The wince-inducing sound of metal grating on metal rang out, and the first golden fist struck the suit of armor with ferocious might. Shockwaves proliferated outward in all directions in the wake of the collision, but the suit of devilish armor managed to remain intact as the silver runes on its surface flashed violently. However, the other golden fist then also struck the suit of devilish armor, and after receiving such a devastating blow twice in succession, it immediately shattered amid an anguished wail, revealing a layer of glossy black scales. The golden fist then crashed into Lord Li's devilish body without any hesitation, and a dull thump rang out as if the fist had struck a dead tree. Golden and black light intertwined, and Lord Li's body only swayed slightly before the fist was stopped cold in its tracks by that seemingly unremarkable layer of black scales. A sinister smile appeared on Lord Li's face upon seeing this, and he made a grabbing motion with all six of his hands. Devilish chi swirled around his fingers, and the vibrant five-colored light around him twisted and warped violently, looking as if it were going to crumble at any moment. Right at this moment, a long cry rang out from the small mountain, and two devilish figures shot forth toward Lord Li as two rapid streaks of light. These were none other than the two other body integration stage devilish lords. All of a sudden, a string of crackling sounds rang out from the golden fist that was adhered to Lord Li's body, following which countless golden lightning snakes erupted forth in a frenzy, instantly forming a giant lightning net that encompassed his entire body. Lord Li let loose a howl of agony, and his suit of devilish armor was instantly destroyed by the ferocious barrage of golden lightning, and the seemingly indestructible layer of black scales also became completely dull and devoid of luster. The golden fist then opened up into a palm that plunged straight into Lord Li's chest, and the golden lightning erupting from the hand subsided, only to be replaced by a layer of silver flames that completely engulfed his body. No! Lord Li only had a chance to let loose one more howl of despair before his body was completely incinerated into ashes by the scorching silver flames. Even his nascent soul hadn't managed to escape. Only then did a golden humanoid figure emerge within the five-colored light. This was none other than Han Li, who had reverted back to his human form. His entire body was shimmering with scintillating golden light, and that was a clear sign that he had activated his provenance true devil arts to its maximal extent. At this moment, the other two devilish beings had also arrived on the scene. The spiritual light around them faded, revealing the bald devilish being and his companion, and both of them were staring at the ball of scorching silver flames burning in front of Han Li with incredulity in their eyes. "Brother Han, did you just kill that devilish lord?" A surprised female voice also rang out from behind Han Li as fairy silver light arrived on the scene, then emerged from her shuttle with an astonished expression. "I was merely lucky, but it looks like we've got even more trouble on our hands now," Han Li said as he appraised the two devilish lords with a dark expression. As soon as his voice trailed off, he swept a hand through the air, and a clear cry immediately rang out from within the scorching silver flames. The silver fireball then transformed into a silver fire raven that was around 10 feet in length. The fire raven spread its wings and appeared above Han Li's head in a flash before circling around in the air like a living creature, and both of the devilish lords were appraising it with wariness in their eyes. "How dare you kill Lord Li right under our noses? We're going to make sure to put an end to your lives here no matter what," the devilish being with the blue patterns on his face said in a frosty voice. As for his bald companion, he wasted no time with words as he immediately made a hand seal to conjure up layers of black devilish chi around his own body. The devilish chi then formed a series of small black shields, each of which was around a foot in size, and the shields situated themselves directly in front of the two devilish lords. Immediately thereafter, he raised his other hand to release a burst of azure light into the heavens, which transformed into a massive azure gate that hung in mid-air. The gate was around 100 feet tall and roughly 8 feet thick. The surface of the gate was covered in patches of rust, and there were two extremely menacing giant ghostly heads engraved on each half of the gate, striking the beholder with a bone-chilling sensation. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately focused his gaze on this gate. As for the other devilish lord, he let loose a low roar and raised both hands up into the air to release a blue leather pouch that was around half a foot in size, as well as 13 streaks of black light. The leather pouch swelled drastically to around 10 feet in size, following which the opening was loosened and over 100 balls of blue light rushed out from within it, then transformed into translucent blue flying snakes. Each snake was around 3 feet in length with a pair of transparent ice wings, and all of them were flicking their forked tongues incessantly. As for the 13 streaks of black light, they exploded almost as soon as they were released, transforming into 13 devilish flags enshrouded in dense black chi, and each flag was around 10 feet tall. These flags slowly unfurled themselves, and each flag contained an image of a half-naked woman standing on a mountain of bones. The women were all extremely lifelike and seductive in appearance. As soon as Fairy Silver Light caught sight of these treasures, her expressions changed drastically, and she exclaimed, "That's the Heavenly Azure Gate and a set of hierarchical true devil flags." Heavenly Azure Gate hierarchical true devil flags? Aren't those 2 of the 10 great devilish treasures of our spirit realm? Han Li asked in a rather surprised manner. Be careful, Brother Han, the 10 great devilish treasures of our spirit realm are actually all replicas of renowned treasures of the Elder Devil realm, so those 2 treasures are most likely going to be even more powerful than the 10 great devilish treasures. It looks like we won't be able to take them down easily. How about we leave these 2 and continue on our journey? I'm sure they won't be willing to risk their lives to stop us, Fairy Silver Light suggested in a hesitant manner. It was quite clear that Fairy Silver Light wasn't optimistic about their chances against these powerful treasures, and was considering a retreat. It's too late. There's still a very long way to go until we reach Heavenly City. If we let these 2 go, the rest of our journey will be even more perilous. All you have to do is help me stall one of them for now, and I'll take them down one after another. Han Li transmitted his voice to her in response in an implacable manner. Fairy Silver Light was naturally aware that Han Li was right, and she was both surprised and elated by his confidence. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, she nodded and transmitted her voice in reply. Seeing as you're confident in your ability to take care of these 2, then I'll do everything in my power to assist you. I'm going to summon a powerful treasure to trap one of them. The rest will be up to you, Brother Han. As soon as her voice trailed off, Fairy Silver Light made a rapid series of hand seals, and bright spiritual light erupted from her silver mask. Countless golden runes then emerged on the surface of the mask, and in the beginning, the runes were only around the size of grains of rice, but they quickly expanded to encompass the entire mask. She then let loose a delicate cry, and the silver mask warped slightly before sliding off her face. Immediately thereafter, it expanded to become the head of a beautiful woman that was around 10 feet in size. The head was shimmering with silver light with its eyes tightly shut, and had long golden hair that was several feet in length. Attack! A cold light flashed through the bald devilish lord's eyes upon seeing this, and he immediately bit down onto the tip of his own tongue, then opened his mouth to expel a mouthful of black blood, which transformed into a cloud of blood mist that enshrouded the ghostly azure gate. After witnessing Han Li dismantling of Lord Li, the bald devilish being had already cast aside all complacency, and he was sacrificing some blood essence from the get-go to activate this trump card treasure of his. In the instant that the giant azure gate was enveloped by the blood mist, the eyes of the 2 giant ghostly heads engraved onto its surface abruptly turned red, and they suddenly seemed to have sprung to life as they opened their mouths to devour the blood mist in the air. The massive rusty gate then became as bright red as blood, and an overwhelming odor of blood and gore permeated through the air. The 2 ghostly heads raised up toward the heavens and let loose shrill howls in unison, then pounced forward violently, each revealing half a ghostly body that extended all the way to their waists. After that, the two menacing ghosts extended a thick, powerful arm each and grabbed onto the black knocker on each gate before pulling with all their might. A buzzing sound rang out from the giant gate as it was slowly pried open, and even though only a slight opening had appeared, there were already gusts of fierce winds erupting from the gate, alongside ghostly cries and bone-chilling howls. As for the other devilish lord, he had also sprung into action as soon as his companion had yelled the word attack. He quickly made a hand seal, and all of the translucent flying snakes around him instantly began to hiss in unison. Ferocious looks appeared in their eyes as they opened their mouths to expel clouds of blue glacial chi, which quickly inundated all of their bodies. He then made another hand seal, and bursts of black chi began to surge out of the 13 devilish flags at his behest. The devilish flags rotated on the spot before transforming into 13 skeletons, each of which was roughly the same height as an adult human. Sinister crimson light flashed within their eyes, and as they twisted their bodies, peals of delightful female laughter rang out. The laughter was extremely peculiar, and even Han Li was struck by a sense of dizziness upon hearing it. However, there was still more to come. The laughter ringing out from the 13 skeletons suddenly ceased, and they flew toward the devilish being with blue patterns on his face in unison. As opposed to being alarmed by this, the devilish lord remained calm and collected, and he let loose a low cry before sweeping a sleeve through the air, releasing 13 crimson pills that he had prepared in advance. These pills were each around the size of an egg, and they seemed to be extremely alluring to the skeletons as they immediately changed directions to pursue the pills instead. The 13 pills were evenly shared among the 13 skeletons, and in the instant that the pills were devoured, bursts of crimson light instantly erupted from their bodies. The skeletons then began to dance with elation within the devilish chi, and peals of joyful laughter rang out once again. Immediately thereafter, the 13 skeletons abruptly twisted around, and the crimson light around them instantly formed blood and flesh over the skeletons. In the blink of an eye, 13 half-naked and extremely seductive devilish women had appeared, and all of them were extremely gorgeous and alluring. Han Li's pupils immediately contracted slightly upon seeing this. "Go!" the devilish lord commanded as he made a hand seal, then thrust a finger toward Han Li in a vicious manner. The expressions on the faces of the 13 seductive women instantly changed as they quickly grew sharp nails that were several inches in length each, then pounced toward Han Li with ferocious killing intent. The blue flying snakes in the air also flapped their wings, and the blue glacial chi in the nearby area was all drawn into their bodies. As a result, they transformed into over 100 giant ice spikes, each of which was around 10 feet in length, then shot forth through the air like speeding arrows. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air to release 72 small golden swords. These swords then instantly swelled to around 3 feet in length each before splitting up into hundreds of sword projections. The sword projections shuddered slightly before hurtling through the air, transforming into golden threads that directly opposed the oncoming ice spikes. As for the silver fire raven, it let loose a clear cry before spreading its wings and transforming into a giant fireball, then shot forth directly toward the 13 devilish women. In the instant that Han Li's battle against this devilish lord commenced, Fairy Silverlight also gritted her teeth and lashed out toward the giant ghostly gate up ahead, which was still slowly being opened. The beautiful silver female head in front of her gradually opened its eyes at her behest, revealing a pair of golden eyes. At the same time, the female head also opened its mouth to expel a plume of translucent threads. The threads were completely unremarkable when they first emerged, but after just a single flash, they transformed into an enormous net that descended from above. The bald devilish lord was currently focusing all of his power on opening that giant gate, and his heart immediately stirred upon seeing this. His hand shot forth like lightning to point at the small black shields he had conjured up earlier, and these shields instantly swelled to become huge translucent shield projections that linked up with one another seamlessly. Thus, a semi-spherical black light barrier appeared in the air above the bald devilish lord, encompassing both himself and the ghostly gate. As opposed to being alarmed by this, Fairy Silverlight seemed to be quite elated by this sight, and she immediately sent the giant net crashing down from above, encompassing the black light barrier, the bald devilish lord, and the ghostly gate. The net of threads then blurred and transformed into a dense light barrier that trapped everything beneath it, and at the same time, fairy silver light pointed a finger at the female head hovering before her. Golden light flashed through the silver head's eyes, and bright dazzling light erupted from the golden runes on its face. These runes then shot forth one after another before flying into the light barrier as specks of golden light, upon which a series of profound golden patterns immediately appeared on the surface of the barrier. Golden light flashed erratically from the light barrier, and the golden patterns on its surface quickly writhed and transformed, manifesting a giant shimmering golden formation within the span of just a few breaths. Only then did fairy silver light heave a sigh of relief, and a faint smile appeared on her face. The bald devilish lord's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but a thought then seemed to occur to him and he merely ignored the situation, choosing instead to increase the rate at which he was injecting magic power into the giant ghostly gate as a sinister smile appeared on his face. The crimson ghostly gate finally completely swung open amid a rumbling boom, and the two malicious ghosts that were prying the gate open immediately let loose cries of elation. Right at this moment, the unsettling howls and cries within the gate abruptly cut off, and gusts of bone-chilling winds began to sweep forth in a frenzy. However, this situation only lasted for a moment before an indistinct figure emerged from within the winds, then drifted out of the gate. Fairy Silver Light hurriedly focused her gaze on the figure, and the sight that she was greeted by had her feeling rather taken aback. This was a handsome young man in a set of scholarly robes. He certainly looked nothing like a legendary heavenly ghost. A hint of bewilderment appeared on Fairy Silver Light's face as these thoughts ran through her mind. In the next instant, the handsome young man looked around before suddenly turning to the bald devilish lord with a faint smile. "TSK, you really are quite brave. I didn't think you would dare to summon me with this treasure again. Have you prepared a blood sacrifice? If it's not to be liking, you know the consequences that await you. Quit the chit-chat, Azure Monarch. Hurry up and summon the heavenly ghost. As long as you can kill these two, I'll definitely provide a satisfactory blood sacrifice to you." The bald devilish lord replied in an urgent manner, then flipped a hand over to produce a long crimson saber. A vicious look then appeared in his eyes, and he brought the blade down in one powerful stroke, slicing off one of his own arms. The handsome young man's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of the dismembered arm, and he let loose a low cry, upon which his body swelled to around twice its original size, and he transformed into a giant ghostly monarch in a set of brocade robes with a golden crown on his head. His face had turned completely crimson in color, while his body was covered in green fur. There was also a row of bone spikes that were around a foot in length, each protruding from his back, and there were 4 menacing tusks extending out of his mouth. The ghostly monarch opened his mouth to expel a burst of gray chi that swept up the dismembered arm, then drew the arm into his own mouth before chewing on it amid a burst of wince-inducing cracks and crunches. The bald devilish lord's face was slightly pale as he yelled, "All right, you've accepted my blood sacrifice, so hurry up and lend me your heavenly ghost badge." After swallowing the entire arm, the ghostly monarch licked his lips with a long purple tongue, then said with a greedy look in his eyes, "Hee, those two aren't ordinary beings. If you want me to summon the heavenly ghosts to assist you, then you'll need to offer a better sacrifice." "What? You're asking for far too much. I'm only asking you to take care of 2 measly human cultivators. Yet you're still not satisfied even after devouring one of my arms." The bald devilish lord immediately flared up with rage. "Humph, you make it sound so simple. Can those 2 be compared with your past opponents? I'm most likely going to have to sacrifice many heavenly ghosts to take them down. It seems like you've already forgotten the pact that you made with me through this gate. Do you need me to refresh your memory?" the ghostly monarch asked in a menacing voice. The bald devilish lord's expression darkened even further, and he gritted his teeth before lashing out with the crimson blade again, slicing off one of his own legs on this occasion. "This should be enough, right? If you dare to say no, I'm going to destroy the pact between us, even if it means we'll both end up with severe injuries." "Hee, that is indeed enough." The ghostly monarch nodded in an ecstatic manner, then drew the dismembered leg into his own mouth as well. Meanwhile, the bald devilish lord began to chant something, and bursts of black chi emerged from his self-inflicted wounds. following which new limbs quickly emerged. However, doing so made his complexion even paler than before. It was quite clear that even though he had regenerated his own limbs, the blood essence that he had lost would not be replenished so easily. After devouring the leg as well, the ghostly monarch let loose a long cry of elation, then swept a sleeve through the air to summon a crimson badge. He then tossed the badge behind himself while he flew into the ghostly gate as a gust of wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The bald devilish lord's expression eased slightly at the sight of the badge, and after taking a glance at Han Li and Fairy Silver Light, he immediately pointed a finger at the badge. The ghostly badge immediately began to spin rapidly on the spot, quickly transforming into a crimson tornado. Ferocious cries rang out from within the tornado, and 4 menacing ghosts sprang out from within, then quickly swelled to over 100 feet in size each. These 4 giant ghosts had furless crimson bodies, but their bodily structure bore a strong resemblance to that of an ape. Each of them had a pair of black horns on their heads as well as a green hook tail. As they whipped those tails through the air, they became too fast for the naked eye to follow, and one could only hear bursts of explosive booms erupting from behind the giant ghosts. The bald devilish lord immediately made a grabbing motion toward the 4 heavenly ghosts, and the crimson tornado in the distance immediately reverted back to a ghostly badge, then flew into his grasp in a flash. A vicious look then appeared on his face as he cast an incantation seal onto the badge while chanting something at the same time. The 4 giant ghosts were clearly bound by the badge, and they all turned to Fairy Silver Light with ferocious expressions at the bald devilish lord's behest. One of them let loose a fierce cry, and crimson light emerged from the backs of all 4 heavenly ghosts. A pair of purple bat wings then appeared on each of their backs, and they immediately flapped those wings, pouncing directly toward the light barrier up above. A cold smile appeared on the bald devilish lord's face upon seeing this. Having used the heavenly Azura Gate on multiple past occasions, no one was more familiar than he was with just how fearsome these 4 heavenly ghosts were. Individually, each heavenly ghost was only at around the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, but when they joined forces, even a mid-body integration stage being would most likely be no match for them. The light barrier that had trapped them did indeed appear to be quite profound, but it would be no match for the 4 heavenly ghosts. Even so, the devilish lord still opened his mouth to expel a small black seal. When it first emerged, it was only several inches in size, but it quickly swelled to several tens of feet, then hurtled up toward the light barrier overhead with devastating force. The 4 heavenly ghosts reached the light barrier up above in a flash, then swung their arms through the air to conjure up countless claw projections. At the same time, they also whipped their hooked tails forward to manifest countless streaks of green light. The combined attacks of the 4 ghosts were truly formidable, and the light barrier was only able to last for a few moments before it began to dim. The bald devilish lord was naturally ecstatic to see this, and he spurred on the giant black seal he had just summoned to strike the exact same spot on the light barrier. Black ripples immediately proliferated outward amid a resounding boom, and a crisp crack rang out, upon which countless thin white cracks appeared on the surface of the light barrier. It seemed to be on the verge of shattering. However, right at this moment, Fairy Silver Light suddenly flew over to the silver female head before her, then immediately thrust a palm toward it without any hesitation. The golden light in the silver head's eyes immediately shone even brighter, and it seemed to resonate with the light barrier down below. The golden formation on the light barrier emitted a loud buzzing sound, then released countless golden runes that vanished into the cracked barrier in a flash. A peculiar scene then ensued. In the instant that these golden runes surged into the light barrier, all of the cracks that riddled its surface were instantly sealed. A faint smile appeared on Fairy Silver Light's face upon seeing this. In contrast, the bald devilish lord was furious, and he immediately let loose a loud cry before injecting his magic power into the ghostly badge in his hand and the giant seal upon above again. Crimson light swirled within the eyes of the 4 heavenly ghosts, and they let loose sharp cries of fury as their bodies expanded once again. At the same time, they opened their mouths to release pillars of crimson light while summoning the same claw projections and streaks of green light from before. As for the giant black seal, a rumbling thunderclap erupted from it, following which bolts of black lightning shot forth from its surface. At the same time, hundreds of silver runes also surged out from the underside of the seal. It was quite clear that the bald, devilish lord was unleashing the maximal extent of the seal's power. A torrential barrage of attacks struck the light barrier again, causing its surface to flash erratically with golden light. As the giant black seal struck the barrier for a second time, a black sun emerged amid an earth-shattering boom. The light barrier before the black sun was easily shattered but then instantly regenerated amid another flash of bright golden light. The bald devilish lord was extremely frustrated by this, but he continued to make a series of hand seals to spur on the 4 heavenly ghosts and the giant seal. He knew that no matter how powerful this light barrier was, there was no way it could keep up this instantaneous regeneration indefinitely. As long as he continued to persist with the attacks, it wouldn't take long before the barrier would be overwhelmed. Most importantly, his companion was facing the other human cultivator, who had just slain Lord Li, and the bald devilish being was very concerned for his safety. Thus, as he was unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks against the light barrier, he turned to appraise the other battle in a slightly uneasy manner, upon which his expression changed drastically. There, a giant net comprised of countless golden sword threads had appeared, trapping all of the blue flying snakes within it. The flying snakes all had extremely resolute bodies and could expel profound glacial chi out of their mouths, but they were still quickly being shredded by the golden threads. Not far away from the golden net, the devilish women formed by the 13 skeletons had reverted back to their original forms. They were now giant skeletons that were around 20 feet tall each, with black devilish flame burning around their bodies. Murky poisonous mist was being released from their mouths, and streaks of glazed light were being blasted out of their eyes. Even though they were clearly fighting with all their might, they were still forced to frantically flee from a dozen or so shimmering golden beetles with purple patterns all over their bodies. The vastly renowned hierarchical true devils seemed to be extremely fearful of these insects, and didn't dare to let them get close. At the same time, all of the devilish flames and poisonous mist they were releasing seemed to be completely ineffective against these beetles. As for Lord Lon himself, he was in an even sorrier state. The human cultivator he was facing had transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall, and he was wielding a pair of small mountains, forcing Lord Lon to stumble back in retreat with his devastating attacks. Lord Lon was both shocked and enraged by his opponent's overwhelming powers, and he was making a rapid series of hand seals as 7 different treasures flew frantically around him. However, no matter which treasure was struck by one of the 2 mountains, it would immediately be forced to fall back while another treasure took its place. Otherwise, if a single treasure were to take 3 or 4 consecutive blows from the mountains, it would most definitely be destroyed. Within mere moments from the commencement of the battle, Lord Lon was already being crushed. The bald devilish lord drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. Those 13 hierarchical true devils were no less powerful than the 4 heavenly ghosts he had summoned, yet they had been reduced to such a sorry state by nothing more than a few spirit insects. It seemed that they had still underestimated the power of that male human cultivator. With his level of power, perhaps only the 3 or 4 devilish lords at the pinnacle of the body integration stage would be able to take him down. With that in mind, the bald devilish lord hurriedly transmitted his voice to his companion. After taking a dozen or so attacks from Han Li's mountains, sweat was pouring down Lord Lan's back and his entire body was trembling as he stumbled back in retreat. After hearing what the bald devilish lord had to say, he was immediately reinvigorated, and after transmitting his voice in an affirmative response, he immediately began to think of a way to detach himself from this battle. Blue light was flashing through Han Li's eyes, and he was able to clearly see the changes in expression on Lord Lan's face. He immediately harumphed coldly, then suddenly hurled his 2 mountains through the air. After leaving his hands, then 2 mountains swelled to over 1,000 feet tall each and hurtled toward Lord Lon at an incredible speed. Even before they had actually reached Lord Lon, they were sweeping up gale force winds, and the nearby space was twisting and warping in the face of their power. Lord Lan's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, following which a vicious look appeared in his eyes. He suddenly gritted his teeth and abruptly pointed at 2 of the treasures hovering before him, then shot back in retreat with the rest of the treasures. Meanwhile, the 2 treasures he had just pointed at hurtled directly toward the 2 mountains, and in the instant that they came into contact with one another, the treasures instantly self-detonated amid an anguished wail. 2 resounding booms rang out as a pair of giant balls of light surfaced beneath the 2 mountains, and the mountain's seemingly unstoppable downward momentum was momentarily stopped cold. However, in the next instant, the two mountains overwhelmed the balls of light and crushed them into nothingness. Immediately thereafter, Han Li appeared beneath the mountains in a wraith-like manner and casually raised his giant ape hands up into the air to catch them as if they weighed nothing more than a feather. After that, he cast his gaze several thousand feet up ahead with a cold expression, and he discovered that Lord Lan had taken advantage of the detonation of the pair of treasures to temporarily escape from Han Li. He was currently flying rapidly toward the small mountain down below, and at the same time, the 13 true devils being chased around by the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were also hurtling toward the same direction as 13 balls of black devilish flames. The dozen or so purple-striped gold-devouring beetles immediately set off in hot pursuit, and at this point, all but a few of the blue flying snakes had been eradicated by the countless sword threads. The flying snakes were an extremely rare type of devilish beast in the Elder Devil realm, but they were no match for the peerlessly sharp azure bamboo cloud's warm swords. They would have been a lot more powerful had they been unleashed in conjunction with a cultivation art that Lord Lan was supposed to use, but he had found himself completely unable to use the cultivation art as he was too busy fending off attacks from Han Li. As such, even though Lord Lan was extremely reluctant to abandon those flying snakes, he had no choice but to do so. Han Li let loose a thunderous roar upon seeing this, and he abruptly stepped forward, covering a distance of several thousand feet in just a few flashes to take him directly above the small mountain. He then hurled his two mountains viciously downward again, while his giant ape hands clenched up into tight fists and unleashed a devastating barrage of fist projections. Curiously enough, in the face of such astonishing attacks, a hint of ecstasy flashed through Lord Lan's eyes as opposed to panic or horror. All of a sudden, he swept a sleeve through the air to release a black formation plate, which transformed into a black cloud that completely concealed his entire body. The two mountains crashed down with devastating force, instantly dispersing the black cloud, but Lord Lan was nowhere to be seen. Not only that, but a resounding boom erupted from the mountains around the small mountain down below, and each mountain released a pillar of black light, which then transformed into massive formation flags. Each flag was as thick as a water tank, and they extended all the way into the heavens like giant celestial pillars. A devilish formation that was around several kilometers in radius then emerged from the ground with the cluster of small mountains as the core of the formation. The entire sky darkened and the surrounding space tremored as bursts of black devilish chi surged out of the mountains in a frenzy. Countless black runes took shape around Han Li and the surrounding air tightened, upon which he was completely immobilized and left hovering in midair. Immediately thereafter, the black runes exploded in rapid succession to form countless black threads of light. The black threads flashed erratically before transforming into a series of inky black chains, and they instantly bound the giant ape in an extremely tight manner. At the same time, the black devilish chi down below rumbled and churned, then transformed into a series of giant tentacles that swept directly toward Han Li. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he displayed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he let loose a low roar, and all of his fur immediately stood up on end, while his body also expanded drastically. The black chains around him tremored violently as they were stretched to their limits, then shattered into countless pieces. A fierce look appeared on Han Li's face, and his arms swelled significantly in size as he raised them high up into the air above his head, while his fur shot forth as countless streaks of golden light. The streaks of golden light flashed through the air, sending ripples running through the surrounding space, and an invisible restriction was forcibly shattered. Han Li then made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a giant silver ruler appeared in his grasp. He swept the ruler behind him in a vicious manner without any hesitation, and a pillar of silver light erupted forth, vanquishing all of the oncoming devilish chi tentacles. All of a sudden, Lord Lan appeared on the summit of one of the small mountains, and his expression darkened slightly at the sight of the giant ape's ferocious display of power. He harumphed coldly as he swept a sleeve through the air to produce a glossy black gourd, which immediately tipped itself over to release several streaks of green light that vanished into the nearby devilish chi. After that, he flipped his other hand over to produce that black formation plate again, and he opened his mouth to expel a mouthful of blood essence that seeped into the plate as a cloud of blood mist. In the next instant, All of the destroyed tentacles regenerated back to their original condition and swept toward Han Li again. However, on this occasion, before the tentacles had even reached Han Li, several bone tridents shot forth from within them. Each bone trident was only around a foot in length, but their tips were of a sinister green color, and they were releasing a nauseating odor, clearly indicating that they were extremely poisonous. Han Li thumped his own chest with his massive ape fists upon seeing this, and an astonishing thunderclap rang out as arcs of golden lightning erupted from his body, forming a giant lightning net. Thunderclaps rang out in rapid succession, and all of the oncoming bone spikes faltered in their tracks upon striking the golden lightning. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li raised his giant ape head and let loose a thunderous roar. In response, the golden lightning around him brightened even further, then swept through the surrounding area with devastating force. The bone tridents were struck by thick pillars of golden lightning almost at the exact same time, and even though they had clearly been refined using secret devilish techniques, there was no way they would be able to withstand a strike from so much divine devilbane lightning. As such, they were instantly reduced to nothingness, and the giant tentacles were also reduced to clouds of mist in the wake of the golden lightning. Lord Lan faltered initially upon seeing this before a look of enlightenment and incredulity appeared on his face. "That's divine devilbane lightning." His voice was filled with shock and fury. Those bone tridents appeared to be quite ordinary, but they were actually treasures that even devilish lords had to be quite wary of. There weren't many things in the world that could counter them, but divine devilbane lightning just so happened to be one of those things. Han Li threw his head back and chortled to the heavens as he clenched his fists before throwing a vicious punch toward the mountain that Lord Lan was standing on. Spatial fluctuations erupted as a golden fist that was around an acre in size appeared in the air above the small mountain, then crashed down with devastating force. Lord Lan's expression changed drastically as he immediately laid a hand over his black formation plate, summoning a burst of devilish chi that inundated his entire body. An earth-shattering boom erupted as the giant golden fist struck the small mountain, which tremored violently before crumbling into a huge pile of rubble. Meanwhile, a burst of devilish chi emerged out of thin air above another nearby mountain, and Lord Lan reappeared. He quickly cast his gaze toward the small mountain that had just been destroyed, and his expression darkened even further. At the same time, Han Li made a grabbing motion with both hands, and his two mountains appeared in his grasp again before being hurled toward another two of the nearby small mountains. Those two mountains were also destroyed, and the devilish chi within the devilish formation immediately thinned noticeably. Lord Lan's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, following which a vicious look appeared in his eyes. "You're not breaking this formation. There's no way I'd let you escape from this place alive." As soon as his voice trailed off, he gritted his teeth and made a hand seal, upon which a dozen or so crimson pills flew out of his sleeves. The nearby devilish chi swirled, and 13 skeletons emerged before devouring the pills, then began to dance around Lord Lan in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Lord Lan himself abruptly laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and crimson light flashed from his body as his flesh and blood fell away, revealing another terrifying skeleton.